Kamila's POV. It was 5 p.m. I closed from my office and stepped out to my car in the garage. I was about driving out when my phone rang. My best friend was calling. "Holla, bitch," she said immediately. I picked the call. "Hi, Zoe, what's up?" I asked. "Same old. And you are doing what now?" "I am off to Tony's," I replied. Okay, talk later," she said. We hung up and I drove out of the garage. My name is Kamila Woods. I am a business lady into real estate and housing. I live alone, except I get visited by my best friend Zoe or my sister who works in Chicago as a computer analyst. Tony is my boyfriend who, for some reasons, Zoe doesn't like him. I got to Tony's apartment and let myself in with a spare. The house was quiet, making me assume he was in his bedroom. I was on my way to his room when I saw a pair of red heels and clutch purse. The room door was slightly left ajar, but enough for me to see what was going on inside. I went in to make them acknowledge my presence. He noticed me first and pulled away from the girl. "Hello, Tony." My voice was too cold, I didn't even recognize it as mine. "Kami," he said. "What do you want to say? You can explain? Whatever explanation you have is probably going to be good enough to change different happenings in this world. I am not blind, so don't worry about any explanation. Have a nice life." I left the house and drove off calling Zoe. "I thought you were off to Tony's," she asked. "Yeah, I was. Can you come over?" I got home and Zoe arrived a few minutes later. "What happened?" she asked. "Tony is cheating on me," I said dryly. "I thought as much. I just didn't like the guy. Anyway, good thing you found out and ended things with him." Zoe stayed with me for the night, and soon I began to feel it all and cried hard until I fell asleep. It's been 7 months since I broke up with Tony, but I wasn't really over it yet, and that frustrated Zoe. "Forget about that asshole and live your life. Cry one more time over that pig and I'll rip your tear ducts out." Zoe kept telling me all the time. I was in my office that afternoon, not busy and just staring until Zoe showed up. "Afternoon, señorita," she said, dropping on the couch. "Hey, Zoe," I replied. She just narrowed her eyes at me. "Thinking about that asshole?" I avoided her gaze and joined her on the couch. "You really need to get over that pig. Just forget about guys, adopt a pet, a dog, something to keep you company in that house of yours, and love you unconditionally," she said. "A dog?" I asked. Zoe nodded. I thought about it and realized it was not a bad idea after all. "Okay, I will get one this weekend," I said. "Good. Tell me and send a picture of the dog or dogs." She winked. That Saturday morning, I arrived at the pound quick early. That was one thing about me, always on time. I met a guy who showed me the way to the boss office. In there, he kept talking about how good it feels to have a dog. "So why do you want one?" the guy, Brad, asked. "My best friend said I should get one to keep me company, and it's kind of like a therapy thing," I replied. He nodded and said, "We can go ahead to check the dogs out." The pound was crazy loud with different dogs barking. I tried bonding with some of the dogs, but that wasn't any connections. We kept moving until I got to a cage. In there were 2 dogs. They were so quiet, staring at me like they were trying to read my soul. I then noticed how huge they were with their black fur that had hints of brown around the neck and underbelly. "Those 2 are the wildest in this pound. It's surprising seeing them this calm," Brad said. I looked at him and turned back to the dogs. "I want them," I simply said. Brad looked at me like Elle had lost my mind. "They won't do anything. Maybe they were aggressive because they didn't like the place." I said to him. Their names were Captain and Duke. A guy came to open the door of the cage and they rushed out, jumping at me, attacking my face and body with licks. "Oh my goodness, you 2 like to lick too much." I giggled. I signed all necessary documents and left with my 2 new doggies. Dylan's POV. My brother and I were traveling alone a year and a half ago when we were attacked by rogues. We are werewolves and alpha of our own pack. After that attack, we were too injured to heal on our own. While resting, we heard a vehicle coming and used the last of our strength to make our wolves almost a similar size to dogs. Turned out that we got picked up by a pound vehicle, and we have been in there since, losing hope of ever getting out because all efforts proved futile. That morning, my wolf was getting excited and got me wondering what had fascinated him in this place. It wasn't only me. Ryan's wolf was also excited. Then a scent hit us. It was the most sweetest, intoxicating scent. Soon a lady came to our view. "Mate," Ryan and I said. We have the same mate, Ryan said using the mind link. Yeah, great. I replied, not taking my eyes off my mate. She wanted us, and soon we were out. I took my time taking in her scent. She smelled like lily and roses. She led us to her car, and we drove off. I can't believe I got 2 dogs, mate said. Ryan whined. The asshole was already acting like a cute one. We finally arrived at her place. She pulled over in her garage. From the garage only, I could tell that she was quite okay. I live alone. I don't have any guy in my life, and also am an interior designer, although I have my own company, she said. We went into the house. She left us in the living room and went into her bedroom, I guess. Her name is Kamila, Ryan said. He was already looking around. Kamila came out dressed only in a huge sweatshirt and panties. That got me hard. Let's eat something, then I want to take a picture of you guys and send to my best friend. Kamila said, walking to the kitchen. We ate for the first time in 18 months, not that awful dog food. She took the picture after doing the dishes and sent it to her friend, whose name I realized is Zoe. The day went by with us lying on the couch while Kamila worked in a tiny office she created in the house. We had dinner and retired for the night. Kamila let us sleep with her in bed, and that made me really excited. We watched her sleep for that night, just to check if she was a heavy or light sleeper. How are we going to tell her? Ryan asked. When the time comes, we will know, I told him. He sighed, looking at her as she slept. Beautiful, I heard him say quietly. I fell asleep, loving the feel of a soft bed on my body again. Kamila's POV. I got up the next morning to see 2 furry bodies beside me. Then I remembered that I had just adopted 2 dogs yesterday. Captain and Duke sat up staring at me. Morning, boys. I smiled. They moved closer and began to lick my face. Okay, let's go for a walk. They seemed to like that, as they were already out of the room. I dressed and stepped out to see them waiting by the door. The morning breeze was cool and relaxing. The boys lazily jogged beside me as I ran to the park. After stretching and relaxing, I left for a pet store to get all they would be needing. Good morning. Could I bring my dogs in? I asked a guy. He smiled and nodded. I went in, and the same guy began to show me around, helping out. We got to the section of beds, but the boys didn't like the idea as they kept growling and tried to push me away from the section. Seems like they don't like the idea of a bed, the guy said. They slept in mine last night, so that is what they want, I guess. I replied. I bought shampoo and conditioner, toys, collars, even when they growled at that, name tags and biscuits for treats. We left for home. I washed them before going in to shower myself, then we had brunch. Zoe came over that evening, gushing over the boys immediately she saw them. We sat with wine and a movie as Captain and Duke sat beside me. I'm off to the club, Zoe said. Just don't get laid by some weird guy, I told her. She rolled her eyes. Girl, every lady needs to get laid sooner or later. When was the last time for you? Zoe asked. A few weeks before I found out about Tony, I replied. See, get a guy, enjoy your night, Zoe said. The boys growled at that and gave Zoe a weird look. You know I am not a fan of sleeping around, I told her. Yeah, true. I got it. Get toys. Have fun with yourself watching those videos. Dylan's POV. Kamila's friend finally left and we all went into her room. Kamila finally fell asleep and we could tell that she was exhausted. Ryan and I left the room and went into the living room, phasing to our human form for the first time in 18 months. Boy, that was excruciating, Ryan said. I nodded. I didn't want talk, not wanting the last view of Kami to go away. After that, we left to Kamila's office. Luckily, I was able to grasp her password earlier. We sent an email to the pack updating them about our welfare. Let's call them. You know how Dave is with emails, Ryan said. He was right. Our beta Dave hated opening emails and always left them for Ryan and I. I picked the phone and dialed in the number. It rang until a familiar voice spoke. Hello, Dave, I said. Yes, this is Dave. Who is speaking? He asked. Don't you recognize our voice, Pinky? Ryan said, using the name we gave him after few pack kids dyed his fur pink. We then heard his sharp intake of breath. Dylan, Ryan, where the fuck have you 2 been? You left me to handle the pack business. I had to open emails. You sister won't help, but she sure annoyed the hell out of my life and soul. He kept rambling and we only stared at the phone as he went on and on. After Dave finally calmed down, We explained to him all that happened, and he laughed when we got to the part of being picked by a pound. About those wolves that attacked you two. They are not rogues. A pack nearby created a no-man's land there. Dave told us. I was surprised because the last time we checked, the land belonged to no one, and we sometimes used it to train. Don't call us. We will call ourselves whenever we get the chance. I told him, Sure. So your mate adopted you two. How romantic. He said, Shut up, Pinky, say hello to Mum and Dad, and of course, enjoy yourself telling everyone how we ended up in a pound. I told him. He laughed. You know me. We ended the call and looked around the house finding new information about our mate. She is an estate agent and owns her own company. She also had an elder sister who lived not too far, unlike her parents. After enough tour, we shifted back and went into her room. Kami stirred awake when we got on the bed. Where were you two? She asked sleepily, but soon closed her eyes, her hand stroking Ryan's and my fur until they stopped showing that she was fast asleep. Dylan's POV. The next morning, Kamila got up and soon began to clean up. Oh, great. Now I have to deal with you two cleaning habits. Ryan groaned as we watched her work. I only laughed watching her. She was wearing a camisole and shorts, her hair pulled back in 2 pigtails, making her looking cute. After she was done in the house, we moved to the backyard and I realized that she had a glass house. That explains her natural flowery scent. She worked really hard pruning and weeding and doing all sorts until she watered the plants and left to relax under a gazebo. What should we do today, boys? She asked. We only stared at her, tilting our heads to a side. Well, let's know about each other, she said. We sat as she began to talk, her voice sounding like a lullaby. My name is Kamila Danielle Woods. I was born 12th of September after my sister, so that makes me a baby. Growing up was simply the same as every other girl's, except when it comes to me being with guys. Let's just say I was naive, and they always used that against me. I met my best friend Zoe in senior year, and we have been attached by the hip since then. Even when we left to different colleges, we always spent breaks and free times together. She is one full basket of craziness, but I like her all the same. My last boyfriend, Tony. Well, we met 2 years ago and began dating few months after we met. Zoe didn't like him and made it known to him, so he always made sure to visit me when she wasn't around. I just found out that he was two-timing me 7 months ago. I am a little over him, but Zoe wasn't convinced. She actually was the one who told me to adopt you guys, and now here we are. We relaxed for a while and went inside. Kami cooked something up and was about serving us. I was damn hungry, so I just couldn't calm down. Sit, she said. Oh, great, now we have to do tricks. We sat as I hope she won't ask us to roll over, or worse, dance or spin. Like you won't do it, Ryan said. Oh, you two are so adorable. She giggled, kissing our snouts. Okay, adorable is not a word to describe me, but since it is coming from my mate and I got a kiss, I will let it pass. She served us and herself. We sat in the living room eating as we watched a movie. Turns out our mate is a lover of Disney movies because this is the 4th we are watching since we came in. I wondered which other one she would like. We cleaned up and Kami went into her room straight to the wardrobe. She began to pick out some clothes. And that was when we realized that the next day is the beginning of a new week. I whined before I knew it, making Kamila smile in our direction. That smile makes me want to stop her from ever going out, telling her who I really was and claiming her immediately. She picked a purple pantsuit and heels, Kamila's POV. The next morning as I got ready for work, Captain and Duke sat by my side when I was busy with my makeup, whining. You boys can't come with me, I told them. They whined the more as if telling me that they will be on their best behavior. The faces they were both making finally made me agree. The next thing I knew, they were out of the room. I could hear them yelping happily. I dressed and picked up my handbag and laptop bag, stepping into the living room to see them waiting by the entrance. I sincerely hope I won't regret this, I muttered as we went out to my car. The boys really put on their best behavior. Everyone in the office liked them and played with them. Kami, why didn't you tell me you adopted 2 dogs? My assistant, Leslie, asked. Because I just did over the weekend. After all you know now, I replied. But still, I would have loved to come with you, she said. Zoe stopped by during my break and was surprised to see the boys in my office. "These two are really changing you," she said, taking her seat. "I don't think they would have allowed me leave the house if I didn't bring them along," I replied. She leaned forward, wagging her brows. I gave her a suspectful look, asking, "What are you up to?" "I should be asking you that," she exclaimed. I sat back, waiting for her to elaborate. "You still haven't gotten those toys, right?" she asked. "No, that's it. I'm ordering them for you. Expect a delivery at your doorstep when you get home." She grinned. I just shook my head because there was no way I could argue myself out. She smiled, seeing that I wasn't arguing, and sat enjoying the comfort of my office. "Sometimes I feel like you do not have any office because you come here almost every day," I said as I watched her work. She is a fashion designer and owns her own shop. "You should be grateful that this godly fashionista is in your office," she replied. I rolled my eyes, finishing a file, and sat back to enjoy my lunch. Zoe left an hour later, leaving me in my office with loads of work. Time went by quickly, and by the time I realized, it was evening past my closing hour. I packed up and left the office, the boys walking by my sides. We got home, and true, as Zoe said, I found a package at the doorstep. A tiny part of my mind wanted to dump it in the bin, but I knew that was signing a death warrant if Zoe ever found out, and she would actually find out. I took it in and dropped it in my room before undressing, my feet screaming relief and freedom. After a light dinner, I went into my room, the boys ahead of me, like they couldn't wait for me to open the package. Taking a deep breath, I opened it and began to bring out the stuffs. I almost choked on my saliva as my eyeballs were about popping out of the sockets when I saw all she got. 2 dildos, one normal and the other vibrating, but they were both 8 inches. Butt plugs, vibrators, and some other filling stuffs that I didn't even know existed. I packed them back and retired to bed, falling deep asleep with Captain and Duke on either side of me. Dylan's POV. When Kamila's friend mentioned getting toys for her, I couldn't help but imagine her all filled with toys in her 2 holes, making herself come to a porno. Even though this best friend of hers can be very crazy, I am happy she got the toys for our mate. We got home, and the package was by the entrance. Ryan kept panting hard into our mind link. She finally opened them after we had dinner, and I must say, Zoe really chose well. She was still shy and didn't try anything, but I couldn't wait to see her try. We fell asleep, but woke up in the midst of the night. She was exhausted and so deeply asleep, leaving us to be able to contact our parents. Mom was the one who picked the phone this time. "Oh, my boys, how have you been? Aaron told us everything. You two found your mate, right?" she said immediately, not even giving us the opportunity to say hello. How do you expect them to reply you if you won't stop asking questions? Dad's voice spoke through the phone. "Hey, Mom, Dad, how have you two been?" I asked. "Well, except you had me worried when we couldn't find you two," she replied. "We missed you guys so much. How's Sarah?" Ryan asked. "Our younger sister, who is a devil, but we love her all the same." "She is good, training hard to join the tracking team," Dad replied. "Oh, that's good to hear," I said. "And we just found out she is not straight," Mom added. "Oh," I simply said. "You two knew? Why didn't you tell us? Why did she even keep it from us? How long have you known?" Her questions came tumbling out. "She told us not to tell until she revealed it herself." Ryan said, "Mom, Dad, we need to go. Talk later?" I told them. "Okay, I will expecting your call," Mom replied. We hung up and shifted, going back to the room. As we went in, Kami was sitting up, trying to wear her flip-flops. She noticed us and smiled sleepily before going into the bathroom. "That was close," Ryan said. Kamila returned and we all snuggled close until she fell asleep. Dylan's POV. It's been 3 weeks since Kamila adopted us. Every day was pretty the same except weekends. By then, we were pretty familiar with her routine. Every morning, she got ready for work, and at exactly 7 a.m. Weekends was to sleep in, clean up, and tend to her glass house. One Thursday, Kami's alarm rang out by 5:30 a.m., but she put it out. It rang again 30 minutes later. She groaned and practically threw the alarm away. Ryan and I were shocked by the act. She fell deeply asleep. I rolled in bed and felt the heat radiating from her body. "Fuck," I said. Ryan asked. "She is down with a fever. Goddess, she is burning," I replied. Ryan slid off the bed and shifted, feeling her temperature. Yep, fever. Just then, Kami shivered and whined, clutching the duvet tighter. She really need to take care of the fever or it could get worse, I said. Now, how do you propose we do that for dear brother? In case you've forgotten, we have pause right now. Ryan replied. Let's make her get into the bathroom. I said, oh, I have the perfect idea for that. I nudged her until her legs were dangling by the bed. Kami woke up and stared at us with drowsy eyes. What are you boys up to? She yawned, trying to get back on the bed. I sat right in front of her, giving her a pointed look, that is, if she could see that. Ryan barked, standing by the entrance of the bathroom. This is the worst chore ever, he groaned. Oh, shut it, I told him. Kami finally got the clue and stepped into the bathroom. After 30 agonizing minutes, she bathed and dressed. Boys, I want to sleep, she whined as we pushed her into the kitchen. After eating, Kamila sat on the couch just when her phone rang. She picked it blindly. Hello. It was meant to be a one-sided talk, but werewolf hearing made me hear both sides. What's up, baby girl? Zoe said. Hey, Zoe, Kami replied. Whoa, you sound under the weather, Zoe observed. Yeah, just a badass headache, she replied. Zoe decided to come over, but Kamila fell asleep waiting for her. The doorbell rang and I went to get it. Oh, hey, Captain, Zoe smiled on seeing me. I shook my head with what should look like a nod and went back to Kamila's side, taking my place by her legs, Ryan too. Zoe noticed she was sleeping and quietly approached her, checking her temperature. She left into the bathroom and took some medications, getting a glass of water from the kitchen on her way back. She took her seat on the armrest and gently shook Kami's shoulder to wake up. Sleep, Kamila groaned. Kamila Woods, I swear to you, if you don't get up this instant to take this medicine, I'm getting Serenity on the phone. Zoe said, and that seemed to do the trick, as Kami's eyes flew wide open, glaring at Zoe, who only grinned back. She took the drugs and ate a proper meal. If you could get to eat, how did you get dressed and all? Zoe asked as she did the dishes. These two didn't let me on the bed until I did, Kamila replied. Really? Zoe faced us. Zoe stayed till afternoon, and by then Kamila was better. When it was time for dinner, she cooked, and we all are. Kamila went to the room, and we followed her, watching as she picked clothes for the next day. Her outfit was a pastel pink jumpsuit with a gladiator heels. She got into bed after showering, on Ryan's POV. The next day, we were at Kami's office. My brother and I laid by her feet. As we sat, the memory of the previous night couldn't help but make its way to the front of my mind. Kami worked nonstop and only left her office for few meetings. Aside from that, she was rooted to her seat, making me worry for her because that can't be healthy. I can't wait to be in my true form with her because I would like to scold her for neglecting her health once she is in this room. She closed from work and decided to eat out, looking for a restaurant with outdoor seating so we could be with her. We found one and enjoyed our meal, walking to the park after to digest her meal. As we walked, her phone rang, and Kami picked it, smiling on realizing who called her. Hey, Saren, she said. Turns out it was her sister. I listened and could hear both sides of the conversation. They spoke for a while and hung up. We walked back to the car and got in driving home. Kamila retired to bed, falling apart like a starfish on the bed, making Dylan and I chuckle at her childish acts. Weeks passed, and it was a month going on 2 that Kamila adopted us. And since the night she tried the vibrator, she has been using almost all her toys, avoiding the ones that looked too big for her, but I myself couldn't wait to try those exact ones on her. Another evening of her wide adventures, Dylan and I left to the living room to call the pack. We called our sister and chatted for a while. She kept urging us to reveal ourselves to Kamila. After the call, we sat somehow sad. We have always wanted a mate but didn't meet her. Now, after 12 years, we have met her, but she doesn't know we exist. We were so deep in thought that we didn't notice anything else until we heard a scream, making us jump onto our feet. Kamila was standing few feet from us, eyes wide with fear. Fuck, Dylan muttered. Who are you? Why are you in my house, naked? She yelled, and that made me remember that we were both in our birthday suits. Kami, calm down, Dylan said. Her eyes seemed to open wider. How do you know my name? Are you stalkers? I'm calling the cops. She ran towards her phone, but we were fast to hold her before she dialed the number. she screamed as Dylan held begging us not to harm her. "Calm down, Kami, we would never harm you," Dylan said quietly. "Could you please let me explain?" I pleaded. She stared at us for a while and nodded slowly. "Let go of me, please," she said. We left her. "And cover yourself up," she said. We got blankets and sat down, giving her distance. "Where are my dogs?" she asked. "It's part of the explanation," I replied. We took our seats. Kami sat staring at us, and Dylan began to talk. "My name is Dylan Steele, and my twin is Ryan. We got into your house almost 3 months ago," he said. Kami shook her head. "That's impossible. How have you been in this house and I never saw you?" she said. "You always saw us. We are werewolves, so we have been with you as Captain and Duke," Dylan replied. She stared at us with doubting eyes. "Werewolves, yeah, right. And I am a mermaid," she said. "Could you be truthful, 'cause you are so damn lucky I haven't called the cops on you two?" "It's true. My brother and I are werewolves. We exist, ask us anything, to clear your doubt." I was the one to talk this time. She stared at us for a while, biting her lips in the cute way she does whenever thinking of something. "What did I do today?" she finally asked. "You were at work, resuming at exactly 8 a.m. At the office, you had 3 meetings, one of which extended to the time you were to meet Zoe, so she gave you an earful," Dylan said carefully. She looked surprised but masked it up almost immediately. "Who calls me every Tuesday and Thursday nights?" "Your parents call on Tuesdays and your sister calls on Thursdays," I replied. She took a deep breath and spoke up. "Can I see Captain and Duke again?" We nodded. "You ready?" I asked. She nodded, biting her lips nervously. Dylan and I got into position and felt the shift take over. I shook out my fur coat after shifting and looked at her. Her jaw were literally on the wooden floor. "Okay, I still have questions," she said, and we shifted back, getting the clue. "I know you have tons of questions for us, but it is really late and you don't want to be late for work tomorrow morning. We would answer all questions as we get the chance to," Dylan said. She nodded and stood up, leaving for her room. Dylan and I decided to sleep in the living room to give her privacy, but she stopped on noticing us. "What are you doing?" she asked, standing in the door. "We thought you would like some privacy, to take it in well," I replied. Kami shook her head, hugging her body. "I want my dogs with me all night. I can take it in tomorrow," she said. We shifted and walked behind her back into the room. Kamila got on the bed and snuggled close to us like she didn't just find out the truth about us. Kamila. The next morning, I woke up to see Duke sitting by the foot of the bed. The memories from last night came flooding into my brain, and I looked at him again. "It wasn't a dream, right?" I almost whispered, as if I was afraid to hear the reply. He shook his head visibly enough and got off the bed. Duke, or Ryan, if I recall correctly, left the room as if giving me privacy to get prepared for the day. I stepped into the bathroom, and the first thing I saw were my toys washed and left on the countertop to dry. I groaned in mortification as I quickly put them all away, vowing not to use them until I figure those men I have in my house. Bathing, makeup, and hair got done in 30 minutes, and I got dressed in a black skinny jeans and a camisole in the same color, wearing a jacket on it. A finishing touch was my boot heels. Picking my hand and laptop bag, I went into the sitting room to see them waiting in the kitchen. "Morning," I said. I could tell they checked me out because they weren't even discreet about it, and I noticed their eyes flash a golden hue. "Morning, twin one," Dylan replied. That's when I noticed he was wearing a jean that hung dangerously low on his waist. "I made breakfast," he continued. I never always had the chance to prepare breakfast every morning before going to work, taking my seat to be met with a full breakfast. "I can eat all these? Are you trying to kill me from overfeeding?" I asked, looking up at them. Dylan shook his head with an amused expression. "I left for work alone since they agreed to stay behind. Of course, I couldn't ask to inconvenience themselves and still stay as a dog. At the office, there was nothing to keep me busy, and that made me to keep thinking about the whole situation since last night and the fact that I had 2 dangerously hot, sexy, handsome guys in my house. Not 1, but 2. Did I just call them hot, sexy, handsome? After fighting an inner battle with myself for half of the day, I decided to close early. Packing my bags, I called Leslie in. "Here I am," she said, holding a notepad in case she had to write something down. No need for that. She closed it. I am closing early. If there is any information that can't wait till tomorrow, send me an email and I'll sort it out from home. I told her. She nodded, asking, "Hope you are not feeling sick or something?" I shook my head at that, getting up from my seat. "No, not just feeling the office today. See you tomorrow," I replied. On my way home, I stopped by Target's to get some clothes for them, as the ones they had on earlier wasn't doing them any justice. Getting the biggest size of sweatshirt and jeans I could find. I paid and left, arriving home in few minutes. The guys were sitters in the living room like obedient dogs. Looking around, I noticed the house was cleaned up and shiny. I am home. It felt saying that to them. They looked at me, and I noticed they now looked refreshed and clean except for the clothes they had on. Holding out the bags. "Got something more comfortable for you," I told them. Ryan sighed dramatically as he took them from me. "Thanks," Dylan said. "Okay, going to change. I still have my questions." I told them and they went in. I quickly went into my room to change into something more free before I die from too much warmth. I wore a baby blue shirt that reached mid-thigh and shorts under it, pulling my hair up in a lazy buns. The guys were already sorted, waiting for me, and I joined them, taking my seat. "So where should we start?" Dylan asked. "Well, how did you get into a pound?" I asked back. "We are werewolves, like we said before. Because we are twins, we both became the alphas of our pack, which is called the Silver Moon Pack. We were traveling alone as wolves when we got ambushed by other wolves. We were able to fight them, but it was a large difference. Almost 30 wolves against us, we got injured and too weak. Normally, werewolves heal by themselves, but it was too much for Iz. So we laid still until we heard a vehicle approaching. So using the last of our strength, we shifted into our dog-like form and got picked up by the pound." Dylan said as I listened quietly. "After healing in the pound, we tried to get out, but the security was strong and cameras were on 24/7, which meant we couldn't shift and risk exposing our nature." He continued, "But I guess it all happened for the best." Ryan added, making me turn to him. "What do you mean by that?" I asked. Dylan gave a look to Ryan, who smiled smugly. "Well, to us werewolves, we always have mates, soulmates," Dylan said, picking his words. I nodded. "I have read few werewolves book, I know about that, mating stuff and all that," I replied. "Yes, about that. You are our mate Kamila," Dylan said. They were quiet. In fact, we were all quiet as I took it in. These two are telling me I am their mate. That is shocking. Few hours ago, I discovered that werewolves exist, and now they are telling me I am bonded to them. Maybe that explains why relationships with other guys never worked out, because I was to be with these two. Oh my goodness, my already crazy life just turned more crazy. I pinched myself, hoping that this was just a ridiculously long dream and I would wake up with normal dogs right beside me. Forgetting that I had company, I kept on pinching until a hand pulled my fingers away from my face. I looked up to see Dylan with a slightly amused expression on his face. "You are not dreaming," he said. I nodded. "So do you believe us?" Ryan dragged out. Yes, I guess I do. And that mate stuff, could we go through it as well? I mean, does it happen the way books says, mating and marking and the ceremony?" I asked. They nodded. "But doesn't it seem weird? Me being with two men, mating, it is almost the same as marriage," I explained. "Yes, but to us, having one mate is a common occurrence among twins. So our family sees it as a normal thing. Well, your family accepting the news will be the issue," Dylan replied. "Well, my mom is easygoing and a kind of wild woman, same with my sister. My dad is the exterminator," I said, and they chuckled at me calling my dad an exterminator. "How about your family? Did they ever search for you?" I asked. "Well, they did, but the fact that a car picked us up will cut any clue or scent to follow," Dylan explained. "But they know you guys are good." They nodded before Ryan proceeded to talk. "In a pack, we have the link to feel each other. The closer we are, the stronger the connection. So if anything should happen, we feel the connection cut off. How about calling them to let them know you guys are good now?" They exchanged glance before Dylan said, "We actually did, one of those nights when you are asleep. We have been talking to them for a while now," Dylan said, looking away sheepishly. "Well, you guys need more clothes. We should go shopping," I said. You don't really have to buy them for us. We can call our parents and have them send stuffs to us. Dylan told me. I nodded, taking out my phone and reaching it to him. He looked up at me questioningly. Call them, I said. Dylan took the phone and dialed a number. It rang until someone picked it. Hello? Aaron, Dylan said. Oh, hey, dude. Thought you were going to call tonight. The guy, Aaron said. Yeah, but she found us out, Dylan replied. The guy was quiet for a while before speaking up. Is she there with you guys? Can she hear me? He asked quietly, like a kid who was asking if he could come out of his hiding place. Yes, to both questions, Ryan replied. Oh, hey Luna, I'm Aaron and I am those two asshole Beta and best friend, he said, making me giggle. You do realize you are talking about your alphas, Dylan said. Yeah, but you can't do anything to me, he replied them. Just get our parents and let's switch to a video call, Ryan said. Are you getting rid of me? He asked with a fake gasp. Get our mum on the phone now, or I will call her myself and tell we have been on the phone for almost an hour, but you were too lazy to get off your ass to tell them we are on the phone. I'm sure she would enjoy beating someone up, Dylan said as he and Ryan smirked. Geez, I'm on my way, Aaron mumbled. The call was quiet for a while, then we switched to video call waiting. A woman now held the phone staring back at us. She gasped, looking at me. Hey, boys. Hello. You must be Kamila, she said, giving me a warm smile. Yes, nice to meet you, Mrs. Steele. I returned the smile. Oh, please, call me Marie. Mrs. Steele make me feel like these two already gave me a grandchild, she said, giving her sons a straight look as they grinned back at her. Come on, Ma. You know we would only give you grandkids with our mate, Ryan said, grinning. That made me blush. Why am I blushing? To make matters worse, Marie looked at me smiling. Does she know? She asked them, and that only made my blush spread from my cheeks, all over my face, down to my torso. She only chuckled as the guys smiled too. So you know, I nodded, suddenly feeling shy. No need to be shy, darling. You are a part of our family now. They spoke to their mum for a while after my conversation with her, probably asking her to send all they would need. The call ended after a while and we sat quietly. It was weird sitting with two men who were my dogs before. I'll start dinner, I said, getting off the couch. We'll help, Dylan said, standing as well. His brother gave him a questioning look like I did. We cooked together and ate quietly. I retired to bed. I thought of asking if they could sleep with me in their dog form, but I decided against it. Guess the first day with my dogs in their human form went well. Dylan's POV. After Kami went into her room, we called Aaron again. What's up, niggas? He said, making me roll my eyes at his mode of greetings. Have you sent them all? I asked. What do you take me for? Of course I have. He scoffed. A simple yes would have sufficed. Ryan rolled his eyes. That would be too boring, Aaron mumbled. Anyways, how's it going? Normal. After all, you are not around here, I replied. We ended the call after Aaron finished ranting and settled to sleep in the spare room. The next morning, Kami got ready for work, and I decided to make breakfast before she left. So what are you doing today? She asked, taking a bite of sandwich. Getting our credit card and other necessities, I replied, giving her a glass of fresh orange juice. She nodded, eating quietly. Bye. See you later, Kamila said as she picked her car keys and smiled, stepping out. Ryan and I left the house after eating and cleaning up. Our first stop was the bank to get our credit card. We went to a salon to get a haircut as our hair was already loner than usual. I have never been so happy to get a haircut and shave my beards, which, if I may add, I am not a fan of. Finally, I look like an actual person. Ryan said when his barber was finished with him, You never look like an actual person. I told him, making him glare. Take a close and thorough look at you and I. What do you see? No iota of difference, so if I never look like an actual person, the same applies to you, he replied. Leaving the salon, we stopped at a boutique and shopped till we were satisfied. That was one thing about my brother and I. We loved shopping. Let's get home early and make dinner for Kami, Ryan said as we hailed a cab. It's just lunchtime. We could make something and stop at her office. You know how she is when she is busy, I replied. Fantastic idea, he agreed. We got home and began to cook. I made avocado egg salad sandwich with protein shake and fruit salad. Ryan packed it up into a bag. I feel like us going is good to overwhelm her. Maybe one of us should go, I told my brother. True, you go today, we can take turns, he replied. I nodded and went into the room to change my top, taking a cab to her office. I got there in 20 minutes, paid the cab, and went in. The receptionist noticed me and smiled. Hello, how may I help you? She asked. I am here for Miss Woods. Tell her it's Dylan, I replied. Okay, she picked the intercom to call, and soon I was on my way to Kamila's office. Going in, Kami's eyes was fixed on a file that she didn't even look up at me. Hello, Kami, I smiled. Hey, what brings you here? She asked as I made my way around her table. This. I took the file in her hand and closed it with the other one on the table. She looked up at me curiously. I pulled her off her seat and led her to the couch. You need to eat, I told her. But it isn't lunch break yet, she replied. Kami, lunchtime is ending in 5 minutes, I told her. No. She trailed off looking at her wristwatch. Oh, I nodded, unpacking the food. This looks much, she said as I took my seat. It's just 2 pieces of sandwiches and salads, Kami, I replied. You sound like my mum, she grumbled under her breath, which I wasn't meant to hear, but all thanks to werewolf hearing I did, making me chuckle. She ate, ignoring me, and soon finished. You got a haircut, she said immediately out of the blues, and began to blush once she realized what she said, making me decide to tease her. Yes, I did. Do you like it? I asked, grinning. She looked away, her cheeks resembling a tomato. It's okay, she whispered, but I wouldn't have heard her. I didn't catch that, I told her. I know you heard me, she said, returning to her table. I stood holding the bag. See you at home, darling, I said, and saw her cheeks reddening as I left the office. Bye, she whispered before I closed the door. Kami got home when we were preparing dinner. We decided to make a spaghetti recipe a family friend taught us. Our mom always made sure we knew how to cook. I began to cook at the age of 7, making simple meals, and began to learn advanced ones as I grew. Mom always said that because we have women to cook for, it doesn't mean we shouldn't learn how to cook. We always took turns cooking back at home. That smells nice, Kami said as she walked into the kitchen, pulling me out of my thoughts. I nodded in agreement as I stirred the sauce, waiting for it to steam more before adding the spaghetti. It'll be ready soon. Why don't you go freshen up and change into something comfy? I told her. Okay, be out soon, she replied and skipped off to her room. Ryan, come set the table. I called my ass of a brother who was sorted in the living room, eyes glued to the TV because a Disney movie was playing. Please, Elsa's on her way to Holland. You know how much I love this scene, he replied. Get your ass over here now or you'll hunt your dinner tonight, I told him. Grumbling incoherent words, he made his way over to set the table. Didn't you pause it? Why are you being a pussy? I told him as I handed him the serving dish filled with spaghetti. Kami joined us and we sat to eat. Ryan and I served her that she didn't even need to stress herself. I can do this myself. You two are treating me like some princess, she said as I filled her plates. You are not a princess. You are our queen, I told her. Exactly. Just eat and relax. Massage session after dinner, Ryan replied. Kami blushed and shook her hair so it could fall to hide her face, but I pulled it away. There's no need to shy away from us, love. This might be too sudden, but we promise to take it slow, be it going on dates and the romanticism, getting to know each other and gaining your trust, I told her, Kami's POV. Hearing Dylan say all that felt like he just broke one of the multiple barriers I set around my heart after the incident with Tony. I nodded at them, smiling a little, and we began to eat. The food was delicious that I couldn't help but moan at every bite I took. After eating, I wanted to load the dishwasher, but Ryan carried me into the living room, setting me on the couch. Let me do something. I hate not doing anything, I whined. He only shook his head. Dylan joined us. Seems like he has already loaded the dishwasher. You can work by tending to your garden, he said. But that can't be the only thing I can do around, I told him. Just relax. Ryan whispered into my ear, making me shudder. Hearing his voice so close did wonders to my body. I can't remember the last time I felt that way. They continued massaging me, unknotting every tense muscles from my neck to lower back. I want to tell Zoe about you guys. The whole truth. I know this is meant to be a secret, but I trust Zoe, and we tell each other everything happening. I got up and sat facing them. She is my best friend. We've been friends since senior year and treat each other like sisters. I told them. The guys had thinking faces as I sat waiting. If you tell her, how do you think she'll take it? Dylan asked. Zoe, well, is the most simple-minded person I have ever met. She'll take it well. After all, there's proof, actually. I think my best friend will be extremely happy to see that you guys exist. I grinned. Okay. When do you want to tell her? Dylan asked. I can invite her over tonight. I replied. They agreed, and I called Zoe to come over. Thank you for trusting her. I told them and hugged them, giving them a peck on the cheeks. They only smiled, and we watched a movie to while away time as we waited for Zoe. The doorbell rang, and Dylan went to get it. Zoe joined me, and the question were in her eyes until she saw Ryan. Hey, Zoe, I said. Don't hey Zoe me until you explain why you have this handsome twin in your house, she said. I made her sit, and the guys sat opposite us. Zoe, you know I adopted 2 dogs, I said. Yeah, speaking of which, where are they? She asked, looking around. It's part of my explanation. Meet Dylan and Ryan, that are brothers and werewolves. They were Captain and Duke, I said all in one breath. Zoe stared at me quietly for 30 seconds and scoffed. And I'm a vampire's. Does my scent irritate you two? She said. Zoe, it's true. With that, I gave them a look, and they moved behind the couch. What are they doing? Zoe asked. Showing you proofs, I replied. Soon, Dylan and Ryan was replaced with Captain and Duke. Zoe stared wide-eyed at them. The guys shifted back, and Zoe attacked them with questions, and they replied it all, and at the end of it all, she was just amused, and we all continued to chat. I also told Zoe that they were both my mate, and she squealed like the crazy best friend she is. And you were bawling your eyes out over Tony. But now you have 2 handsome twin hunk who I'm sure are huge like fuck. You guys make sure you give her a good fuck. She told the guys, making me choke on my saliva. The guys only smirked. Zoe left late at night. I could swear that girl is a bat with how she loves to move at night. That went well, Dylan said. I nodded in agreement, and we retired for the night. I woke up the next morning feeling a little bit happy and giddy. Then I remembered the previous night, the guys making promise and me finally confessing to Zoe. After having my bath, I picked out an outfit for the day. Getting to the kitchen, the guys were busy cooking and Dylan whacked Ryan head over an issue, making me giggle. Good morning, I said. Morning, love, Dylan said, but Ryan ran to me. He hit me. He whined, pointing at Dylan. Why did you do that? I asked his brother. Because the goat was stealing bacons. Dylan replied, pointing a spatula at him. I turned to face Ryan. Is that true? It was just a piece, he said, making Dylan scoff. The so-called piece you took is enough for Kami, Dylan said, serving my plate, and I sat to eat. I only laughed at the 2 brothers. I'll be the one to bring your lunch today, Ryan said, beaming like it was a great achievement. You guys are taking turns? I asked. Yeah, sounds good, Dylan said. I finished eating and picked my bag and keys. See you guys later. With that, I left for work. On getting to my office, Leslie joined me and read out my schedule. I had 2 meetings before lunch and had to go check out a property after lunch. Since Ryan was coming over, he should accompany me. So, she said, switching to her gossip self. I looked up at her. Who was that guy from yesterday? Bringing you lunch, she asked. Just an admirer, I replied. Really? What's his name? How did you 2 meet? She asked in half a second, probably even quarter. We just met and kept talking, I replied nonchalantly. What do you mean by we just met? I need the memo and report. She asked, almost stomping her feet on the ground. Don't you have a meeting to prepare? I asked. But she wanted to protest, but I gave her a pointed look. Sighing dramatically and grumbling, she left my office, and I laughed quietly at her retreating figure. The second meeting was adjourned about 5 minutes to break, and I left to my office. On getting there, Ryan was already seated on the couch and my meal arranged on the coffee table. Hey, sweetie. He grinned, opening his arms for a hug. I stepped into them and we hugged for a few seconds, and I sat to eat. I am off to check out a property. Will you come with me? I asked as I picked a taco. Sure thing. I'll tell Dylan, he replied. Ryan cleaned up and packed the plates while I got ready to leave. Ready? He asked. I nodded, picking my bags. Yep. Are you still returning to the office? Probably for a little bit, I replied. We left the office. Leslie kept giving me a look till she was out of sight, but I caught a light smirk before that. "So how far is the place?" Ryan asked. I unlocked the car and dropped my bag before answering. "About 40 minutes from here." He nodded as we got into the car. I put the key in the ignition and started the car, and we drove off. Ryan kept playing around with my radio. "Haven't you heard the rule that the driver picks the song?" I told him, swatting his hand away. He didn't even listen to me and kept playing around, so I just left him and paid attention to the road before we crashed. We arrived on the street, and I parked my car in the driveway of the house. Just then, a notification made my phone dinged, so I picked it to check before going into the house. Ryan created a group chat, adding Dylan and I. I looked up at him to see him already smiling, making me roll my eyes. Dylan sent a message. "D, this will be the most sensible thing you have done in a long while." I giggled reading it, and Ryan grin changed to a scowl as he typed a reply. "As far as I am concerned, I'm more sensible than you are. You two are funny. I have work to attend to. We can chat later." "No problem, love. See you later." I dropped my phone in my car and went in, then work began. The house was a duplex with a master bedroom and 2-room upstairs. An extra room was down with the living room and kitchen. It also had a regular-sized backyard, and the front had a little garden. "Looks good," Ryan said behind me. I hummed, looking around the kitchen. After finalizing the reason I was out, Ryan and I got ready to leave. This time he was driving. We arrived back at the office. Ryan stayed in my office, waiting for me to finish up the files I needed to sort for the day. The guys kept chatting as I worked, leading to numerous notifications on my phone. Curious, I picked my phone and joined in on the conversation. "Okay, what is going on with you two? This brother of mine that I don't know how he got into Mum's womb with me. What did I do? Are you really asking me that?" "Dylan, what did Ryan do?" "Annoying the fuck out of me." "Language, young man." They both sent eye-roll emojis, making me chuckle. "Okay, I really need to get back to work, or else I won't be home early." They replied their agreement, and I dropped my phone, returning to the task at hand. The room was quiet, meaning the guys stopped chatting except for when Dylan sent a message saying he was making ravioli. Ryan and I left the office 20 minutes later than usual because I had to send a mail. We got home, and the guys ushered me up to my room to freshen up. I did, and wore a boyfriend shirts and shorts. Why do I think he sounds sexy? Oh my goodness, Kami, get a grip of yourself. I mentally scolded myself. While I was busy having a mental battle, the guys were now back to normal and snapped out of my daze. Dinner ended on a good note. I convinced Dylan to allow me help with the dishes, and we both did while Ryan was busy setting up the movie. We all sat in the dimly lit room quietly watching the movie. A steamy scene came up, making me oddly aware of the two guys I laid against. Luckily for my sanity, it ended as soon as it began. Dylan's POV. Kami fell asleep during the movie, but it ended few minutes after she fell asleep. I carried her and left for her room. When I tried to drop her on the bed, she clinged toes, staring at me with half-opened eyes. She leaned in, and I could hear my heartbeat until it happened. She kissed me, and goddess, I never felt so amazing inside. Ryan stood beside the bed as I pulled away. He was pouting. "Where's mine?" he said. Kami made grabby hands at him, and he leaned in. She kissed him and dropped asleep. The only thought that ran through our minds as we adjusted her on the bed and left the room was, "Our mate kissed us. Our mate kissed us. Our mate kissed us. Our mate kissed us." And damn, it was amazing. Dylan's POV. Weekend finally came. Ryan and I planned to take Kami on a date with the help of Zoe. Dinner at an Italian restaurant and all night in an amusement park. I called to take reservation at the restaurant at 7 p.m. after Kami left for work. She didn't know where we were taking her and kept asking over breakfast until she left for work. After cleaning up, Ryan and I called home, and Mum picked the call this time. "Hello, boys," she said. "Hey, Mum, how are you? And everyone?" I asked. "Everyone is doing well, boys. I should ask how it's going with your mate," Mum said. "Doing good, going on our first date tonight," Ryan replied, smiling even though it was not a video call. "Oh, I hope you planned it well?" Mum asked. "To perfection, Mum. How's Dad?" I asked. "In the office, and Kami?" "She's gone to work," Ryan replied. "I can't wait to see you all," Mum said. I nodded before replying. "Same here, Mum." Okay, I will leave you to prepare for your date. I will speak with Kami tomorrow, she said. No problem, Mum. My regards to Dad and Sarah, Ryan said, and the call ended. It was almost time for Kami's lunchtime, and Ryan was out to give her lunch. I went into the room to picky outfit. A red t-shirt and jeans with black sneakers that had hint of red as design on it. Ryan's clothes were already picked out. His was a blue t-shirt and jeans with blue sneakers. Ryan and Kami returned home later in the evening. Hi, she said, hugging me. Hey, sweetie, now go prepare. We've got a date, I told her as we separated. She nodded. You are still not going to tell me? Sweetie, you will find out in less than an hour. Go dress up, then you can see for yourself, I told her. She pouted but nodded and left to her room. Ryan and I went into our room to change and sat in the living room when we were through. Kamila stepped out about 40 minutes later. She was dressed in a white gown that had pattern of roses all over it. The gown hugged her figure up and was free from the waist down. A rose sandal and black little purse completed her looks. How do I look? Kami asked, pulling me out of my trance. Like a queen, our queen, I replied as Ryan nodded in agreement, still admiring her. She blushed at that, pulling a strand of hair behind her ear. We left the house and got into the car. The drive was a comfortable silence, with music playing from the radio. I could tell that Kami was eager with how fast her heart was beating. An Italian restaurant? Kami asked as I pulled over and turned off the engine of the car. Yes, our first stop for tonight, Ryan replied as he helped her step out of the car. I handed the keys over to valet and we went in. Table for Steel. We went in following the lady and took our seat. Your server for tonight will join you momentarily. She smiled and left. A man joined us just as the lady left, smiling. Good evening. We ordered our meal and chatted with a glass of wine as we waited. Kami kept asking where our next stop was, but we didn't tell her. Come on, just a clue, she begged. If I give you a clue, you will guess the place immediately, and that would ruin the fact that it's meant to be a surprise, I told her. So tell me about yourself. I think I already did when I thought you guys were dogs, she said. Well, we are alpha of a pack called the Silver Moon Pack. We became the alpha when we clocked 21. We are 29 going on 30, which means we've been alpha for 8 years now. Aside from being alphas, we also have normal jobs and own a firm together. I am an architect, while Ryan is an interior designer, I said. We have a younger sister who really looks up to us, even though she acts like we are annoying at times. She always tells us her secrets before opening up to our parents, Ryan added, smiling. And our parents, the best in the world. Our dad, the previous alpha. He is a great dad and always advised us on pack affairs, more or less like an advisor. He taught us lots of things and always talked about how we should cherish and respect our mate when we find her. He is crazily in love with our mum, and they act like newly mated sometimes. Our mum, well, she is sweet, caring, nice, and a very convincing woman. But one wrong move around her, and you are officially a scapegoat, I said, chuckling. Our beat friend and beta was a usual victim, and he never learnt his lessons, no matter how hard our mum would hit his head or any part of his body. There was a time my mum told us to look for someone who would birth a new line of beta because she was so close to giving him a local vasectomy. Ryan said, laughing, and I couldn't help but join him as I remembered the look on Aaron's face. Kami stared at us in disbelief before laughing also. Are you sure that's the same woman I spoke to? She asked. I nodded. Mum is usually sweet, but becomes a tiger once she's mad, hence the name our dad gave her, Little Tiger, I said. We left the restaurant and got into the car. Kamila's eyes was wide when she saw our next stop and surprise for her. She was almost running, too excited that we were behind her, her expression like that of a little girl. We went on few rides. After our third ride, Kami wanted face painting. She told the artist to draw whiskers and all to make us look like a wolf while she got a pretty one. Half of her face was covered with butterfly wings. Kami got to a game booth. Ryan and I took turns playing to win her something. The game had an artificial space gun, and we were to shoot 10 aliens without a miss. I played, and she got a blue dragon fluffy doll, while Ryan got her a dog. It almost looked like a golden retriever. Next was a photo booth. After few pictures, I found myself kissing Kamila. We are not doing anything until you give us the permission, I told her. Just please me, she whispered, whimpering softly. Ryan and I pulled away the same time, making her eyes snap open, giving us a questioning look. Not here, darling, I told her. We left the booth and I took all the pictures. We got to the car and I started the engine, driving out and away. Cammy became impatient and restless that she turned to face Ryan and began to attack his face with kisses. It took a lot of willpower from me not to stop the car right where we were and join them. So all I did was step on the gas and sped home as the car was filled with their moans. We arrived in 15 minutes. I turned off the car and stepped out. I opened the door and pulled Kami out, throwing her over my shoulder as we all went in. Mature contents in the following chapter. Kamila's POV. My date with the guys was really amazing, from the restaurant with the meal to the pack. Even though my idea of face painting for them was silly, they did it and didn't bother to hide their faces as we walked around. When Dylan won the dragon for me, I was really happy. I have always loved dragons since I was little. Most of my sketchbook were full of different drawing of dragons I could imagine. Ryan also won a puppy for me. We decided to take pictures and went into the photo booth. I felt Dylan's lips on mine during the fourth picture. I kissed him and Ryan began to kiss my neck, sucking on it, making me moan. Dylan told me they would not go further unless I gave them a go-ahead, and I did, eager to feel them all over me. They left me alone and I almost whined. Not here, darling, Dylan said. We got to the car and drove off. During the ride, I continued to kiss Ryan, making Dylan step on the gas. We got home and Dylan parked the car. He came to my side, opened the door. Pulling me out, he threw me over his shoulder and we all went in. I was nervous, but sure I wanted them. Kamila's POV. It was Monday morning. Ryan woke me up with wet kisses all over my face. Okay, I'm up. I opened my eyes to see him grinning. Morning, love. You don't want to be late for work, he said. Morning. Where is Dylan? I asked. Ryan stretched out his hand to my closet. Picking an outfit for you. Off you go, he said, pulling me out of the bed, and I went into the bathroom. I finished and stepped out in my towel to see Dylan in the room this time. Good morning, Dylan. I smiled. Good morning, darling. How was your night? He asked. It was great. Dylan began to pat my body dry and led me to sit on the bed before taking my face and body cream. Dylan, I can do this myself, I said. I'll do it today, he said. I sat as Dylan did, all as he said, down to putting my shoes on. My dress was a black high-waist pant trouser with lavender turtleneck, a black heels to pair which came with a handbag. Getting to the kitchen, dinner was already waiting for me. I took my seat at the same time they did and we began to eat. Anything going on today? Ryan asked. I shook my head, chewing my pancakes. I swallowed and asked, why? Nothing, just wondering, he replied. I finished eating and got ready to leave. Bye, I said as I picked my keys. Dylan pulled me back and kissed me. Ryan followed suit and I could feel the moisture in my inner thigh. Is that an arousal I smell, darling? Dylan smirked as his eyes glinted. Something to keep till we see you, Ryan said. The first few hours at the office was busy, and soon I finished with all I had to do at that time. Zoe came over an hour to my lunch break. Hey, señorita, she smiled, taking her seat. Hi, Zoe. So tell me, how are my guys? Have you guys explored yet? She asked, wriggling her brows. The question caught me unawares that I began to blush furiously, and it didn't go unnoticed by my painfully observant best friend. She squealed when she noticed my red-hot face. Start talking, and so not leave a single detail out or I will annoy you so bad, she threatened, glaring. Well, it began during the date last Friday at the amusement park. We played some games and got to a photo booth. That was when they kissed me, and it got too heated that we had to leave the park. Nothing really happened, actually. I was saying when Zoe gave me a look that seemed to say, don't even think about it. Okay, we got home, clothes off and all. They went down on me and I did the same for them. The weekend continued like that. Even this morning, Dylan dressed me up like I am a toddler. I said, ending my report. Zoe gave me a knowing smile. So when is the main stuff happening? She asked. I don't know. I shrugged. And when are you going to get it in your toys? She said, making me groan as she laughed. I can't believe this girl is my best friend. Her mind was practically the gutter. Stop bringing it up. I haven't the courage to bring them out. The last time I used it, they were there in their dog form. I told her. That must have been one hell of a show. Enough about me. How is life with you? I asked. She leaned back against the seat. Going well. I have a fashion show in a month. Yep, that is it. I can't believe your life is more exciting than mine, she said with a smug look. I rolled my eyes. Your dad still hasn't accepted the news? She shook her head. Last time I spoke about it, he said I should get my mind of it and be in a normal relationship or he'll disown me. She said, Zoe has been a lesbian since high school and hid it from her father, until she confessed a little over a year ago, but it didn't go well. What if you find the one? Are you going to leave her for your dad? I asked. She glared. Of course not. If he doesn't accept her, then he won't see me till he does. I nodded. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll find the perfect person who will love you so much and give you strength to stand up to your father. I said, I wish Mum was here, she would understand better. Zoe said, making me smile wistfully. She can probably see how your dad is giving you a hard time and wants to knock some senses into his skull. I replied as we both laughed. Dylan arrived during lunch break and Zoe was still with me. Hey, Zoe, Dylan said as he walked around my table to kiss me. Hey, Dylan, how was your weekend? Zoe asked, grinning. Dylan only chuckled. The best, he replied. Zoe joined us during the meal, but left when she received a message about an order that just came in at work. See you soon, she said and left. What does Zoe do? Dylan asked as he packed the plates. She is a fashion designer, owns her own line. I replied. Dylan nodded. I found your sketchbook while I was cleaning up. Never knew you could draw that well. Dylan said, Where did you find it? It's been a while since I saw them. I asked, surprised. It was in a box in your store collecting dust, he told me. How come you draw that well? Well, I always wanted to be an animator and a stay-at-home artist, but my dad made me go for something more tangible, I replied. But being an artist is tangible, he argued. I nodded. Yes, but my dad believes if I don't a real job, my future won't be secure. Would you still it if you had the chance? Dylan asked. Of course, but I'm always busy, I replied. Maybe you don't have to really be distracting yourself with the office and take a break doing what you love, he said. I closed an hour early and left the office with Dylan. Are you sure Ryan is cooking dinner? I asked for the umpteenth time after Dylan mentioned Ryan cooking dinner. Yes. Why are you acting like you will find the kitchen in flames when we get home? Dylan said. On getting home, I went into my room to change into something comfy and joined the guys. Dinner was a recipe called pasta puttanesca, and it was really amazing. After eating, Dylan brought my sketchbook to me. They were 4, my first ever sketchbook, which I got in my first senior year. I can't believe I actually kept these, I said, going through them. The last sketch was an incomplete one of a dragon I used to dream of. It was obsidian black with piercing blue eyes. Its scales were so shiny and sharp, only thing left for me to add was the tail and a hind limb. This one seems so detailed, Dylan said. I nodded. I used to dream about him, in a cave. He was always just staring at me, I explained. Maybe you were a dragon rider in your previous life, and he was your dragon, Ryan teased. Maybe, Dylan added, but he sounded too serious to be teasing. We retired for the night. I slept between them, and I have never found a more comfortable position. It felt like we were puzzles that fitted. Dylan said we are puzzles. We fit each other because we are mates. With that thought, I fell asleep and drifted off to a familiar dream, Kamila's POV. When I got up the next morning, I knew I had a dream, but I couldn't remember what it was about. As I brushed, my mind kept drifting off to the dream, but I only came up blank. The dream felt strange and familiar at the same time, even though I didn't recall any single detail. After dressing up for the day in a black with gold lines one-piece dress and heels, I picked my bags and left to the kitchen. Dylan was busy making breakfast. Morning, love, he said without even turning. I hugged him from behind, enjoying his body warmth before replying, Morning. Where's Ryan? I asked, looking around slightly. Outside. Said your car was a little too dirty, Dylan replied. I nodded, leaving him to take my seat as he dropped a plate and a cup of coffee. You know, you guys haven't told me about your home, I said after my first bite. Yes, I agree, Dylan nodded. Maybe during dinner, you will know all about us. Morning, darling, Ryan said, joining us. He only kissed me so as not to get me wet. Morning, thanks for cleaning my car. I was meant to wash it the last weekend, I told him. He only waved his hand dismissively. Nah, it's nothing. Oh shit, I haven't been to the glass house in a while. I groaned, fearing the fact that some of my flowers would wilt. I take care of it while you're at work, so don't worry. None are dead, Dylan told me. You guys are lifesavers. I honestly thought I would have tons of weeding to do. After eating, I left for work in my car. Arriving at the office, Leslie joined me, giving me a questioning look. What? I asked. Are you going to tell me who is that guy that brings you lunch every single day? She asked. Funny how she thought they were only the same person. My friend, Dylan, I told her. I couldn't help but imagine the look on her face when she sees the two of them today. Apparently, no one knew because they both used Dylan's name. How did you two meet? Leslie asked. Long lost friends, I replied. Oh, so why is he bringing you lunch? She asked. Dylan has always been a mama bear, so that is his way of ensuring that I eat, I replied. Leslie finally left after she was satisfied with the answers she got from me. After I was finished with the little work I had on my table for the main time, I fished my sketchbook out of my bag and opened it to my recent sketch, The Dragon. I kept staring at it and finally turned a new page, leaving the half sketch. By lunch break, I had completed a sketch of Dylan and Ryan's dog form. Because it's been a while since I had sketch, it wasn't as easy, but I got the hang of it. Leslie came into my office looking like she has just seen a ghost. You didn't tell me they were two, she squeaked. I only laughed. Now you know. Dylan and Ryan came in smirking like they were up to something. After Leslie got over it, she left the office, leaving me with the guys. Hi, I said, getting off my seat. We kissed and sat on the cushion. What do we have for today? I asked. Beef sandwich and protein shake, Dylan replied. After eating, I adjusted my position. I had my back against Dylan's torso and my legs on Ryan's thighs. Do you want to talk about our hometown now? Ryan asked. Yes, that will be great. I giggled when he tickled my legs. Dylan was the first to talk. Our town is a small town around Chicago. It is called Sunville, and the population is roughly 2,000, although probably only 300 to 500 are humans, which means the remaining are members of our pack, the Silver Moon Pack, which makes us one of the largest pack on the continent. The humans in the town, most of them are mates to other werewolves, while others are just living there, which means we watch how we shift, and there are some part of the forest that is closed, but that is where we hunt and train. So you guys are from Chicago. If the town consists mostly of werewolves, and you are alphas, does that make you the mayor? I asked. In a sense, yes, but our dad controls the mayor office while we control the alpha office, Ryan replied. What if humans who are not members of the town comes in? Maybe to stay for a while, I asked. Well, in that case, our town is almost a tourist attraction, so we have visitors most of the time. The werewolves are warned not to shift in just any part of the forest, and the visitors are reminded of the rules, even though they are just visitors, Dylan explained. But if Sunville is so far, how come you guys got here? I asked. While we were traveling and the attack happened, the pound van which picked us up took us to a pound, but that one was too full and the only option was to bring us to the other center in New York, Dylan said. How was it in the pound? I asked. Not fun. That dog food was a poison for the devil. We had to act wild so they won't have to take tests on us and discover our true nature, but that made them not to allow us play and stretch our limbs. They kept shooting tranks at us to make us fall asleep, but that won't work on us, so they gave up only coming to our cage when it was time to feed us. Wow, so they were scared of you guys, I said. Ryan nodded. Especially this one guy. Every single day he goes around singing with his awful voice. One evening, I managed to scare him, he said with a smug look. When do you want to return home? I asked. We want to return home with you so we can introduce you as our Luna to the pack, Dylan replied. Oh, so when do you want us to go? We are ready whenever you are, they both said, making me giggle. Since we are not going soon, our parents wanted to come over here, Dylan said. That made me sit up immediately. Really? I asked. They nodded. They can come. I get a chance to meet your family. They'll stay with us. There's enough room. When are they coming? I asked in one breath. Whoa, calm down, eager to meet them, Ryan said. I nodded. We will call them, and they would be here soon. Dylan replied. I persuaded Dylan to call his parents immediately, and he did. They plan to leave for here tomorrow morning, which means they will be here by early evening. I quickly finished up for the day, and we left for home. Who is coming? I asked during the ride home. Our parents, sister and Beta. Ryan replied. I nodded. That meant I had to prepare 3 rooms. My house was pretty huge, with 8 rooms exactly. I only got a huge house because my parents thought they could use my place as a spot for family get-together, which explains my big backyard and extra rooms. It was the day of the guy's parents' arrival. I took my car to work after Dylan convinced me that he had made arrangements on how to pick them up because I was planning on forfeiting my car. Zoe showed up few minutes to the end of work for the day. Hey, darling, she said, throwing herself on the couch. This visiting time of yours is suspicious. What are you up to? I asked my best friend. Ran away from work. It isn't ending anytime soon, so I sneaked out and that leaves my assistant to deal with it on my behalf, she replied. She always know why you come to hide, Zoe, I told her. This was not the first time Zoe is running from work, and her assistant, Diane, always comes here to drag her back. She is too busy to come get me. Zoe grinned. She followed me home. We were already going in when I finally remembered that the guy's parents were around. Dylan joined us by the entryway. Evening, darling. He kissed my forehead. Hey, Zoe said. Hey, Zoe, Dylan replied. We went to the backyard to see few people under the gazebo. Who are those? Zoe asked me. The guy's parents, I replied. We finally joined them. The young lady was staring at Zoe so intensively. She muttered something under her breath that made Marie gasp. Sarah, are you sure? Ian asked. Yes, I know what I felt, she said, her voice coming out breathless. I felt Zoe shudder beside me. We'll get to that later, Dylan muttered. Mum, Dad, Sarah, meet our mate Kamila and her best friend Zoe. Dylan introduced us. Marie was quick to hug me. Nice to finally meet you, darling, she said. Sarah kept staring at Zoe during the introduction. What is going on, actually? I finally asked. Dylan looked at Zoe and I. Spill it already, I added. He now stared at Zoe. Zoe is Sarah's mate. Dylan's POV. We were very happy when our parents arrived. After 20 months, we finally got together. The reunion sure was teary. On getting to the house, I showed them all to the rooms Kami already prepared and left them to settle. Sarah was eager to meet Kami that she even wanted to go to her office, but Kami already texted us that she was on her way with Zoe. Dinner was ready, and because our mum was around, the table was filled with all one could eat and more. When Kamila arrived, I led them to the backyard because dinner was under the gazebo. Immediately, Sarah saw Zoe. She said that one word that can change a lot of lives. Mate. Kamila and Zoe looked confused because they did not hear what Sarah said. What is going on, actually? Kami asked. I stared at her and her best friend, not sure how Zoe will take the news. What if she is straight? Spill it already, Kami urged. Zoe is Sarah's mate, I replied. I could tell that my little sister was scared to find out about Zoe's sexuality. Oh, Zoe, wow, Kami said. Please say you are not straight, Sarah blurted out. Zoe smiled. No, I am not. Everyone actually released the breath they were holding, except my mate. You two can get to know each other later. For now, let's eat, Mum said. We all agreed and took our seats. Kamila was between Ryan and I. Zoe sat with Sarah while our parents were together. Where is Aaron? Kami asked. Went to visit a friend he knows around here, Ryan replied. Dinner was going well. Kami and Zoe chatted with our parents. Mum was actually happy that they were best friends. Aaron returned during dessert. Meet our best friend, Beta, an annoying human. Aaron, I introduced to Kami and Zoe. Hello, it's finally nice to meet you, Kamila and Zoe. Welcome to the family and pack, Aaron said. Zoe is Sarah's mate, Ryan said, filling Aaron in. His eyes widened as he looked between the two ladies. Then he put on a pouty face and slumped on the chair. Now, I'm the only one without a mate. You all should better watch your PDA around me, he said, pointing at us all. Maybe if you quit being an annoying fellow, the moon goddess will finally give you a mate, Sarah retorted as they glared. Everyone retired for the night after cleaning up, while Zoe and Sarah took a walk around in the backyard knowing each other well. Kinda hard to believe that Zoe is actually your sister's mate, Kami said as we got into bed. We had unofficially agreed to sleep together. I nodded. Kinda happy for her. Sarah always thought her mate may be straight. Zoe came out about being gay back at high school when I caught her making out, Kami replied. I guess the meeting in-laws went well, Ryan added as he kissed a spot on her neck that made me gasp. You guys, your family is around. My walls are not soundproof, she told us. I only held her waist. Let's play a game then, I whispered. What game? She asked, whispering back. How quiet can you be? The next morning, I woke to see the guys on either side of me still asleep. I was in one of their shirt. The time was 4:30 a.m., which explains why they were still asleep. I tried to move so I could go pee when Dylan moved and opened his eyes. Where are you off to? He asked. To pee, I replied. He nodded and fell back asleep. After taking a leak and brushing, I cleaned up and changed all while the guys didn't wake. I left the room and went into the kitchen to start on breakfast. About half an hour later, Marie joined me. Good morning, darling, she said. Morning, Marie, I replied. I guess they came in late last night since they are still asleep, Marie said, and I nodded. We continued cooking and made a breakfast of eggs, scrambled and sunny side up, because Sarah likes them, bacons, sausages, waffles, and pancakes. With an adequate amount of coffee, that will be enough for the caffeine lovers in the house. I just placed everything on the table when Zoe and Sarah joined us. Morning, family, Sarah said. Morning, Marie and I replied. The men joined us and we all sat to eat, chatting away. The guys' family were staying around for 3 weeks, so Zoe invited them to her fashion show and also begged Sarah to be a model, which she agreed to do. We cleaned up and went to prepare for the day. Zoe wanted to show Sarah her office, so we all tagged along. Everyone with their significant half, making Aaron start another complaining fit, but shut up when Marie gave him a death glare. The guys chuckled on either side of me. I hit their biceps playfully. Do not make fun of him, you two, I said. Thank you, Kami. At least someone is not bullying me here, Aaron said, glaring at his two best friends. All of Zoe's workers were happy to see Sarah, so immediately they ushered her in and began to take measurements and brainstorm. Even Aaron did a little bit of modeling, striking silly poses that made everyone laugh, and the guys were just shaking their heads at their friend's silly antics. Kami, will you like to try a dress on? Zoe asked me. No, thank you, Zoe. I declined because Zoe was fond of that, asking me to try a dress out, then gift it to me, even if or no matter how much I say I do not want it. Please, I promise I won't give you as a gift, she said. That was what you said for the 5 dresses I have now. And don't even think you can blackmail me by using that a best friend is meant to be supportive speech, I told her. Please, she pouted. Do it. If she wants to give you, we'll pay for it, Dylan said to me. Okay, fine. I gave in after everyone helped her in pleading. I reluctantly stood up and went with Zoe to the changing room. The dress was silver with rhinestones that made it sparkle in the lights. It reached to the middle of my thighs, not close to my knees. It also had tiny slits on either side of my thighs. To be sincere, the cloth was really nice. My best friend has magic fingers. Oh, you look like a goddess. I knew this dress has to go well on you, Zoe said when I stepped out. I like it too, but you are not gifting it to me. I'll pay, I told her. Okay, no problem. I'll give you a discount, she replied. We left to go meet the others. I can't wait for your darlings to see. I'm sure they're going to be speechless, Zoe said, giggling, and I also smiled. We got there and everyone noticed me. The room was quiet as everyone had stunned looks on their faces. The guys especially, as even their jaws were dropped to the floor. Dylan's POV. After Zoe took Kami so she could change, we all sat together. I am so happy you 3 mates are friends, Mum said. Mum, you have been saying that for goddess knows how many times now, Sarah groaned. Mum just ignored her and faced me. So when are you bringing Kami home, she asked. We haven't brought it up to her, and she can't just leave work now, which means we have to plan it well, I replied. But you guys too, she said, referring to our duty as alphas. Don't worry, Ma. We will figure it out with her and decide when to return, I told her. We stopped talking when we heard the 2 ladies returning. Zoe came in first, effectively blocking our view of our mate. She grinned and stepped away, moving to Sarah. I turned to look at Kami, and the oxygen that was going through my nostrils and lungs stopped immediately. Turned out my brother actually choked on air. That was how amazing she looked. Amazing was not even a word I could use at that moment. She looked breathtaking and enchanting, like an ethereal creature. The lightings in the room showed off how milky and flawless her skin was. Ryan's jaw was practically fallen into his laps, and I'm sure that was how I looked too. Sarah and Zoe were busy giggling at our faces, but I was too busy to acknowledge them. "How do I look?" Kami asked, snapping us out of it completely. "Extremely breathtaking and beautiful, darling," I told her and watched her face flush red. "You are welcome," Zoe said, flipping her hair. "Nice dresses you have, Zoe," Mom told her. "Aw, thanks, Marie. Okay, let's go take it off. I have to go check out the venue for my fashion show," Zoe said, leading Kami out of the room. Sarah went with Zoe to go check out the venue while Kami, Ryan, and I showed our parents around. We left to a store to get something since Mom wanted us to have a barbecue night. Shopping took almost an hour, but we finally left for the house. Preparation for the night began immediately. We made steaks, chicken, mac and cheese, hush puppies, corns, and lastly mashed potatoes. We also made plans for bonfire later in the night. It was 7 in the evening when everyone arrived and the table was busy. After we all are, the ladies went in to do the dishes while we made the bonfire, placing camp chairs around it. Also a large bag of marshmallow along with sticks and a cooler of drinks. The ladies came out and we all sat enjoying the heat and cold on our skin, sharing stories, and that was when my mum decided to share embarrassing stories about my brother and I. "Mum, that is enough," I groaned in mortification as Mum was telling a story about how we got scared during one Halloween night of our childhood. "Please go on," Kami said, laughing hard as she held her stomach. Mum just ignored us pleading and began a new story. Sharing stories late into the night, Zoe also told stories about she and Kamila's life in high school and growing. We finally decided to go in around 10 p.m. Kami stripped down to her bikini and fell fast asleep immediately. Her body touched the soft, silky fabric of the bed. We joined her and also fell asleep on either sides, caging her between our arms. It was the day of Zoe's fashion show. She already called a dozen times that morning that we must not be late, that I was tempted to switch the phone off, but Kami advised me against it. "Do not even think about it, or she will release all anxiety on you and probably have your head," she said. After breakfast, we hung around the house. Kamila tended to her glass house and Tended sat in the gazebo to sketch again. Her sketch this time was of a teenage girl with a butterfly perched on her finger. "That looks amazing," I told her. She smiled, dropping the pad. "Most of these sketches are glimpses of pictures I see in dreams, like this dragon." She opened the pad to show me that uncompleted dragon sketch, but I don't see him again. At exactly 4 p.m., everyone got ready and left, except Sarah, since she has been with Zoe since last night. On arriving at the venue, we were all ushered backstage where Zoe was barking orders to everyone and correcting anything on every models. Just then, a lady came to her. "Zoe, the twins are not here yet," she said. "What?" She screeched, harming my werewolf-sensitive ears. In fact, everyone around heard her and looked in our direction. "No, no, 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 no. Oh my goodness, oh no, no," she said, moving to another direction. We followed her. "Zoe, calm down. We will figure something out," Kami said to her. "Yes, figure something out. Something out. Figure something," she mumbled. Then she faced me and my brother. "Out," she grinned. "Okay, that look is freaking me out," Aaron said, making Sarah slap the back of his head. "Okay, what is the crazy idea?" Kami asked her. "Guess the two know each other so well." "Kami, your boyfriends are lifesavers. You two are going to be my models," she said, still grinning. I shared a look with Ryan, then we both faced her and said, "Us, together." She nodded, then quickly she put on a pleading face. "Please do this for soon-to-be sister-in-law," she said. Aaron laughed. "Guess we are using the in-law trump card." Soon, we were getting dressed into Zoe's main outfit for the fashion show, with Aaron being a pain in the ass by teasing us endlessly. Now I understand why she was so freaked out when the news came to her. We had just finished cleaning up and adjusting her dress when Zoe came. Okay, lovebirds, you gotta untangle yourselves. You guys are up, she said, smirking. Yes, please do. Stop reminding us single ones that we are single, Erin said, standing beside her. We stepped out. Kami got a spot backstage where she could see us well, and we ascended the stage on cue. The blinding lights and sound from speakers was something I wanted to get away from. Damn, we are models, bro, Ryan said through our mind links. Guess so, I replied, smiling. The show was a success. Our designers that were around tried to get our contacts to see if we could come model for them, but unfortunately, that was not in any way our line of work, so we had to decline. Zoe treated us to dinner in a restaurant. Okay, let me make a toast, she said while we were eating. Okay, go ahead, Zoe, Kami told her. First, I would make a toast to my amazing self. We all but my parents rolled our eyes, and also to my very amazing soon-to-be brothers-in-law for stepping in. And of course I would not forget you, my amazing best friend, sister, and pest, Kamila. And also to a very amazing lady I just met, Sarah. And you guys, Ian and Marie. I guess we are one big family. You get a toast too, Aaron. I did not forget you. Really, no handsome, cool guy for me? He asked. Oh, police. You are not in any way handsome and cool, Zoe and Sarah said. Kamila, it has been a week since Zoe's fashion show. The guy's family returned while Sarah stayed behind and is living with Zoe now. I was in my office working on some designs for work when Leslie came in. You have a meeting in 5 minutes, she said. Thanks, Leslie. I will be out soon. She nodded and left the office while I grabbed my file, filled with designs, and left for the meeting room. The meeting room was a cozy-looking room with super comfy couches. It is painted in different colors: white, purple, lilac, and a tiny hint of gold with frames adorning the walls. It was very comfortable, and sometimes I sit in there to brainstorm. I took my seat in an armchair facing a couch reserved for the clients. Beside was a table holding a plate of snacks and drinks. The door opened and they came in. A couple, from what I could see. The lady was pregnant. I stood and faced them. Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Drew, I said, giving them a handshake. Nice to meet you too. Please call me Carl, and this is my wife, Sophia, Carl introduced. I nodded, smiling, and we took our seats. Carl and Sophia are moving out of their penthouse into a more suitable house since they are starting a family. The house was just a small apartment with 4 rooms, the dining room and a study. So, a room as the master bedroom, a room as nursery, one as the guest room, while we just leave the other comfy enough. I repeated what I had on my notepad as Carl nodded in agreement. What theme do you guys have in mind for your room? I asked. Honestly, we have no idea. I wanted something warm, while Carl here wants something masculine, which means we haven't decided, Sophia replied. I haven't argued about it ever again since she released the hormone bomb on me, Carl said, acting like he was whispering, but of course Sophia heard him and she slapped the back of his head. I laughed as Carl grumbled, rubbing the place she hit. Well, we can use you two style in a room as long as we mix the right colors, and voila, you're masculine and warm in the room, I told them. How about the nursery? I asked. Oh, it will be totally divided into 2, Sophia said happily as she rubbed her belly. Same gender or different? I asked. Different. I was hoping we could use purple and blue, Sophia said. Of course we can, Sophia. I am just here to help you perfect whatever idea you may have and suggest some to you, I told her. The meeting ended after an hour and a half, and I left to my office to see Dylan seated behind my desk. Hey, Firefly. How are you? He asked. I'm good, just a little tired, I replied, resting my head on his chest as I snuggled close. Soon I felt him stroking my hair. Want to nap a little bit? He asked. Even if I didn't want to, your fingers' magic is making me to. I mumbled and he chuckled. Where is Ryan? I asked, already yawning. He is home, while I'm going to stay until it's time for you to get home. Sleep now, Firefly, he said. I napped for an hour and a half before waking up, and I worked on the designs for Carl and Sophia's house. Dylan just sat beside me and also gave me some ideas. You are so good at this, I told him as we both designed the kitchen. Ryan is better. I am the architect between us both. I am sure he will love to help you with the rest, he replied. Speaking of which, how do you think is going with your company? I asked. Well, Aaron closed it, so it will be reopened when we go home. You could even partner with us, Dylan said. Soon it was 5 p.m., my closing time. I shut down my system and packed my bags and laptop, leaving for home. "Want to eat out?" Dylan asked as he drove out of the parking lot. "Well, I would really like to mix cuisines right now. Let's just order in," I replied. "What are we getting?" he asked. "Pizza, meat lover, some Chinese and Italian," I replied. He nodded, smirking as he sent all I said to Ryan. We arrived home, and I went in to see Ryan in the living room watching Wednesday Addams. He stood up and hugged me before leaning to merge our lips. I also kissed him in return, wrapping my arms around his torso. "How was your day?" he asked when we stopped. "It was okay, and yours?" I asked back. "Chilling. Took care of your glass house again," he replied, making me groan. "You are a lifesaver. I always neglect it for a while, and going back in there is always a shitload to do," I told him. We kissed again, and I left to go shower, then dressed into a comfy nightdress before leaving my room. Dylan and Ryan already arranged the living room. They pushed the couch back and laid a protective cover on the floor and arranged all the food we ordered on it. Blankets were by a corner waiting for when we planned to cuddle. "What movie are we watching?" I asked, joining them on the floor. "A Fast and Furious marathon," Ryan grinned. "That sounds fun." We ate and watched the movie. Almost at the ending of part 1, we had finished eating, so we quickly cleaned up before continuing the movie. My back was to Dylan's chest and my legs on Ryan's thighs as we all cuddled under the huge blanket. It was already 11 p.m. when we finished the last one, Fast and Furious 9, Fast and Furious 9. "Let's watch a horror movie," Ryan said as the credits rolled up on the screen. I sat up abruptly. "Nope, nuh-uh. No horror movie," I objected. I don't know how they did it, but few minutes later, we were watching Annabelle Comes Home. Of all horror movies to choose, he chose the one that made me vow never to get such a doll for my child. It got to the scene of the ferryman, and I immediately hid under the blanket. Dylan pulled me that I was now straddling him and hugged me closer. I looked up again to be met with the werewolf monster trying to get those kids in the car. "Ryan, I swear, I will kill you in your dream," I said, glaring at the idiot who chose the movie. He only grinned at me and continued watching. We finally retired to bed around 2 a.m. I only cuddled with Dylan, leaving Ryan as a punishment. "Puppy, come on." I said, "I'm sorry," he whined. "Puppy? Why did you call me puppy?" I asked. "Because if you were to shift into a werewolf, I can see you as a small, fluffy, and adorable puppy," he replied. "Still no cuddle for you," I said as Dylan chuckled. Kamila's POV. I was seated in my office when Zoe called me. "Hey, Bayach, you will never believe who I just saw," she screeched immediately. I picked the call. "Well, good afternoon, Zoe. How are you?" I asked her, rolling my eyes. "I'm good. Guess who?" she asked again. "I have tons of options. Zac Efron, Dwayne Johnson, Vin Diesel, or..." I was saying when she cut me off. "Not any of those guys, but I would have loved to see them instead of the asshole I saw," she said. "Okay, you hate this person. Who is it?" I asked her. "Tony Dawson," she said. And, because I know you, Zoe, you won't call to tell me you saw the guy unless there is something." I said, Okay, you are right. He saw me, asked of you. I told him you got boyfriends, looked shocked, so I told him to have a nice life because you are having one." She recounts and giggled at the end. "You really had fun telling him all that to his face." I smiled. My best friend is just one crazy demoness. After the call, I continued with the idea I was preparing for a client who I am having a meeting with in 2 hours to get his approval for the apartment. I finished with all the rooms yesterday, leaving the gym, kitchen, and game room for me to complete. About 30 minutes later, my phone pinged and I picked it to see a message from Ryan on our group chat. "Ryan, Chowba, Kami. How may I help you, Ryan?" "Just checking on you." How nice of you. Well, I am good. What are you doing?" "Ryan, just chilling. We'll see you during your lunch break." "Kami. Okay, sure, no problems. Be expecting you." "Where is Dylan?" "Cooking fever. Trying new delicacies. We'll bring some over." I dropped my phone and finished up, then arranged the files for the meeting. Seeing as there was nothing to do, I picked my sketchbook and began to sketch absent-mindedly. I was so engrossed in it until Leslie came in to tell me that my meeting was starting in 10 minutes. Looking at my sketch, a very detailed drawing of a large dragon with the eyes a shiny blue, sitting beside the dragon was a girl who was smiling, her back resting on the dragon's side. I picked the file and left the office with Leslie after me. Gerald Ford, the client, was already seated in the meeting room. When he stood, I noticed he was very tall, not as tall as Dylan, though. His blonde hair with highlights of black was kept firmly in place. He was dressed in a black jeans with blue top and a leather jacket. "Miss Woods," he smiled as we shook hands. "Mr. Ford," I replied. "Please call me Gerald. Mr. Ford makes me sound like I'm in my 60s and tired of married life," he said, making me chuckle. "No problem, Gerald. Please, have your seat," I answered. "So, I already designed all I have in mind for your bachelor crib. You may go through it all and see if you want anything altered or redesigned." I started giving him the files I arranged earlier. He nodded, taking the file from me, and opened it. About 30 minutes later, Gerald was done with the whole file. I really love the whole idea, but the last spare room, I would like it to be very warm and comfortable for a kid. My sister always put me on babysitting shifts for her daughter, he said. "No problem. I am guessing a princess-themed room?" I asked. "Oh no, Danny is not the princess type. You can make it science-themed, especially about outer space," he replied. "Okay, I can mail you the results when I am through, so you don't have to come over again," I told him. "Never mind that. I trust you will create something extraordinary that I won't even need to alter anything," he said, and that concluded our meeting. We both left the meeting room. Gerald moved down the hall towards the reception, while I took the other direction, heading to my office. Leslie smiled at me through the see-through wall of her office as I passed by. "You are here early," I said to the person sitting behind my desk. "Only by 45 minutes." He smirked. A call cut my thoughts short. I picked my phone to see that it was my dad, making me sigh heavily and wonder what he wants this time. "Hello, Dad," I greeted after picking the call. "Kamila, how are you?" he asked with his voice that never failed in the course of hiding all emotions except anger and disappointment. He is also the only one who calls me with every single letter in my name. "I am doing well, Dad. And you?" I asked back. "Healthy," he replied. I didn't ask why he is calling, as that would lead to him saying I am too eager to end the conversation between us. "I am having a party this weekend," he started, "and I want you to be there. It is just a little gathering with few friends and families around," he said, and I held back a scoff. Small gathering by my dad could mean a party with 200+ guests. "I will be there, Dad, and I am bringing friends," I told him. "Your only friend is Zoe ever since you broke up with that boy." There it is, the disappointment in his voice. "Well, I made new amazing friends, and we all are coming," I replied. He finally ended the call, and I dropped my phone, rubbing my forehead as I could feel a headache brewing. Ryan noticed this and began to give a massage. "You don't need to say anything else. I heard it all. So I'm guessing your father is not easy to get along with," Ryan said, and I nodded. After 30 minutes of head massage, Ryan and I ate while chatting with Dylan. I napped for an hour and a half. "Nice drawing," Ryan said. I just woke up from my nap and saw him looking at the drawing I just did earlier today. "Thanks," I replied, sitting up and stretched to relieve all the stiff areas in my body. "What made you draw it?" he asked. "Nothing. I just picked a pencil slant soon. It felt like I was in a trance until I finished drawing it." Ryan sat with me as I designed the room for Gerald's niece, giving me ideas and helping with research. We left for home in the evening after closing hours. I met the janitor already working in the lobby, which means we actually stayed a little bit later than usual. Enjoy. Lots of love. Lisbeth Rose, Kamila's POV. I invited Zoe and Sarah for dinner, which is the reason why Ryan and I are setting up the table in the backyard while Dylan is busy cooking. He asked us if pushing Ryan out and carrying me to the backyard can be counted as a form of request to leave the kitchen, as Ryan and I were having a taste of every and anything he left on the counter. Ryan even told him that he should think of it as the reality cooking show, Chopped. After setting the table, we also arranged the living room since we planned for a movie after dinner. Ryan got tons of blankets and pillows that I didn't even know I actually had that much in the house, but I guess my love for blankets guaranteed the fact that I bought at most 3 new blankets every month. He made a pretty large fort that we will all be comfortable inside with no problem. The opening was facing the television, making the whole thing more comfortable. Ryan even added few lights around it, making it light up beautifully. Zoe and Sarah arrived just after we finished placing the dishes on the table. Ryan got the door while I went in to get the jug of orange juice. I guess we are having a non-alcoholic evening. "Hey, best friend," Zoe said as she hugged me. That was when I noticed a mark peeking out of her dress by her collarbone. "Hey, what mark is this?" I asked, moving her dress so I could see it well. It looked like stars held together by vine with flowers. "Sarah marked Zoe," Dylan said. "Is it how all marks look?" I asked, looking at the guys. Ryan shook his head as Dylan spoke up. "No, every mates have different mark. No mates ever has the same mark." We sat by the table and everyone served themselves before we began to eat. "So what do you want, Kami?" Zoe asked. "Dad said there's a light gathering with family and few friends," I told her. "Nope, I'm not coming," she said, shaking her head sideways. "Please, I can't deal with the wolves I call family alone," I pleaded. "That doesn't mean you should also throw me into the den filled with all killable individual," she replied quite dramatically. "Why are you two behaving this way? You said it is a small gathering, Firefly. You should be comfortable with them," Dylan said. I shook my head wide-eyed. "Oh, not my family. They are too overbearing. You said my dad can't go without wishing I did something better with my life. I mean, I wanted to become an artist, but he said he didn't want me homeless, so I chose something else. My stupid cousin Marissa, who works in my father's law firm, will be around me bragging about making my own father proud. My sister, well, she is just like me, but has more backbone than I do, and she already put my dad in his lane and only comes around whenever she wants. Few aunties asking about my relationship status, then try to match me with some arrogant idiot. Trust me, a lot always happens. My mum is the only one that makes everything less crazy and infuriating. I don't think I actually breathed through that. That sounds like a truckload of migraine-inducing," Ryan said. "It is migraine-inducing, so please, everyone on this table is coming with me," I told them. "Everyone? I am not good with those kind of people. I might punch one or two," Sarah said. "Be my guest. You can punch as many as you want. Just come, don't let me do this alone," I pleaded. Dinner ended in my favor. Everyone is coming with me. "Well, I guess I am in charge of dressing everyone up," Zoe said as we cleaned the kitchen. "I don't need a dress, Zoe. I have tons from you that I haven't worn," I told her. "Okay, we will dress here and leave together," she continued. No problem with that. Soon we were in the first facing the television, scrolling through Netflix, Prime Video for a movie to watch with no decision made after an hour. "Let's just watch something old," Sarah suggested. "I vote Pitch Perfect," Zoe said, and we ladies immediately nodded in agreement. "No," Dylan said as he groaned. "Yes," I whined, mimicking his tone. "If you are guessing we started from part 1, then you guessed right. We began from the first part." Dylan kept mumbling, snacking on the popcorn. Ryan, on the other hand, was actually singing along quietly, but because he was hugging me, the guys placed me between them, hugging me tightly, I heard him. The Pitch Perfect marathon ended and we switched to Transformers, on the guys' request. Everyone else had no problem with their choice because who isn't a fan of Transformers? "Okay, enough for tonight," Dylan said, turning the TV off. We didn't even bother leaving to our rooms, but instead fell asleep in the fort. Not our fault, it is very comfortable. In fact, I am rebuilding in a corner in the living room, so we won't have to disarrange it all the time. The day is Saturday. My dad's event is tonight. I am meeting with annoying family members. My dad might find out about me and the guys, leading to a huge argument. Ugh, those crazy aunties. I am so dead. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. Those are the only thoughts swimming and occupying the thinking and reasoning portion of my brain since it registered what today actually is. Zoe, Sarah, and I are all in room dressing up while the guys are probably finished and waiting in the living room. Soon we were all dressed up, just adjusting few things here and there. We left the room and saw the guys snacking in the kitchen. They were both dressed in almost similar outfits. Scratch that. It is similar except for the color and their style of hair. "Looking chic and sexy, ladies. Are you sure we are not going to a club?" Ryan said. "Nope, I am off to trouble some troublemakers." I replied. The drive to my dad's house is an hour more or less. We left at exactly 20 minutes to 7 p.m., meaning we should be there by 7:30. I played the playlist Zoe and I made, which means it contains tons of Olivia Rodrigo, Taylor Swift, Jennifer Lopez, Anne Marie, and many more. We sang along to some songs until mine and Zoe's favorite came in, Snap, and if one more person says you should get over it, oh, I might stop talking to people before I snap, snap, snap. Oh, I might stop talking to people before I snap. Snapping 1, 2, where are you? You're still in my here! Snapping 3, don't need you here anymore. Get out of my here! Jesus Christ, my poor eat drums, Ryan said, wincing. Are you trying to say we can't sing? I asked, glaring at him as I crossed my arms over my torso and my fellow ladies in the car copied my actions. He shook his head violently. Of course you ladies can sing. It's just that you were too loud for the proximity. Help me out here, bro, he said to Dylan. Do not bring me into this. I am driving. The betrayer of a brother replied. We all stepped out of the car after Dylan found a parking space. Usually we would have gone through the house into the backyard, but to prolong the time before I come into contact with any older 80s around. We went round the house to the backyard, and yep, I was right, 100+ guests. We walked in and soon blended with the crowd. I'm going to go say hello to my parents, I said to the guys. Want us to come with? Ryan asked. Nah, never mind. Just avoid a blonde, real-life Annabelle whose name is Marissa. I told them, patting their biceps, and made my way into the house. Mum was in the kitchen, so I moved closer to her and hugged her from behind. Kamila, how nice of you to remember your mother still exists, she said. I never forgot anyone, Mum. You know how much I love to avoid Dad. Be thankful I even showed up, unlike Serenity, who is just a ghost, I told her. It is good I still have one of my daughters showing up once in 3 months. Poor me, she said quite dramatically, making me shake my head at her theatrics. Mum, there is something I would like to tell you. I started preparing to tell her about the guys. If you are pregnant, just make sure the guy responsible is out there, she said. What? No, I am not pregnant, but there is a guy out there. Actually, there are 2 guys, I said, waiting for her response. You mean you are dating 2 guys? Are they brothers or friends? She asked. Twin brothers, I replied. And they both love you, and you them? I nodded. There was a pregnant silence between us until my mum squealed. Yep, she squealed. I am so happy for you. Go say hello to your dad, and you should take me to see them. She smiled, hugging me. I knocked on the door, hearing a faint come in. I opened the door and walked in, closing it behind me. Evening, Dad, I said as I walked closer to his table. Good to see you are here, Kamila, Dad said. I nodded, smiling. Why aren't you down with everyone else? I asked. Was on my way, just finished a meeting, he replied, downing the last of his whiskey, making me wince. The highest amount of alcohol I could consume is at most a 25% alcoholic drink. After Dad left the office, I went in search of Mum since she mentioned meeting the guys, but I saw her with a lady. I know this lady. She never let me go after seeing me. Mum turned and saw me, but I quickly shook my head, mouthing no, and ran away in search of the guys. One my way, I saw Zoe and Sarah by the bar talking with each other. I only waved at them, and they returned the action, finding the guys with, you guessed right, real-life Annabelle beside them. Ryan looked like he was about to cry, while Dylan looked super-duper uncomfortable. Who did you guys come with? I heard her ask. With me, Marissa, I replied behind her. Kamila's Povey. With me, Marissa, I said to the real-life Annabelle in my front. She turned around to face me. Kamila, didn't know you were here already, she said in her ridiculously high-pitched voice she uses around guys she wants to prey on. Behind her, the guys winced. You probably didn't know because you haven't arrived from hell yet, I muttered quietly, but of course the guys heard. I walked around her to stand between my boyfriends. Marissa looked from me to the guys and back to me again. They came with you? She asked with a disbelieving voice. Yep, guys, meet my cousin Marissa. She is a lawyer. Marissa, these are my boyfriends. I smiled. She was kind of stunned, not saying anything for a while. I felt Dylan kiss my temple before turning to face her. Evening, I am Dylan Steele, and this is my brother Ryan, he said, smiling. I can't believe I actually introduced the guys to this Annabelle doll, but I guess I wanted her away from them. Gosh, I feel so possessive right now. I started back at her. She stared at me and my boyfriend's behind me. Yep, I am definitely repeating that all the time. Excuse me, she said, smiling stiffly, and left us. Boyfriends, huh? Never thought I will ever see you this jealous, Dylan said. I wasn't jealous, just placing boundaries for her. I shrugged. Still jealous? Did you say hello to your parents? Ryan asked. I nodded, and I told my mom about us. How did she take it? Dylan asked as he kept placing light kisses along the side of my neck. She took it like a high schooler listening to the lastest scoop of the week in school, I replied, making the guys chuckle. We chatted, enjoying the evening and avoiding any confrontation from nosy guests around. Care to dance? Dylan asked me. I nodded, and he pulled me out to the small center used as dance floor. I'm surprised my father hasn't come searching for me, I said. Our dance ended peacefully, and we returned to the table by which Ryan stood. I was taking a sip of my cocktail when I turned around to see my dad approaching our table. Beside me was my infamous Annabelle, who had a smug look on her face. Did she actually go to my father? What does she think we are, kindergartners? And the old man sure has the time to listen to whatever she actually ranted to him. Kamila, you didn't tell me about this friends of yours, and Marissa here told me something about you calling them your boyfriends, he said, looking at the three of us. I see she came to you, I simply said. Why don't we take this to my office? He said, and began to walk away, meaning we are to come with me. The guys stood on either side of me as we followed him. Marissa kept staring back at us with a smirk, making me return each smirk with a flat look. She noticed Dylan holding my right hand and Ryan, my left, making her roll eyes and finally faced forward. I noticed Zoe, who hid behind Sarah's much taller frame, making me roll my eyes at the girl I call best friend. Mum noticed the party going into my father's office and joined us. What's going on? She asked as father took his seat behind his desk and everyone found a spot around the office. Well, Marissa brought something to my attention, he said to Mum. And what might that be? She asked, rolling her eyes. If I may add, Mum doesn't like her at all. Kamila here claims these guys are her boyfriends, he told Mum. Oh, I see. And why does that call for a gathering? Mum asked. She is acting like a slut, dating two guys at the same time, and even brought them here with no shame, Marissa said. The guys growled lowly as Mum glared at her. Why are you actually behaving like you have never had a threesome? After all, you were already making googly fuck-me eyes at them, I said. Mum bit her lips to hide a smile while Ryan chuckled. How dare you, she screeched. The guys winced, and I felt sorry for their sensitive ears. How dare I what? Say the truth about you. Oh, please don't act like you don't have a different guy in your bed after every night at a club. Sure, you must have had a threesome with some weirdos, but I do not, I replied, rolling my eyes. That is enough, Kamila, Father said, making me roll my eyes. Of course he would support her. Yes, always supporting her, aren't you? After all, she is the best daughter figure which you never had, I said to him. I allowed you do what you want in your career. That doesn't mean you should go around flaunting the fact that you are dating two brothers, he said. You didn't allow me to choose what I wanted to become, Dad. I wanted to be an artist. You didn't want that, so I chose something more tangible, in your own word. I am almost 30, and I will be in whatever relationship I want. Your input definitely not needed, I said to him. Being an artist, you think all are successful. I helped you so you won't have to be some poor homeless lady living with her parents, he replied. Well, thanks for your help. As you can see, I am not poor and homeless, which means I can do whatever I want to do with my life, I said. Mum, we will be on our way. I will see you another time. This has been an eventful evening. I told my mum and left the office. Sarah and Zoe met us and we went towards the car. It didn't go well, I'm sure, Zoe said as Dylan drove out. Nothing ever goes well whenever those two are involved, I replied, referring to my father and Marissa. I don't know about you guys, but the canapes I had earlier did nothing to ease my hunger, Sarah said. Lucky you, Dylan said, turning the car towards a McDonald park. Dylan's POV. As we ate, the argument between Kami and her dad came to my mind. In all my life, I always thought the girl would always be the one closer to her father. Just like my sister, I remember our dad making Ryan and I train extra hard if we annoy her. She doesn't even call him dad, except it is with contempt. She sat between us, and my brother and I made sure to comfort her. After we ate and used the toilet, we drove back home. We dropped Sarah and Zoe off before continuing our ride home. "How are you feeling?" I asked my mate as I carried her into the house. "Tired, frustrated, really in need of a vacation." She replied, rubbing her eyes cutely and yawning. Maybe you truly need that vacation," Ryan said beside me. "Any ideas in mind?" she asked. I placed her on the couch, taking off her shoes. "Our pack, I'm sure you will enjoy it," I told her. Sounds like a great idea," she replied. "Sleep, we will talk about it tomorrow," Ryan said, and I agreed with him because she was beginning to yawn so much. Dylan's POV. I got up early this morning to prepare breakfast for Kamila. Ryan stayed in bed with her while I got busy. With the final decision to make pancakes, scrambled eggs, sausages, along with some fruits, banana and strawberries specifically, some fresh orange juice. Just in case, I also planned to have coffee made. Starting with the pancakes, I brought out the flour, milk, butter, sugar, and cinnamon powder. Measured the flour first, then added measured sugar and cinnamon powder. In another bowl, I mixed the milk, melted butter, and a little bit of water, then whisked it well before adding to the bowl of flour. Once the pancakes batter was ready, I took out a pan and began to fry. After minutes of frying till the bowl of batter was empty, I switched to fry the scrambled eggs, sausages. After frying it all, I filled the pancake with sausage, eggs, banana, and strawberries taco style and added syrup to it. Around 10 minutes, more or less to Kami's normal waking time. Food was ready and I left the kitchen with a full tray to the bedroom. "She awake?" I asked Ryan quietly. "Nope, sounds like she doesn't even want to wake up," he replied in the same quiet tone. I dropped the tray beside her on the bed and knelt to take a look of her face. "Well, wakey, wakey," I said quietly. She whined and turned facing away from me. I chuckled and leaned over to her ear. "Time to wake up, beautiful," I said. "One more sound, and you are going to the couch for many nights to come." Kamila muttered angrily. "She tends to be violent when you wake her if she does not want to wake up, just like the other time she kicked Ryan off the bed when he woke her up." The stupid ass of a brother whined, claiming to have been emotionally and physically traumatized. 5 minutes later, Kami finally got up with the excuse that she did not want the food to go to waste. She went into the bathroom to brush and do her business before returning. We kissed and began to eat. Kamila's POV. I woke up to see that I was the only one in the room. On the bedside table beside the clock was a letter. On it was the words, "For Luna." I opened to read. "We didn't want to wake you up as you seem to be enjoying your nap as you are very tired. Stepped out to deal with some official business. Call us after reading this, and also there is food in the microwave. You're hot alphas." I got up and picked my phone as I put on my slippers. The call rang only twice before it was picked. "Hey, how was your nap?" Ryan asked. "It was great. I feel so refreshed. Where is Dylan?" I asked back. "Right here, Firefly," Dylan said. "We are actually on our way, so go eat and we can watch a movie," Ryan said. "Sure, or maybe we can tend to my flowers. Together this time," I replied. They chuckled while I smiled, operating the microwave to heat up the food. "Okay, we will leave you to eat. See you in 30 minutes, Dylan said. The microwave beeped, marking the end of the timer. I took out the bowl of spaghetti and sat by the counter to eat after pouring myself a glass of wine. After a few bites, the doorbell rang. I stopped eating, wondering who it could be at the door. The bell rang again, the sound echoing through the quiet house. I left the kitchen to get the door. Opening it, the person who stood on my porch actually made me regret getting the door. Lo and behold, my pathetic excuse of an ex stood in front of me. His eyes wandered around my body, making me wrap the shirt I was wearing that reached my knees tightly around me. I also took in his appearance. He looked leaner than the last time I ever saw him. He already grew beard, but the one thing prominent about him right now is the fact that he looks drunk, and the offensive odor wafting from him confirmed my thoughts. "What are you doing here, Tony?" I asked. "I came to see you. Kami. I miss you so much, and I want us to go back to what we used to be, happy and in love." He slurred. I almost laughed, but I stopped and cleared my throat. "Tony, We are not getting back together. Why would you even come here? I asked. I want to apologize. It didn't mean for it to happen, he said. And you are just showing up. Try something more convincing, Anthony, I told him. You never gave me a chance, he said loudly. Wow, you are such a cheap, lying, two-timing idiot. Kindly leave my house. I said and moved backward into my house, ready to shut the door, but his foot stopped me, and he pushed the door back open, making me stumble. You asshole! I glared at him. It is a new guy, right? That is why you are acting this way towards me. Where is he? He is not the one for you. I am, he said. This time I laughed, imagining Tiny trying to go against Dylan and Ryan. He closed the door behind him, looking at me crazily. What do you think you are doing? Get out of my house, I told him. Tony didn't even listen to me and kept moving closer. I took a step back as he took one closer to me until my back touched the wall. He raised his hands to place on either sides of my head on the wall, trapping me in. You belong to me, only me, he said. He removed one of his hands from the wall and used it to open the shirt I had worn over my top. I slapped him and bolted into the kitchen looking for something to use against me. God damn it. Where are the knives when you need them? I opened the drawer and grinned when I noticed all the knives sitting in it, but a sharp pain on my scalp stopped me from taking one. Tony gripped my hair tightly, dragging me away from the counter. My hand wandered all the surface I could feel for any other sharp object. I felt my plate of spaghetti, carried it, and poured it over my head, hoping it got into his eyes. His grip on my hair was gone, and I ran into the living room in search of my phone, except that it wasn't in the living room, but it was in the kitchen. I remembered the guys saying they will be back soon, so I decided to run into my room and lock myself in. A push from behind made me hit my head on the center table. My vision became blurry, and I turned around to see Tony standing over me. I am so going to enjoy this, he said, ripping my shirt. My hand felt the centerpiece on the table, and I gripped it tightly. Tony leaned down to kiss me, and then I hit the back of his head with the piece as hard as I could, making him go limp on top of me. I pushed him off just as I heard Dylan and Ryan calling my name. Right here, I managed to croak out. Dylan was the first to come in with Ryan right behind him. Dylan immediately carried me away as he glared down at Tony on the floor. What is going to happen to him? I asked. Oh, a lot is going to happen to him, Dylan said, almost growling. The guys called Zoe and Sarah to come over to keep me company while they took Tony to God knows where. The girls helped me with the glass house, and we were there for almost 3 hours. The guys joined us after the second. What did you guys do to Tony? I asked after Zoe and Sarah left as they had to go prepare for a date. Just a little tickle and warning, Ryan said. And by tickle, you mean punch and hit, right? I said. They both nodded. I really need that vacation, I muttered as we settled on the couch. We could go to our pack, Dylan said. When should we leave? I asked. After your birthday? Ryan suggested. Nah, before my birthday. That way I can avoid few family drama, I replied. Okay, I will let Sarah know and we will start packing, Dylan said. A week has passed since the day we decided to travel, and today is the day we are going. Zoe and Sarah already arrived at our place dressed up. We arrived at the airport at exactly 9 a.m. as the flight was scheduled to take off at 9:40 a.m. Only Aaron knows about us coming, so he can come pick us up, Dylan said as we all ate our Starbucks breakfast. I can't wait to go for a run. Dylan's POV. We arrived at O'Hare International Airport after a 2 hours and 40 minutes long flight from New York City. Stopping by the baggage claim area to get our luggage, we stepped out of the airport. Ryan sniffed loudly before sighing. Home sweet home, he said, making me smile. I tried mind-linking Aaron to see if he was close by. We asked him to come pick us up alone so we could surprise our parents and the pack. Good to see you have arrived, he replied. On our way to you, I said. Kami, Zoe, and Sarah walked in front of me and my brother as they chatted excitedly with each other. My mind went back to the incident that happened days ago, and I am still very happy that we got there in time. And of course, we dealt with him for laying his filthy hands on our mate. Flashback. After Sarah and Zoe came over to keep Kami company, Ryan and I left to the corner. We tied the idiot down. He was awake when we got there. "Who are you two?" he asked. "Oh, us?" Ryan said, pointing to his chest. "We are someone who Kami is very special to." The idiot actually chuckled. "Oh, so she is dating you two. Always knew she was a slut," he said, and that did it. I punched him with my shifted fist. "Are you guys crazy? I could sue you for this," he yelled with bloodied teeth. "So could we, 'cause you came into the house to assault her," I said to him, leaving him with a broken nose, bloodied face, and 2 broken ribs. Ryan and I left for home after making sure we looked decent enough. Flashback. We all stepped out of the airport to seat Aaron standing beside a SUV. "What's up, people?" he said, helping only the ladies with their bags. "Hey, what about us?" Ryan asked. Aaron looked at us before sighing heavily. "I ain't no chauffeur," he sassed and walked to the door of the driver's side. Ryan and I placed our bags in the car before getting in. Cammy giggled at our annoyed faces as Aaron drove out onto the roads. "I hope you didn't tell anyone we are arriving today?" Ryan asked after 30 minutes of silence. "Yeah, because I am a kid and do not know the meaning of the word surprise. I told every goddamn person," Aaron replied, rolling his eyes. "You are so going to love it here," Sarah said to Zoe and Cammy. "I can't wait to breathe some fresh air free from New York's pollution." Zoe replied, stretching her body with the little space the car allowed. "We would show you our special spot," I told Kami as she rested her head on my shoulder. After a 2-hour drive, we were arriving at our pack. Looking around, nothing seemed to have changed, just looking more vibrant and organized. We drove further in, finally reaching the place filled with more wolves than humans. Aaron packed the car in front of our parents' house, and just then, the entrance door flew open to reveal the figure of my mum as she looked into the CMAR before her face broke into a wide grin. "I knew I smelled my boys," she said. We all stepped out of the car, and my mum actually hugged Kamila first, then Zoe, forgetting about her actual children. "I missed you two so much," she said, pulling them into another nun-crushing hug. Sarah cleared her throat. "Your actual children are here," she said. Mum only spared us a glance before going inside the house with Kamila and Zoe, leaving me with my siblings and Aaron. "I am not some bellboy, you guys," Aaron whined. Mum turned to glare at him, making Aaron do a 360 turn to get the bags from the car. "I can't believe I fear just your mum more than I fear my own parents," he grumbled, dragging the bags up the stairs into the house. Dad joined us about 30 minutes later, also ignoring his own children. Everyone around greeted and welcomed Kami and Zoe into the pack, especially Kami, as she is the Luna of the pack. We left in the evening to our own house. "Everyone is nice here, and this place is so nice. I would love to draw a lot of landscapes," Kami said. "We can show you the most beautiful places to draw and also relax," I told her. "And you can also see our wolf well. We would take you on a run," Ryan added, and I nodded in agreement. She grinned, saying, "I can't wait." The next morning, everyone already knew we had arrived and also had our mate with us. It was 6 a.m. in the morning, the usual time for running and preparing for training. Ryan and I were still in bed, fully awake, while Kami was still asleep between our bodies. She stirred awake to see us staring at her. "Morning, Firefly," I said. Kami mumbled a greeting and turned to snuggle against my chest. "We have to go, Kami," I told her, running my fingers through her silky brown hair. "Where?" she asked, eyes still closed. "Morning run, and to begin catch up on our training and all," Ryan said behind her, rubbing her arm. "When are you coming back?" she asked, finally looking at us. "In 4 hours," I told her. "I will be here," she said, and closed her eyes to continue sleeping. "See you soon. Mum might want to come over, so be ready in an hour," I told her, because my mum will come over. She nodded and threw the blanket over her head. "You won't even know she is in bed. That is how small she is in the bed. We made this room for when we get a mate. Everything is bigger, so it will be very comfortable for 2 huge guys and 1 extra person. Even our closet was designed to be together. My side is on the right, Ryan's on the left, and now Kami's space between the 2 sides. She also had a dressing table, the vanity with the lights and all, enough space to keep her stuffs. I guess we really wanted to make our mate comfortable. Kami has not explored the house yet, but I am sure she will after getting ready today. Ryan and I only picked shorts to wear since we were going to be shifting for a long time. We left the house and walked down to the spot for training. Aaron, along with some guards, were already waiting. "Morning, alphas," they all said. "Morning to you all. It is good to be back," I said before getting straight into the business, Kamila's POV. I woke up to an unfamiliar room before recalling where I actually was. I sat up, remembering the guys mentioning they were leaving for their morning run and training. I got off the bed and walked to the bathroom to get ready for the day. Everything in there looked so big, even the bathtub. Seems like we would spend a lot of time in there. Before my mind would get all dirty, I looked away and picked my brush, spreading toothpaste over it. Bathing took about 20 minutes before I stepped out of the bathroom to the closet next door. The closet is so freaking big. I could differentiate Ryan's side from Dylan's. The space between was filled with my clothes that did nothing to fill the huge amount space they left for me. I took out a black leggings and flannel shirt with crop top inside with comfortable footwear. After dressing up, I went down into the kitchen and made a bowl of cereals before chatting Zoe up. Me. Morning. Zoe? Morning, boo. Finally awake? Me. Eating breakfast. Zoe? Sarah and I are coming to pick you up. Going around the pack today. Me. Okie dokie. I will be waiting. I washed the bowl after finishing the cereal and used the little time I had to look around the house. The living room is so huge with all you can use a living room, full sound system and all. They also had a sunroom. The room is so beautiful. I could already picture myself spending hours in here. Moving on, I saw that there was 3 other bedrooms apart from ours. The rooms were hardly designed, leaving kind of bare. I went back down the stairs, picked my phone, and stepped out to the back to see a pretty large pool. Gosh, isn't there anything else in this house that is not so freaking huge? I wondered, looking forward to the woods that surrounded the back of the house. I guess they run around here all the time. "Yo, Kami, where you at?" I heard Zoe yell, making me go back inside to meet them in front of the house. "Morning, ladies," I greeted, smiling. They both smiled back before Sarah asked, "Ready?" I nodded, and we left the house. We walked around aimlessly for a while, just meeting people. At first, there was really no one around the area where the house stood until we walked away. I would show you to the pack house first, so quick warning, it is always crazy in there. Miske sure you come out alive, Sarah said, making us chuckle. True, like Sarah said, everyone really wanted to meet us, and some of the kids around were hell-bent in getting us to join their games. Some girls reminded me of the real-life Annabelle I have as a cousin back home. I noticed them talking among themselves, glancing at our direction, and so I did the most deserving thing, ignore them. Sarah took us next to the pack's daycare. It was built so the pack members who had to get busy with their duties could find somewhere to drop their kids off. The kids in there were just too adorable. A particular girl, Sage, really attracted me. She is 7 3/4 years old, in her own words. Her eyes were the brightest green I think I have ever seen, which makes sense with her name. She was drawing when we came in. Turns out she is a very talented artist, and that made me bond with her even more faster. Her mom died 3 years ago during some kind of attack. Her dad works in the PAC's hospital. After spending few minutes with her, drawing and chatting, it was time for us to leave because, according to Sarah, my jerk of brothers have been flooding my head with questions about how the tour is going, so I think you should get back to them. Sage was sad to see me leave, so I made a promise to make sure I would come to visit her every day. I also told her that I would ask her father if she could spend some time with me instead of staying here all the time. She smiled and hugged me, finally releasing me so we could leave. The walk back lasted 20 minutes. Zoe and Sarah left after seeing me off, and I went in to meet the guys in our bedroom. Our bedroom, loved the sound of that. They both hugged me tightly. "We missed you," they said in sync. "It hasn't even been a whole day," I said to them, hugging them in return before running my hands through their silky hair. "It doesn't matter," Ryan whined. "That man-child just acts more childish day by day." "How was your tour?" Dan asked after they released me. We sat on the recliner sofa in the bedroom. I told you everything is really huge. It was great, except we only went to the pack house and the daycare. I replied. And you enjoyed it? Ryan asked. I nodded, smiling. I met a girl in the daycare. Her name is Sage. She draws beautifully, I added. Dylan chuckled. Oh, Sage, for some reason, Aaron and that girl do not get along. Does everyone in the pack actually hates Aaron? I asked. Ryan laughed. I think he did something to her art products, so she hates him ever since then, Dylan said. I would murder him in his sleep if he did anything to my art products, I replied. Maybe that's just his bad luck, Ryan said. Probably, I agreed. Do you still want to look around? We can also get lunch outside, Dylan suggested. I agreed, going into the bathroom to ease myself before we left the house again. We got burger and milkshakes from a shop around. Gosh, why does it taste so good? I said, munching on my burger. They have perfected it. The shop has been in the family for 4 generations, Dylan replied. That is my new favorite spot, I said, slurping the last of milkshake. Where do you want to see next? Ryan asked as we walked out of the shop. I don't know. Show me somewhere interesting, I told him. He nodded thoughtfully before we left in a new direction. Do I have to know where we are going? I asked as they practically dragged me away. Somewhere we are sure you would love to get on paper, Dylan replied. After walking through the forest and going over some rocks and all, we finally arrived at the most beautiful waterfall I have ever seen. Who am I kidding? This is the first waterfall I have seen. But anyway, they led me closer to it, and I noticed there was actually an opening behind the waterfall, Dylan's POV. My brother and I got back home to an empty house, meaning Sarah has already come to pick her up, showing her around. We showered and got dressed before having breakfast. I was the one who booked because, of course, Ryan can't cook to save his own life. His food would just quicken his death. We finished eating and cleaned up. Do you think we should show Kami the spot today? Ryan asked. I nodded. She would love to see it. We could set up an easel and other stuffs there for her. Even though we already had a room with all she could need ready for her, we were sure she would love to paint by the cave. After a while, I mind-linked Sarah for goddess knows how many times, making her yell back at me, saying she is with the kids at the pack's daycare. We settled in the bedroom, awaiting our mate's return. In few minutes, the front door opened and we heard her coming up the stairs. Then her amazing scent, I never get tired of, wafted into my sensitive nostrils. We both hugged her tightly, asking if she enjoyed her tour, even though she only visited the pack house and daycare. She met Sage, Aaron's sworn enemy, and they bonded over their love of arts, taking her to Mia's shop for lunch, which Kami enjoyed so much. Well, everyone enjoys Mia's shop delicacies, as the shop has been around for more than 5 decades, so every recipe has been perfected. After eating, Ryan asked if she would like to go anywhere, but she just asked us to show her anything, and so we left for our spot. Kami was amazed by the waterfall, making me chuckle because she hasn't even seen what is actually behind the waterfall. I placed my hand on her shoulders, leading her to the entrance behind it. Going in was dark at first until we got to our destination. Kami gasped, taking in the view. This is so beautiful, she whispered, awestruck. You haven't seen it all yet, Ryan whispered into her ears as we walked further inside. The next spot was the place we designed to look almost like a room. It had almost everything to make one comfortable. Do you guys spend the night here? She asked, staring at the bed. I nodded, just as Ryan said, sometimes. She nodded and moved to get seated on the bed. This place is so amazing. How did you guys find it? She asked. One morning, during a run when we decided to take a dip in the water outside, swam in and saw this place. Finished designing it about 4 months later with the promise to show to our mate, I replied her. It is so beautiful. Everything is beautiful here, Kami whispered, still looking around. We sat in a comfortable silence. Our mate laid her head on Ryan's laps while her legs were on my laps. When would you like to begin painting? I asked her. Kami looked at me in confusion. But I don't really have much to use for painting. Only brought my sketchbook, remember? She replied. Then we are sure you will love the surprise we have for you, Ryan told her. She sat up looking at Ryan, then me, before asking, What surprise? We will show you later, I replied. No, I want to see it now. Our mate whined, creating a smile on my face because I knew that was what she would say next. You don't want to enjoy this place again, Ryan teased. We can always come all the time, right? We nodded. So, take me to my surprise, pretty please. She continued. We walked out of the cave. Want to ride on me? I asked her. Yes, she replied, blushing, making me laugh as I took off my clothes. I am so sure her mind was in a dirty place. Ryan and I took off our clothes before shifting. Kami picked our clothes as I sat so she could get on easily. She gripped my fur as we began to trot through the forest. Faster! Kami laughed, and I picked up my pace, but not too fast to get her knocked off. Her melodious laughter rang through the forest as we ran by. We arrived at our backyard. Ryan shifted first so he could take Kami off my back, and I shifted next. Then we went in with Kami walking ahead of us eagerly. Puppy, even if you walk ahead of us, you do not know where the surprise actually is, Ryan said, laughing, and I laughed along with him. Kami turned around to glare at us. Which is why I need you guys to walk faster, she said. Getting to the front of the door, I handed the key over and gestured to open it. Ever so slowly, like she was nervous about what could actually be in the room, Kami put the key in the keyhole, turned it, and pushed the door open to reveal her surprise. She gasped loudly, looking around. We made sure the room was the one with a veranda so she could draw outside with a better view. Oh my goodness, Kami said, still looking around. She hasn't even stepped in yet. Do you want to go in, Firefly? I asked her. She nodded as if in a trance and did not even make a move to go in. Ryan chuckled and gently pushed her in. She walked around quietly, touching everything like they were all made of glass. She glanced in our direction every once in a while, and we just smiled, reassuring her. After a few minutes, she finally spoke up. You guys didn't really have to do these. She sounded like she was about to cry, making my brother and I pull her into a tight hug. We don't have to, but we wanted to, I told her. And don't you dare say you don't deserve it, Ryan added. She began to cry. We did this to make you happy. Why are you crying? I asked, pulling away to take a better look at her face. I am just overwhelmed and very happy. Thank you guys so much, she mumbled, rubbing her face in my chest like a kitten. You are welcome, I said. It feels so amazing to be able to do what I love in this room. Thank you so, so much. I don't know who to show you how thankful I am, she said, making me smile. Well, you can thank us by painting a picture of us that is very amazing and exquisite like the others of your work, Ryan said with a chef kiss, making her giggle. Just then, Aaron sent a mind link about rogue sightings. I looked at Kami after telling him we will be on our way. Why don't you get yourself busy? We have to go attend to some pack issues, I told her. She looked up at me and nodded. We left her after kisses on the cheeks and lips, and she smiled at us as we left. Immediately, we left the house and shifted. We were so ready to go deal with these rogues that has been causing trouble around the pack borders. Luckily, they haven't gotten in. Kamila's POV. After the guys left, I looked around my new art room again before taking my seat in front of an easel. Sitting for a while, I thought of what to paint. Then I remembered when we were on our way home. Getting the paints ready, I settled down and began to work, tuning out every other happenings around me, which is what usually happens whenever I am painting. Finally, finishing the last stroke, I looked up to see that it was already dark out. I left the room to see my mates busy in the kitchen. When did you get in? I asked. About an hour and a half ago, Ryan replied. Came to check up on you, but you looked so engrossed, so we decided not to disturb you, Dylan added. Do you want to see what I painted? I asked them. Sure, Firefly, but after dinner, Dylan said. I took my seat with no complaints because I was actually hungry. Dinner was spaghetti and garlic bread. I ate until I felt like a bloated ball. One thing I love about my body is my super fast metabolism. I could eat for a dozen people, but do not add that huge weight. If not, I am pretty sure I will be on that show, My 600 Ibs Life. After cleaning up and putting the dishes in the dishwasher, we went up to dress for bed. Well, the guys dressed while I just put on one of their shirts. We went into the art room and I shoved them in the direction of where I was sitting earlier. They stared at it for minutes, making me more curious until Dylan said, actually, he whispered, Wow, Firefly. This is so beautiful, puppy, Ryan said, still staring at the canvas. You think it is good? I asked. They both looked at me with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me right now?" "This isn't just good, Kami. Any gallery would love to have this," Ryan told me. "I don't know why your father thinks painting will make you a jobless person living with her parents, because I can see you going places if you were a painter," Dylan said. "It has been 2 weeks since we came here. I have even fallen into a routine. Wake up to see the guys off for training, then sleep for a while before getting ready to hang out with Zoe. Sometimes Sarah also joins us. This morning, Sarah spent the time in, and instead of exploring like we usually do. I was busy having a conference call with Leslie. She took over for me temporarily as she is just as great as I am in the job. So, when are you returning? She asked. I don't know. I love it here, I replied. We ended the call and I went in search of Zoe, meeting her in the sunroom. I took my seat, but she didn't seem to be concentrating on her surroundings. She blinked after a while and turned to face me. What was that? I asked. Mind link, I can speak to Sarah telepathically because she marked me, Zoe explained, and that made me realize that the guys haven't marked me. They never even brought it up with me, trying to rush me, but I didn't even feel rushed. We have been together for almost 7 months now. I guess that will be our topic of discussion during dinner tonight. In the evening, Dylan and Ryan got home with the message that their mum invited us for dinner. I went into the room to get dressed. October was already getting quite cold, so I dressed warm enough. Speaking of October, I wonder if they do Halloween party. I went to meet the guys and we left the house taking a stroll to their parents' house. Do you guys organize Halloween party? You know, the trick-or-treats trend, I asked. Yes, we do. Why do you ask? Dylan asked back. Well, it's the month of horror. We got to start making preparations, I replied, making them chuckle. Sure, no problem. You will soon see the changes, Dylan said. Oh, Kamila, Marie said, hugging me. Then she pulled me in, leaving the guys behind. We got into the kitchen, and I saw Zoe, Sarah, and Ian. Evening, Ian. I greeted him, and he smiled. That sounds better than you calling me Mr. Steele like you work for me. So how are you enjoying it here? He asked with a smile on his face. I don't think I have ever seen him without a smile. Wow, Mum, what a way to treat your sons, Dylan said as they joined us in the kitchen. Oh, please, you'll live, she told them. Soon we were all seated at the dinner table. Ian at the head of the table, Marie opposite him. One, his left hand, was Sarah, and Zoe, on the right-hand side, was me and the guys, and of course I was seated between them. Dinner was lively. Marie made sure to entertain Zoe and I with stories about our mates. Of course, they could not do anything but groaned all the time. The stories were funny. Imagining the guys climbing trees and acting like monkeys made me laugh. After dinner, we moved to the living room, and Marie took out a photo album that had pictures of the guys from 0 years old. She also gave Zoe Sarah's photo album. It was almost 10 p.m. The guys and I were on our way home when I brought up the topic that has been at the back of my mind. Why have you guys not marked me yet? I asked. We can't mark you without your consent, Cami, Dylan said. But you guys never asked, I replied. We thought you would like it slow. Ryan was the one to reply this time. Well, I think you guys have given me enough time, and I want you to mark me, only on one condition, I said to them. What is that? Dylan asked, seeming eager. I want it to happen at our spot, I replied. Are you sure, Kami? You want it to happen? Ryan asked. I nodded. Yes, tonight, I replied. Next thing I know, we were back home. The guys packing all we would need, and soon I was on Ryan's back as he and Dylan ran in their wolf form to the cave. We got in and dropped everything on the bed. I don't know why, but I was so eager and also nervous. Let's take a dip, Dylan proposed, and I nodded, already stripping so I could get into the waters. The guys joined me few minutes after I jumped in. We were quiet, staring at each other. Dylan was the first to pull me closer, and our lips met, getting tangled in a kiss. Kamila's POV. I woke up the next morning in our room. As I sat up, I recalled the dream I had. Gosh, I can't believe it was all a dream. I chuckled, sitting up just as the guys came in. What's funny? Ryan asked. Just a dream, I replied. Good morning, Dylan said, leaning down to place a feather-like kiss on my lips before standing straight up. I smiled up at them. What happened last night? I asked, because all I remembered was Marie feeding me so well. Dylan chuckled. Mom fed you so well you actually fell into a food coma. You were acting kind of drunk last night. He replied, I can't believe that. The last time such a thing happened, I was in high school. Get ready for the day. We prepared breakfast for you. Then you can enjoy your day with Sarah and Zoe, Dylan told me. I nodded. Actually, I am picking Sage up and we will spend the day painting at home, I said. Okay then. I went into the bathroom to wash my face, then brushed my teeth. After that, I took off the shirt I had on and got under the shower. Dressed in a gray turtleneck top and black jeans to keep myself warm, as today is kind of chilly. I left the room after picking my phone, went down to meet the guys in the kitchen. Eat up, Dylan said as he dropped my plate on the table. Thank you, I said to them both with a kiss each. After eating and cleaning the whole kitchen, we left to the daycare to pick Sage up. Immediately, the guys and I came in, the little ones excitedly greeted in their high-pitched voice. Good morning, Alphas and Luna. I giggled, kneeling to their levels, and they all came forward to hug me. Throughout the whole time I had spent here, we have all become close. You didn't come yesterday, Xander, a 5-year-old, said. We became after he asked me why I was the alpha's mate and not his, because I am so beautiful. Well, I came to say hello today, I told him. After spending about an hour with all of them, Sage and I to go back to the house. Are you ready to paint a bigger picture? I asked her because this will be her first time using an easel. Yes, I am. But what if the painting comes out weird? She asked back. This is your first time. Of course it won't come out fully perfect. But as the saying goes, practice makes perfect, so I am sure you will get it in no time, I told her. We got into the art room the guys prepared for me. Sage looked around, completely awestruck, and I am sure that is exactly how I looked the first time I saw this room. We settled to draw after I showed her how to set up her easel. I sat still for a while, thinking of what to paint, and the dragon I always sketch came to mind. I decided to paint it since I had always sketched it and had never painted it before. We were busy till lunchtime, which was when Zoe came in. I come bearing sandwiches and juice, she said, making Sage giggle. Leaving our work, we sat on the couch in a corner of the room to eat. It is your birthday tomorrow, you know? Zoe said to me. Yeah, and am I going to spend it in? I replied. She gave me a look and didn't even argue. What have you planned, Zoe? I asked her, dropping my sandwich back onto my plate. Oh, nothing much, just a gathering of us, the guys and their parents, she replied. At least it wasn't something big, so I agreed. And I have your birthday present, she squealed. I shook my head at my hyperactive friend. After eating, Sage and I continued painting while Zoe kept us company. We finished few hours after lunch, all done. I said, first turning to check on Sage. She looked concentrated. A few minutes later, Sage finished and smiled at Zoe and I. I am through. Zoe and I checked her work first. It was a picture of a lady. She was smiling happily. Looking closely, I could tell she resembles Sage so much. Same hair, face, and nose except for the eyes. Your mum? I asked. Sage nodded. She looks so beautiful, Zoe said, and I nodded on agreement. The woman looks so beautiful in a painting, making me wonder how much more beautiful she looked in person. Are you taking it home to your dad? I asked. I don't know if Daddy will like it, she said, looking down at her feet. Oh, I am sure he would love it, Zoe said, exaggerating the love in her sentence, making Sage giggle. Later, we packed it up, and Zoe and I escorted Sage home. We are going shopping tomorrow morning since the party is at night, Zoe told me. I told me it is a small gathering. Why do I have to dress up? I asked her. Because it is your birthday, she replied sassily. How was your day? Dylan asked as we ate dinner. Very amazing. Every day here has been so amazing. Almost makes me not want to go back, I replied. When do you want to go back? Ryan asked. I could tell that they have never thought of me going back to my place. I don't know, I replied, and we ended the conversation there. I could tell the guys did not like the thought of me going back, even if it is for a short while. Nope, not the one, Zoe said to the third dress I had tried on that morning. I don't care, Zoe. I am tired already, I told her. We have only spent 2 hours in here. Don't be such a lazy ass, she said, giving me another dress to go try on. Finally, this is it, Zoe said. This time, the dress was a petal pink dress that reached above my knees. It was all glittery because of the tiny diamond-like stone that were scattered around the body. After buying the dress, we left the boutique with bags of goods because Zoe won't stop buying clothes. "Sit your ass, let me do your hair," Zoe told me. We were getting ready for the gathering. Zoe keeps calling it a small gathering, but I'm finding it hard to believe her, but I just let it go, waiting till it's time. After my makeup and hairstyling, she got me into the dress. My jewelries were part of their birthday presents for me. We left the room to go downstairs after Zoe was finally satisfied with my look. Everyone else were at the back of the house. Truly, like Zoe said, only the guys, Sarah, Marie, and Ian, were present. "Happy birthday, Kami," they all said. "Thank you all," I smiled. It was a very quiet gathering that I enjoyed so much. Everyone gave me a present. Zoe and Sarah got me a husky puppy. His eyes were so blue that I named him Sapphire. His fur was pure white with hint of black around him. I could tell that he is one playful puppy as he kept jumping around me. Dylan and Ryan got me a handmade bracelet. It has a wooden wolf charm and a star. We ate while chatting, and soon everyone left. Dylan played a song out loud after he and Ryan cleared everywhere. "Care to dance?" he asked, reaching out his hand. I giggled and took it, and he pulled me up on my feet. Ryan was right behind me as they both held my waist. "Dylan, Ryan," I said. They hummed. "I don't want to go back. I want to be with you forever," I told them. We stopped dancing as they looked at me. "Are you sure, Firefly? You have a job there," Dylan said. "I am my own boss. I could branch out here, as long as I am always with you," I replied. They hugged me. "I am so glad," Dylan said. "And also I want you guys to mark me," I whispered. They both looked so happy. "Really?" Ryan asked. I nodded. "You guys have given me enough time, if that is what you are thinking about. I want it to happen at our spot," I replied. In less than 20 minutes, we arrived at the waterfall. The guys shifted and ran with me on Ryan's back. "You guys, we didn't even pack anything," I said. "We don't need to," Dylan replied, and we went in. Did I get you guys in the beginning of this chapter? Anyways, they are marking her this time.
Yay!
Dylan's POV. I woke up to see Kami still asleep. Ryan was already awake, just staring at her with a small smile on his face. "We should take her back to the house," I said to him. After he agreed, we dressed up and left the cave. Even as we walked and ran some distance, Kami didn't even stir awake, showing how tired and exhausted she actually is. We got home and took her up to the bedroom and got her comfortable on the bed, placing the duvet over her body. After that, we showered and got ready for morning training. "Hey guys," Aaron said, grinning stupidly. "Stop grinning. You look like you are about to poo," Ryan said, mirroring my thoughts. He frowned at us but still grinned again. "So you guys finally marked your mate," he said. "How did you know?" I asked him. "I don't know. Last night the change was obvious. You guys didn't probably notice, but it was like a power surge," he explained. Training lasted for 5 hours, then we left to our office with Aaron and head of patrol for discussions concerning the rogue sightings around the pack. "When was the last sighting?" I asked. 3 days ago, they were seen from afar, but did not make any move to come closer. Xander, the head of patrol, said, "Make sure there is no opening for them at any time. Every grounds must be covered every minute," I told him. "And make sure no one is taking unreasonable breaks." Ryan added, "Yes, Alphas," he replied and left the office. "So when are you having the Luna ceremony for Mila? After all, you two already marked her," Aaron asked us. "Tomorrow evening, and why do you call her Mila?" I asked him. "That is our nickname. I call her Mila. She calls me Ronnie. You don't have to be jealous," he said, grinning. "Just get out of our office," Ryan said. He only chuckled and stood to leave. Ryan and I left the office to go home. "Do you think she is awake?" Ryan asked me. "Maybe, maybe not," I replied. Kamila's POV. I woke up in our room, but the guys were not around. I guess they brought me back from the cave and left for this morning training. Getting up, I left to the bathroom to get ready for the day. I was in the shower when I heard the guys come in. "Morning," I smiled. "Morning, Firefly. Mind if we join you?" Dylan asked. "Yes, I am almost done, and you guys are extremely sweaty," I replied. The guys were quiet, making me look out for them. Just then, they both came in, brushing their sweaty body against my clean one. Ryan grinned cheekily. "Ooh, I think we are all sweaty and need to shower," he said. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock, I mumbled. We showered with me finishing earlier and I left them in the bathroom. I got dressed in an orange crop top and jeans with my usual Vans. I sat down in front of the vanity to style my hair when the guys came in. Ryan glared at me as I giggled looking at them through the mirror. Put your hair up today. We want to see your mark all the time, Dylan said. I focused on packing my hair up. Why did you leave us in there? Ryan asked. Oh, quit whining, I said. Such a baby, I thought. We heard you, Dylan said. Heard me say what? I asked. You calling Rye a baby? You can hear my thoughts? I asked, looking at them wide-eyed. They nodded. Well, we just marked you so our minds are intertwined for now, but we can teach you how to block us if you want to, and speak to us telepathically, Dylan explained. Because you are the Luna of this pack, you will be connected with the pack the same way after the Luna ceremony. Ryan added, we left the house to Ian and Marie's house. Marie was so happy when she opened the door for us that she left the guys outside again, leading me to the living room to see Ian. Morning, Cammy. Congratulations, Ian said. Thank you. I replied, smiling as I picked Sapphire as he was already running around and through my legs. Good morning, Sapphire, I said, kissing his snout as he licked my face. Little guy was very good last night, Ian said. Thank you for keeping him for the night, I told him. It was no biggie, he replied. Breakfast is ready. Marie called from the kitchen. I placed Sapphire on the floor and stood to walk to the kitchen with Ian. Of course, Sapphire tagged along. I regret agreeing to Sarah and Zoe getting you this puppy. He is already becoming clingy. Dylan mumbled, and Marie whacked his head with the spatula she was about to drop in the sink. We all sat to eat amidst laughter, friendly chats, and all. Kami, what do you think about having your Luna ceremony tomorrow evening? Marie asked. Tomorrow evening? I asked back, surprised it will happen so fast. Yeah, could have been thus evening, just thought you would like some time to prepare, she replied. It is no problem. I look forward to it, I said. Dylan and Ryan left for work with their father also, so I stayed with Marie for a little while until Zoe came to pick me up. Where are we going? I asked her, holding Sapphire in my arms as she pulled me to walk faster. To pick out clothes for the ceremony, she replied. Nope, I am not going shopping. We just did yesterday, I told her. Nobody said anything about shopping, silly. We are going through your wardrobe. She rolled her eyes before continuing to pull me until we got back home. I placed Sapphire on the floor so he could wander about and get familiar with the house. Getting to the bedroom, Zoe was already busy in the closet, so I left her and picked up my sketch pad to keep myself busy until she finds the right outfit. Busy with shading, I heard Zoe yell, Yes, this is it. Kami, get your annoying cute self in here. I dropped the sketch pad back on the table and joined her in the closet. What do you have for me? I asked her. This. She grinned, showing me a dress I don't remember ever getting. Where did you get that? I asked. My ass, try it on, she said, giving me a flat look. After trying the dress on and Zoe picking my jewelry and other accessories, we left the house to go visit the children. I took Sapphire with me in case some kids would love to play with him. Like I guess, everyone was preoccupied with Sapphire, holding, petting, and giving him treats, and the playful puppy, of course, enjoyed all of the attention he was receiving. I made you this for your birthday, Sage said, giving me a folded sheet of paper. I unfolded it immediately to see a sketched picture of me. It was so beautiful that I fell in love with it at once. Oh my gosh, Sage, this is beautiful. I will make sure to frame it and hang it at home, I told her. After spending time with everyone, we left to go eat lunch at the usual cafe. So you're not moving back home, Zoe said to me, taking a bite of her strawberry croissant. Yep, I'm going to start up here, I replied, nodding. Sarah and I have decided that I will only be going back if there is a big event about to happen, Zoe told me. Sounds good. Gosh, I can't believe how much our lives has changed. Never did I ever think of moving, I said. True, it was the evening of the Luna ceremony. To be honest, I was very nervous because the guys said the whole pack will be in attendance. Zoe, Sarah, and Marie dressed me up, and after it all, I was in love with my look for the night. The dress was matched with a pair of black sandals so I would be comfortable through the night. Perfect. I can't wait to see the look on my brother's face. Sarah said. I am sure we will find them drooling, Zoe added, grinning. Exactly, Marie said, smiling. We left the room and went down to join everyone in the living room. Aaron was the first to see me. Wow, looking good, Mila, he said as I grinned. Dylan and Ryan turned around immediately as their back was facing me. They stepped forward and took my hands. You look beautiful, Firefly, Dylan said, leaning in to kiss my cheek as Ryan kissed the other. Everyone left to the ground where the gathering was happening. How many people are in the pack? I asked again after taking a look at the amount of people present. Roughly 1,000 as at recently, Ryan replied. Ryan and Dylan went up the setup platform first to address the pack, and it felt so nice to see how much they were loved by everyone. Brothers and sisters, we are gathered here tonight to welcome the newest Luna into the pack. When we met our mate for the first time, the amount of joy we felt was sky high, Dylan said, smiling. Some of you have met her one-on-one, and I am sure you can agree with me that she is a very selfless, beautiful, both in and out, and in woman. Ryan continued, if these two cheesy men are saying all this now, I can only imagine how our wedding bows are going to be. After a thunderous round of applause, the guys called me up to join them. An elderly man joined us holding an antique-looking bowl and knife. They both had the same design carved on them. Do you, Kamila Woods, agree to do your duty as a member of this pack, to abide by the rules, to be fully responsible and be of great help to the Alpha? He asked. Even though it was just few words, I could feel the responsibility that came with those words. Taking a deep breath, I looked at the guys in their eyes, from Dylan to Ryan, and said in a loud voice, I do. The man gave me a little cut in my finger and let the blood drip into the bowl along with Dylan and Ryan's blood. I kept staring at it as the blood swirled in the bowl, and then something magical happened. Thoughts on the chapter? Kamila's POV. Our blood became a silver liquid and moved out of the bowl in the form of a ball into the air. It shone a little bit brighter before popping like fireworks over the whole place. Everyone were amazed that they kept talking about it, even after the ceremony. We were gathered in Marie and Ian's living with the elder man that conducted the ceremony, trying to find out the cause of what happened. The last time something like this happened was years ago, the 10th Luna that came before you. The elder, whose name I learnt is David, said, What does the whole thing mean then? Dylan asked him. Luna Catherine then was a hybrid, a wolf and a witch, making her very strong. After the Luna ceremony, it was recorded that the prosperity of the pack increased tenfold, an occurrence in which she was mainly involved in, as it was her fight and hers alone. David replied, So, what you are trying to say is that our mate will have to face some sort of occurrence because it is her fight. She doesn't even have any special ability to protect herself. Ryan said, You do not know that for sure. David sighed. Wait, you mean I might have some powers? I asked, staring wide-eyed at him. He shrugged with a blank look before taking a sip of his drink. What's going to happen now? Dylan asked. We wait and see, and everything will fall into place. David uttered before standing to leave. We will call for you when we notice anything, Dylan said, and he only nodded before leaving the three of us in the living room. Marie and Ian came in to take their seats. You three should retire for the night. Today has been quite tiring for you, Marie said, smiling. 2 days has passed since the Luna ceremony. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened except for the fact that I think I am seeing and hearing things. I did not dwell much on it so the guys would not notice anything wrong with me. Zoe, Sarah, Sage, and I are hanging out at the guys, and I place planning the Halloween party coming up during the weekend. Treat or tricks will begin around 4 p.m. and end by 7 p.m., so the party may begin by 8, I said. What games are we going to set up for the kids? Sarah asked. Well, I saw some Halloween games on Pinterest, so I have ordered them all, and also our costume. Zoe replied, What are you dressing as? Sage asked them. Wednesday and Enid. Zoe grinned while Sarah rolled her eyes. What about you, Cammy? What did you get for you and the guys? She asked me. Well, they are going as Frankenstein 1 and 2, and me as the Bride of Frankenstein, I replied, also grinning. Dad got me a Velma from Scooby-Doo costume, Sage said. I'm sure you will look so good in it, I told her, smiling. Everyone left, leaving me alone in the house. Getting bored, I left to go bake in the kitchen. While I was busy in the kitchen, I looked out to see a figure standing in the backyard, only for me to blink and she wasn't there again. Seeing things definitely, I muttered. I left the kitchen after putting the tray of cookies into the oven and setting the timer. With a bug spoon and the bowl of batter, I settled to feed myself. Looking to my right for a brief period, I saw the figure again. From a closer look, I realized she actually looks a lot like me, a mirror image. Geez, scared me there. Whoa, look a lot like me, I said. You are me, and I am you. She said, Dylan's POV. The reports of Rogue was becoming very annoying. Luckily, our defense is good enough that they haven't been able to come into the pack. Other packs have also reported sightings. If this continues, there will be a meeting of all Alpha very soon. Hey yo, Alphas! Aaron's obnoxious voice invaded my hearing. What do you want? I asked him, closing the file on the Rogue issue. Nothing really. Was just on my way to go visit Luna, heard from a little birdie that she made some mouth-watering cookies. He grinned. Are you spying on our mate? Ryan asked him. Of course, I have to. She is always making delicious treats these days. Aaron replied shamelessly. You need a mate, I told him. I know, right, but till then, your mate is taking good care of me, he replied. What are you wearing for the Halloween party? Kami said, no costume and you will get an ass whooping. I'm sure you don't want that. Ryan grinned. Of course, I will be going as Black Panther, the idiot said. Make it a little bit real asswipe. Black Panther is black all the way, I told him. You two are just mean bullies. I am going as Loki for real, he replied. Good for you, I said. I heard Kami picked your costume. I can't wait to see you too. He grinned before leaving the office. Do not finish the cookies, I said after his retreating figure. Can't promise that, he snickered. Let's just go home. Ryan groaned after closing another file. Read my mind, I replied, and we left the office. Getting home, Kami was in the kitchen with Aaron as they both munched on the cookies that was in a bowl between them. We said you should not finish the cookies. Ryan glared at Aaron. Calm down, you ogre. Your mate kept a special batch of cookies for you two, Aaron said, rolling his eyes. Everyone settled and continued eating the cookies along with a glass of orange juice. In 30 minutes, the 3 bowls of cookies were empty. That was some afternoon snack, Aaron said, rubbing his stomach. The costumes are coming in this evening. I can't wait to see them, Kami said with a smile. What are you dressing these 2 guys as? Please tell me it is Captain Underpants, Aaron said. No, but you will see tomorrow night, our mate replied. Tonight is the Halloween night. Kami asked us to be home 2 p.m. because the makeup will take a long time. Turns out we are going as Frankensteins and the Bride of Frankenstein. Kami spent her time with the makeup on us as she wanted it to look extremely realistic. Sometimes she paused in between to go attend to the kids at the door for treats or tricks. My makeup and dressing was finished first, so she kept me in charge of treats or tricks. And of course, I chose tricks, majority of the times, until Kami came to threaten me with spending a week in the couch away from her at night. We were finally ready around 7:30, left for the pack house where the party was taking place. Going in, we saw Sarah and Zoe dressed as Wednesday and Enid, respectively. Isn't it meant to be the other way round? I mean, Sarah is the werewolf here, so she should be Enid, Ryan asked. Sarah's personality fits Wednesday more. Leave us alone. Zoe sulked. Kami laughed at them, shaking her head. Luna, one boy called, smiling. Xander, Kami said, smiling back. He hugged her tightly. Looking dapper, little man. She continued. The boy was wearing a Thor costume, completely even with the hammer. After he exchanged pleasantries, he left us again. Many kids kept greeting Kami as we walked into the party to meet our parents. The kids really love you, Ryan told Kami, and I them. Kami smiled. We joined our parents. Dad and Mum were dressed as Gomez and Morticia Adams. Looking amazing, Marie, Kami squealed as they hugged. Thank you, darling. You also look beautiful, Mum told her. Around 11 p.m., only the adults were at the party. There was a bonfire in the backyard, which everyone sat around. Tonight was so good, I said to Kami. She smiled, looking at me, the light from the bonfire shining on her face. You are welcome. Let's play a game, Zoe said, sitting on Sarah's lap. What game? Kami asked her best friend, looking at her suspiciously while the other grinned. Heads up, or kiss, kill, marry, Zoe replied. Let's play kiss, kill, marry, Zoe said. What's are you playing? Mom asked, joining us with Dad. Kiss, kill, marry, Sarah replied. Kami, you go first. Jason Derulo, Sam Smith, and Joker, Zoe said. Kiss Sam Smith, marry Jason Derulo, and kill Joker, Kami replied. The game continued until everyone decided to retire into their homes. A.N. Long chapter today. Lot of love. Lisbeth Rose. Dylan's POV. It has been a month since Kamila's Luna ceremony, and she has adapted well to her role as the Luna of the pack. She always spent her time with us in the office before leaving early in the afternoon. Because of that, we redesigned our office to have an extra desk and chair for Kamila, making her have her own space to work when she joins us for the day. I have a proposal for you guys, Kami said that morning, dropping a blue file on Ryan's and my table. What about? Ryan said, opening it to read at the same time that I did. She made a proposal to establish a vocational school for the pack. We can build it outside the pack so other people who are not even member of the pack can enroll. Kamila's idea was very amazing, so we decided to begin working on it in a month. Are you hungry? Ryan asked, and I looked at my wristwatch to see that it was almost lunchtime. I would kill for some burgers and fries with chocolate milkshake right now, Kami replied. Funny, I smiled. Why is it funny? She stared. That is exactly what was made at the pack house, I replied, closing the file on my table. Then, let's get going, Kami said, already walking out of our office. We joined her and began to work down to the pack house, which is just 20 minutes away from our office space. How is it going with the alpha meeting coming up? Kami asked. She walked between us with me on her left and Ryan on her right. Well, a specific date and venue has not been set yet. It has to be in a neutral place since some alphas can be overbearing about having the meeting on their grounds, I replied. Am I going with you guys? She asked. If it isn't that much of a distance, Ryan told her. Third person's POV. Kami and her mates arrived at the pack house where everyone greeted them as they waltzed into the kitchen. Alphas, Luna. Freya, the lady cooking, greeted them. It is good to see you, Freya. Where's my plate? Kami asked immediately. The guys chuckled as Freya took out a plate of burger with abundance of fries along with a tall glass of chocolate milkshake. Kami sat and began to devour the meal. Freya dropped 2 plates for the alphas and they also joined her in eating. While they ate, Sarah and Zoe came in. Holla biscuit, Zoe said to Kami, who looked up from her food for the first time since she began to eat. Her cheeks were stuffed, making her resemble a chipmunk. Ooh, why are your cheeks all stuffed, making you look like Theodore? Zoe asked, making her friend roll her eyes. They finished eating and settled down chatting, but the guys had to leave because of some problem happening by the pack border. The ladies were still chatting when an alarm and the pack mind link was filled with the instructions that every child and those who can't fight should be taken to the safe house. Let us go, Sarah said, leading her mate and Luna out of the pack house towards the direction of the pack house. What's wrong? Zoe asked as they ran. Some rogues made it into the pack. We have to make sure everyone is safe, Sarah replied. They were almost close to the safe house. It was designed to have a protective layer of silver covering it after it has been locked from the inside, making it impossible for the wolves to break in. Few steps away from the entrance, 2 rogue wolves appeared in front of the 2 ladies. Fight. We have to fight. Kami could hear a voice in her head. Run inside immediately, I shift, Sarah yelled to the other 2. After she said that, she shifted and engaged in a fight. Kami and Zoe ran towards the safe house. Zoe went in and hit the button immediately, only to look back and see she was the only one that came in. Kami, no, Zoe cried. Meanwhile, Sarah, who was still fighting the rogues who already increased in number against her. She was already pinned down by one of the wolves when she saw him burn to ashes right on top of her. She looked to her right to see Kami, only she looked extremely different. Her hair were glowing. The normal brunette hair was almost red. Her eyes were electric blue. The other rogues did not even have the time to attack the new source of offense before they were on fire. Kami only glanced at Sarah after making sure she was okay. She began to run and soon appeared in a clearing where majority of the fight was taking place. Moving closer, she burnt every rogues in her way, and that made her mates notice her presence. "I asked you to get them to the safe house. Why is my mate here?" Dylan growled, questioning his sister through the mind link. "We were attacked close to the house. I couldn't take them there fully," Sarah replied. In few minutes, all that remained of the rogues were ashes as Kamila incinerated them all. Only one was spared for questioning. Dylan and Ryan shifted back, getting pair of shorts to wear, and moved toward their mate, who was still glowing. The light around her died down, and she looked normal. Kami looked to see her mates moving closer to her, and she smiled. She took a step, but black spots clouded her vision until all she saw was black. Dylan moved faster to catch his mate before she fell to the ground. "Put him in a cell and make sure he is watched at all times," Ryan instructed regarding the prisoner they had before running to the PAX clinic with his brother, who was carrying Kamila. The doctor began to attend to her immediately. Zoe arrived with Sarah a few minutes later. "What happened?" Dylan asked his mate's best friend. "Sarah asked us to run into the safe house and lock the door immediately. I already hit the button when I noticed Kami was not behind. She was slow on purpose and made me believe she was right behind, so I would lock the door." "What happened? Why is she unconscious?" Zoe asked after explaining what happened. She was not herself. Dylan simply replied. Before Zoe could ask what he meant, the doctor stepped out to meet them. "Luna is okay. She is just exhausted and fainted because of that. She should be by tonight," the doctor said. Dylan and Ryan nodded, thanking the doctor before they all went into the room where she was. Dylan and Ryan stayed in the room, not leaving their mate once, as they recalled all they saw earlier. Meanwhile, at the PAX southern border, a figure showed itself to the wolves patrolling. "Show yourself," one of the wolves said. The figure took off the cloak, revealing a masculine face with silver hair. "Greeting, gentlemen. I am here to see your Luna," he smiled. The wolf mind-linked his Alpha. "Alpha," he said. Dylan frowned, hearing one of the guards mind-link him. "What is it?" he asked. Ryan was quiet, just listening. "A man is here, asking to see the Luna," the guard replied. The statement made them more attentive. "Oh, my name is Val," the silver-haired man said, still smiling. "Says his name is Vale. Keep him there. We are on our way." The two alphas left the clinic after ensuring everything was okay to the southern border. "Where is he?" Dylan asked immediately. "Right here, alphas. Nice to meet you," Vale said from the top of a tree where he was seated. "Who are you and how do you know our mate?" Ryan asked him. Vale jumped off the tree, landing in front of the two men. "Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Val, a loyal servant to Reyna," he said. "And who is Reyna? What does she have to do with Kami?" Dylan asked. "Oh, Reyna is your mate. She is a part of Kami, your mate. Who do you think appeared today?" Vale asked, still smiling. Third person's POV. "Now that you are assured that I am not a threat, should we go somewhere more comfortable?" Val said. They led him to the office to continue discussing with him. "What do you mean by Reyna is a part of our mate?" Ryan asked immediately they settled in. "Now let's take this from the top. I will tell you a story. Long ago, when all supernatural exists not as a myth, there was a forest called Arethel. Arethel was a huge forest, home to many of different kinds: elves, dwarves, fairies, sprites, witches and wizards, dragons, and so many more. Everyone went about their daily business without affecting one another. The dragons were the ones who were always on their own at all times. Now, there was a little girl who was loved by all of the people of Arethel Forest. Every single creature loved her in their own way, even though she stayed mainly with the witches and dragons. Her name is Reyna. Reyna was not a witch or a fairy. She just had her special ability that made her extremely different and gifted. The dragons loved her so deeply that one of them became her fated companion. Val stopped letting all he had said sink in for the two men seated in his front. "If she existed years ago, why is she back as our mate?" Dylan asked. Reyna's powers attracted someone to her. Draca, who is like a prince of darkness, greedy for power that he wanted to make himself the strongest to ever exist. He wanted to capture her, take her powers for himself. This caused an uproar in the forest. Everyone who loved her fought alongside to defeat Draca, but it was a tough battle. Reyna got injured. She knew Draca would get to her considering how severe her injury was. With the last of her strength, she made herself disappear. It was almost like I saw her become a star in the sky. After that, I was put to sleep along with her fated dragon Kai. Only when she is back will we be awoken. I woke up years ago and have been wandering trying to find her. It was a little over a month ago when I felt the power coming from this place. And thus, here I am. Vale explained to them. Any questions? He said. What are you? Ryan asked. I am a hybrid, actually, fairy and witch. That explains my silver hair. Vale replied. The forest Arethel, does it still exist? Dylan queried. Vale nodded. Are you also bonded to Kami? He asked again. Vale smiled and nodded. The guys left to see Kami again after making sure a room has been prepared for the guest. Their parents were also there with her. Heard what happened. Who is the guest? Ian asked. Some witch. We will talk about this later, Dylan replied. What exactly is going on? Zoe asked them. It is better we discuss it all after Kami wakes up, Ryan said, looking at his mate's sleeping figure. Dylan and Ryan stayed with Kamila even after everyone left for a while. Vale joined them in the ward late in the afternoon. She should be waking soon, he said, walking into the ward. How did you find us her? Ryan asked him. The bond. We are closer, and now that she has unlocked her true self, I can sense her anywhere, Vale replied. Just then, Kamila stirred, groaning, making all three males in the room move closer to her. Her eyes flutter open, and she tried to sit up. Dylan, who was closest to her, assisted her, positioning the pillow behind her back. What happened? Kami asked. You don't remember what happened? Dylan asked back. We were going to the safe house when Sarah got distracted by two rogues. Zoe and I continued to run then. Did I really do all that? She asked, looking at them with wide eyes. You remember, Ryan said. Kami nodded. She looked round the room and saw the last person who has been quiet just staring at her. Vale? She mumbled. How did you know his name? Dylan asked. I don't know, I just do. What's going on? How was I able to do all that earlier? Kami asked. Dylan was about to reply her when Camila's eyes became completely white, no sign of her pupils. What? Ryan looked alarmed. Calm down, she is just in a space, probably communicating with Reyna. Vale told them. Kamila looked around only to find herself in an unfamiliar place and not the hospital room with her mate. The forest looked extremely beautiful with lots of flowers. That was when she noticed some petals made a path for her to follow. Walking down the path was a quiet journey, and she got to the end of it to see a person sitting on a huge rock while petting a rabbit. Hello? Kami said, unsure if the person could actually hear her. The person looked at her smiling, and Kami realized that they actually look alike, except for the red hair and eyes the stranger has. Kami, sit please, the lady said. Where am I? Kami asked, sitting on the rock beside her. Just a place in your subconsciousness where I can talk to you well, she replied. I don't even know your name. My name is Reyna. So why are you in my subconsciousness? Kami asked her. I am a part of you. I have always been with you, only the right thing was needed for my awakening, Reyna told her. So we are the same, just different personalities? Kami asked. Yes, but we are still alike, very much alike. But why? Why is all this happening? We have a war to finish, one I couldn't millions of years ago, Reyna told her. So who are we fighting against? Kami asked. Draca, you will know more when you wake up, Reyna said. Wait, will I see you again? You will not see me. We are now one after this, but I am in your mind, she explained. The whole place became blinding bright until Kami could not see anything again. Third person's POV. Kamila became conscious again to see her mates and Val in the room with her. Welcome back, Vale grinned. Kami rolled her eyes at him. Hey, don't give me attitude. I have had enough from years ago. He whined with a pout. How are you feeling? Dylan asked, ignoring the childish hybrid in the room with them. Good, Kami smiled at them both. So, now you know all that is going on? Vale said. To cap it all, Reyna is my other self, which makes me get powers. Draca is the enemy, and a battle from centuries ago might continue. Kami replied him. So now that you are aware, once you are fully recovered, training will begin. You have gained full control over your powers. What happened earlier was just a burst of emotions, Val said. Who will be my teacher? Kami asked, confused. Val rolled his eyes. Who else? Me, of course. Okay. And also you would meet Kai. Do you want to visit the forest? Val asked her. I can go there? Kami asked back, surprised. Yes, of course. The forest still stands strong as ever. It is only cloaked from ordinary eyes. Val replied. I will love to go. Kami smiled. It was already evening. Dylan was about to step out to get something to eat for his mate when Zoe and Sarah came in. Brought dinner for everyone, she said, holding up a huge basket for everyone in the room to see. You are a lifesaver. I was starving. Val said, taking the basket from her and going towards the table on the other side of the room to go through the items in the basket. Zoe only spared him a glance before facing Kami with a smile. Immediately, she slapped her twice on her shoulder. Ow, what was that for? Kami asked, glaring at her best friend as she rubbed the spot that was just abused. Why would you trick me like that earlier today? What if you didn't have some superpowers and got yourself injured? Zoe cried. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have done that without knowing anyways. Kamila replied, pulling her friend into a hug. Zoe calmed down and sat beside her best friend, hugging her tightly. Stop hoarding her, Ryan told Zoe. I will hoard my best friend for tonight, so deal with it, Zoe said, rubbing her head on Camila's shoulder like a kitten. Dylan and Ryan did not argue with Zoe anymore, and they all settled to eat. Val, on the other hand, was almost finished with his own share of the meal just when everyone began to eat. Kamila's povey. I woke up the next morning alone in the ward. After cleaning up, Vale came in to join me. Morning, Red, he said with a smile. Red, what sort of nickname is that? I asked him. That is what I used to call you then, because of your red hair and eyes, he replied. Will I still get the red hair and eye? I asked him. Yep, probably when you are in a full state of using your powers, Vale explained. Ugh. I am already tired of sitting in here doing nothing, I groaned, falling back onto the bed. Let's do something, Vale said. I held out my palm, trying to concentrate on creating a tiny flame. Vale decided I can start practicing my powers little by little until I can start making it big and all. After a few minutes of trying, my whole fingers on my right hand lit up like a match. Hey, you did it, Vale cheered, making me giggle. All while in the hospital, I got to control tiny flames, but we agreed not to go any bigger unless we want to burn the room. Up next, wind, Vale grinned. What are all my ability anyways? I asked him. Hydromancy, which is the control of water, pyromancy, control of fire, aeromancy, air, and also earth control. You can communicate with animals, healing abilities, and probably more you have yet to discover, he replied. Wow, I have a lot to learn. It won't be that hard. Everything will come back to you at some point. Anyways, do you want to visit Arethel? He asked me. I would love to go there, I smiled. Good, or else Kai will fly his big head here. Vale rolled his eyes. Won't he be seen? I asked, worried. Don't be worried, the giant dragon has a cloaking spell. He can fly over anywhere, anytime. Hey, Boo, Zoe said, walking into the room. Zoe, how is it going in the outside world? I asked. Vale snickered. Why are you acting like you've been in insulation for years? Zoe rolled her eyes, giving me a paper bag. That is because that is how I feel like, I told her. I looked inside to see different varieties of donuts. You are a lifesaver. I blew a kiss to her before digging in. Zoe only rolled her eyes. The guys asked me to get you ready. You are leaving this evening, she said. I nodded, still munching on my donuts. I showed Zoe some of the stuffs I am already able to do. That was first, she said, smiling. Well, just like Val said, it will be kind of easy for me to grasp them all since I have a past record of using my powers, I explained to her. Evening finally came and I was completely up and ready to go, only waiting for my mates since they insisted on taking me home. 30 minutes later, in which 20 minutes of it was me becoming impatient, the guys showed up, Dylan coming into the room with Ryan behind him. They both moved towards me and we kissed. Ready to leave? Dylan asked, picking some of my stuffs in the room they brought over for me. Never been so ready, I replied, walking ahead of them out of the ward. As we left the clinic, I noticed every member of the pack were more respectful and greeting me at every chance they got. What is going on? I turned around, asking my mates, shifting my gaze from Ryan to Dylan, expecting an explanation. Everyone knows what happened. So well, their respect for you increased tenfolds, I guess. Dylan said, shrugging like it was no big deal. We got home and I went up to our room, falling on the bed. I missed you, I muttered to the bed. You missed the bed and not us. Dylan said, and I looked up to see them standing by the doorframe. I saw you every time, but not my baby. I replied and laid back to continue caressing the bed. Your baby? Dylan arched a brow. I nodded and shooed them away. What do you want for dinner? Ryan asked. Spaghetti. Anything else also works. I replied. I was left in the room while they went down, probably to the kitchen to get busy for dinner. Laying on my back as I stared at the ceiling, I heard a voice in my head, Kami. Huh? Wait, Raina? I thought. Yes, are you ready to train and master our powers? She asked. I guess so, but totally not ready for anything else, I replied. Everything will fall in place, and you will be ready for whatever comes your way, she said. Anyways, tell me about Arethel and your life there. Oh, and Kai, I said, Kamila's POV. Arethel is a very beautiful forest. Everyone lived together in harmony. The witches and warlocks, the dragons, pixies and fairies, elves and dwarves and centaurs. We all lived happily and did not bother each other. The witches are known as the healers of the forest because of every potion they make all the time and spells they could use to heal people. The dragons reside by the mountains and are like guardians, as well as the centaurs who resides by the mountains on the other side of the forest. The elves are the best blacksmith, goldsmiths, and locksmith in the forest. They can make any weapon, which are always unique for every patronizer they get. The dwarves are the miners. They are always by every mountain as they go in to mine every single day. They sell some of what they mine and keep the rest to themselves, making them very rich. And us? Well, according to Meredith, the witch who took care of us. She found us in the forest, wrapped only in a little blanket. It was like whoever left us there actually wanted us to be ravaged by wild animals, but I guess they did not know the type of forest Arethel was. As we grew older, we became friends with all other creatures in the forest. We was just 8 years old when Meredith found out we have powers, not just one. Soon it became unbearable sometimes and hard to control, making us have teachers. And that is where Vale comes in. He was our guardian when we was little, and he became a friend as we grew older. Soon it turns out we could share bonds with other people and made a bond with Kai and Vale. Also, Polito, our bunny. Seems like I have so many pets, I said. Yes, we do have many companions. Raina said, I wish I could remember everything. You would, days from today, and by then we will fully be one, and already in control of our powers once again. I closed my eyes, intending to take a little nap, and soon I was fast asleep. Wake up, Firefly. Dylan's familiar voice stirred me awake from slumber. What's up? I asked him. Dinner is ready, and it is already late. He smiled. I smiled back, pouting for a kiss. We should stop now, or I will end up being the only one having dinner between us tonight, he told me. We could have desserts, I replied with a sly grin. Of course, we were not planning on going to bed without a long overdue dessert. I heard Ryan say and turned to see him by the door smirking. He walked in and pulled me off Dylan's laps, and I wrapped my arms around his neck, facing him. Let's go get dinner. Desserts can't be kept waiting, he said. Of course. I pecked him on the lips. More, Ryan pouted. I laughed and kissed him this time. Ryan bit my lower lips and slipped his tongue into my mouth. Dinner is waiting, Dylan said, cutting our makeout session short. Don't be a spoil sport. You had enough time with her, Ryan replied. Dylan only rolled his eyes and walked ahead of us out of the room. We followed him too, and by we, I meant Ryan still carrying me as he walked. My mouth began watering when I saw the meal on the dining table. Down, down, I said. Ryan set me on the ground, and I moved closer to check out every single food on the table. I took my seat and served myself a bit of everything, not even minding that I have the guys with me. She gave us up for food, bro, Ryan sniffled. Sorry, guys, food and chocolates are my first and second love, I told them, grinning. They took their seats on either sides of me. And which spot do we take on that list of things you love? Dylan asked. Fourth. I can't forsake yogurt, I replied, grinning. Ryan shook his head, smiling, and we ate in silence. Kamila woke up to the sound of scratching on the door. She got up and opened the door for her puppy, Sapphire. He jumped onto the bed, making himself comfortable, and Kami joined him, and they both laid on the bed, doing absolutely nothing. Almost an hour later, Kami finally got up to get ready for the day. The day was kind of chilly, so she picked out something to keep warm. Sapphire followed her out of the room, and they both went down to get breakfast. "Hey," Kami heard someone say when she reached the kitchen, making her shriek, and a ball of flame flew across the room towards the spot where the voice came from. "You can't go around putting people on fire," Vale said. "You can't keep coming out of anywhere like some teleporting demon and scaring me. Then maybe I won't have to put you on fire," Kami told him as she brought out a pan. "I was not creeping. I was here the whole time and just call out when I noticed you," he said, sitting on a stool by the kitchen island. "Let me see you first," Kami said. She took out a loaf of bread, chocolates, and butter. "What are you making?" Val asked, looking at her like an eager child. "Watch and see," Kami simply said. She cut the crust of the bread away and flattened it out with a rolling pin. After that, she cut out some chocolates and rolled the bread around the chocolate, sealing it with melted butter. She fried them all until the breads were a little brown and the chocolate was melted in it. Making enough for herself and Vale, she made extra for Aaron, who always come around to snack on anything and everything. Very nice," Vale munching on the pieces on his plate before downing it all with a glass of orange juice. "I take it that you enjoyed it all," Kami smiled. They ate and cleaned up the kitchen. After that, Val and Kami took a walk through the pack before arriving at a clear space. "This looks good. We can use it as our training spot. I don't think the werewolves uses it," Vale said. Okay. I like it anyway," Kami replied. "Okay, let us start with meditation," Vale said, sitting on the grass, and Kami took off her jacket, sitting in front of him. "Having powers like yours means you need to have control over your emotions. Meditation helps to keep calm as you find your inner peace. Once you find your inner peace, using your powers without your emotions greeting the best of you," Vale explained. "So, I need to meditate, find my inner peace. So using my powers without an outburst of emotion will be impossible," Kami said, and Vale nodded. Kami took a deep breath, closed an eyes, and tried to clear her mind. "Keep calm. Clear every unwanted thoughts out until you feel so light and free," Vale said in a calm, steady voice. Sitting for almost an hour, Kami was quiet, but one could tell that she was not successful in her meditation. "I am so not getting this," she said, opening her eyes. "Well, you are not calm, for starters, so let us get you calm. I don't know if this still works, but I remember you were not good at meditating then, so I always had to do this," Vale said, standing behind her. "Do what?" Kami asked. Just then, she felt Vale massaging her scalp. "Oh." Kami closed her eyes, enjoying the sensations running through her scalp. "Now try again," Vale said. Kamila finally succeeded after a while, and soon she was extremely quiet and still. Vale slowly moved away from her and sat on a rock, staring at her. He heard footsteps approaching them and turned to see Dylan and Ryan. He quickly signaled to them to be quiet by placing a finger on his lips and pointed towards Kami. They nodded and quietly walked to where Vale was seated. "What is going on?" Ryan asked. "She is just meditating, and I guess it is going good seeing how still she is," Vale replied quietly. "When is she going to come out of it?" Dylan asked. "I don't know. Might take hours, the whole day. But since this is her first time after a long while, it might not be that long. I can recall her staying this way for a whole day into the night back then," Vale replied. "If she is like that for the night, do you move her from her spot and maybe take her in?" Dylan asked, not liking the fact that his Lunan will be here at night. "Yes. I mean, she is always so into it that she doesn't move for the whole day and night. Works well for her. Reina once told me that she is always training while she is like in a realm while meditating," Vale replied. The two alpha kept watching her. They even changed into their wolf and sat beside her quietly. Meanwhile, Kami was wandering around in a place that looked like a garden. She finally spotted a figure sitting, but she somehow knew that it was Reina who was seated. "Reina," she said, sitting in front of her. "Kamila," Reina said with a light smile. Kami could see how much they looked alike, except that Reina's eyes were red in color, as well as her hair. Kami looked around her and noticed a very clear stream showing her reflection. She looked the same, except that her own eyes were blue. "Where is this place?" Kami asked. "A place in our mind where we feel the calmest. Back then, whenever I meditate and get here, it makes it easy for me to train. Everything here is a teacher. You just have to connect with them all." Reina explained. "And how do I do that?" Kami asked. "Close your eyes, stay calm. When you feel that tingling sensation, I don't know how else to put it. Just, accept it, welcome it," Reina said. Kamila closed her eyes, trying to feel. Her mind felt extremely calm, unlike the first time when she tried to meditate. She opened her eyes to see herself in the presence of different beings. Vote, comment, share, and follow. Much love. Lisbeth Rose, third person's POV. "Good to see you here, Kamila," one of the two males in front of Kami said. Okay. "Do I know from years back or something?" Kamila asked. "Yes, we are here to guide you on how to connect with your teachers," the second male said. "So you are not my teachers?" Kamila sat on the rock as she gestured to do. "No, we are not. You may call me Reax and my brother Nox," Reax replied. The two brothers moved closer and placed their right palm close to her face. Once connected, you can feel them with you whenever you want to train, as they shall guide you. You and Reina will also become one. Her memories will be yours and yours, hers. Kamila felt a presence in her head. "I am Cylon." More filled her mind, making them all a total of 5. And their names were Ziraz, Niara, Yolan, and Kal. After that, memories began to flash through her eyes, almost like she was watching a fast-forwarded movie. The movie of memories ended, and she felt herself completely become one with Reina. "This is the last time you shall hear from me, Kamila. But know this, we are the same and we are stronger," Reina's soft voice said for the last time before finally fading away completely and forever. Kamila opened her eyes to see herself in an open space. It looked so serene and quiet. A huge, beautiful tree stood in the middle of all the flowers, giving the air a calming fragrance. Beyond the tree was a thick forest and a river flowing, making a guggling sound as it rushed by. She then noticed figures standing not too far away from where she was. Walking close, she recognized them as her 5 teachers from the mental image she got of them earlier. "Amazing view, am I right?" Niara asked, and Kamila nodded. Now that she was seeing them well, she could notice different features they all possessed. Cylon looked rigid and tall, full of muscles and all. Cal looked so slim that Kamila thought that a heavy wind could actually carry him away. Zira's face looked the youngest, and he looked like someone who had seen smiling even during a nap. Niara looked young, but Kamila felt that look were deceiving. A mere eye contact made her conclude that Niara is not as young as she looked. Yolan also had a serious face. He was the most underdressed out of the 5 of them. Everything about him was stiff, even his smile. Kamila spent more time with her new teachers, getting to know about all they will teach her. "Will I see you out of this world?" Kami asked when she was about to leave. "Yes, very soon, but for now, every meeting will be here." Cylon replied, and she nodded. A gentle breeze blew past, and Kami closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes, Val and her mates were sitting right in front of her. "Oh good, these 2 brutes were about to carry you back to the house," Val said, gesturing to the other men beside him. "It was already getting late. What did you expect us to do?" Ryan rolled his eyes at the annoying mixed breed. Dylan carried Kamila bridal style after seeing that she was feeling weak in her legs, and they left for home. "What do you want for dinner?" Dylan asked, looking down at his mate. "Anything will do. I am starving so bad." Kamila groaned, swinging her legs as she began to gain more feeling in them. On returning home, Kamila was sent up to freshen up while the men prepared dinner together. "What are you doing here exactly?" Ryan asked Val, who sat on the kitchen island munching on a bowl of fruits. "Waiting for dinner. Also, I have to ask Cam how it all went." Vale shrugged before placing a strawberry on his outstretched tongue and rolled it back in as Ryan looked on, disgusted. "What's up with the nickname? Enough of the nicknames for my mate," Ryan said, glaring at an unbothered Vale who kept eating. "What's going on?" Kami asked, walking into the kitchen. "Nothing. Your mate is just being a caveman," Vale replied, grinning at Ryan, who only rolled his eyes and joined Dylan, who chuckled as he gently stirred the sauce on the stove. Dinner got served and they say down to eat. Dylan, this is heaven. Vale groaned as he took the first bite of his meal. Thank you, Vale, Dylan replied as he stared at Kamila, who was busy devouring her pasta. Enjoying yourself, Firefly, he finally said, making Kamila look up from her plate, few stands of spaghetti still connected to the ones in her plate from her lips. The three men laugh at the view. Kami chewed finished and drank some water before glaring at the men. Don't give us that look. You should have seen how you looked, Val said, still laughing. You too, couch for a week, she simply said, pointing at her mates, and continued to eat. The men looked at her in disbelief while Val continued to laugh. And you, she pointed at Vale. No breakfast, lunch, or dinner here for a week, she told him. Hey, no, come on, you can't do that to me, he whined. Kami only ignored them all and soon dinner was over. They cleaned up together and Vale left to his room at the pack house. Dylan and Ryan followed Kami towards their room. I said couch for a week, so she went in and returned with pillows and blankets. Sort yourselves out. With that, she slammed the door in their faces, leaving no room for pleads or argument. Come on up, Sapphire. The bed is all for us tonight, Kami said to her puppy, ignoring the voices calling out to her outside the room, and fell asleep. Actually tried to fall asleep but could not due to the whining men outside the door. One more noise, and I will be adding one more week. With that threat, the room was finally quiet, and she soon fell into a deep slumber. Dylan and Ryan grumbled under their breath as they made their way to the guest room. Do not forget to vote, comment, and share. Also, I created an Instagram account for my books. Follow me at Liz, Bethrose, Kamila's POV. 3 weeks already passed since I began to train, and it is already a piece of cake for me to connect with my teachers mentally. We haven't gotten any rogue attacks since the last one, but other packs have experienced more than one, meaning we should be expecting another one. Well done, Kamila. Doing good with your defense today, Salon said when we finished sparring. I smiled, saying few words of gratitude. Let's see how good you are now, Niara said, immediately attacking with a gush of wind. I countered it with a wind/, cutting it off. We continued that way, Niara switching between air, fire, and wind, and me counterattacking and also attacking whenever I saw a window. Zira's also joined in, making it a 2 versus 1 fight, trying to counter Niara elements, and Zira's spell attacks got me fully occupied until I was able to redirect a wind gush from Niara to Zira's, taking him down and drenching Niara in water, finishing up. Niara took the water out of her attire, getting dry back, and we all sat back on the grass. You are doing good. Guess we will have to try Cylon and Zira's together, Niara said, grinning. You are so hell-bent on killing me before I even face the real enemy. I groaned, laying on my back, staring at the sky. You have to ready for any situation, and all this are the simplest of any that will happen, Yolan said in his ever-so-serious tone, making me roll my eyes. Okay, you are going with Lanny. Niara grinned as Yolan rolled his eyes at the annoying nickname Niara, and I decided to call him. We both giggled as I stood to face Yolan. I want to try something new today. We are going to try fighting while levitating, Yolan said. That's right. Yolan has the gift to manipulate only wind, unlike Niara, who manipulate all elements, and he is a great fighter like Cylon, making combating against him a real piece of work. We levitated into the air and got balanced. Moving freely, get used to the flow of being in the air before we begin, Yolan said. So we tried few exercise like running and all in the air, and soon it turned into a light combat. I lost my focus and almost fell face first into the ground a few times, so we stopped at that for the day. Coming back, I left for Dylan and Ryan's office, while Vale skipped to the pack house in search of something to eat before joining me there. Hey guys, I said, walking into their office to see them seriously discussing with Aaron. Hey Firefly, how was your practice? Dylan asked as they all smiled. It went well. I'm getting good with combating, and now I'm going to start to combat in air, I replied. Ooh, badass, Aaron grinned. So what's going on? I could sense you guys were having a serious discussion, I asked. Oh, it is about some reports from other packs. The rogues are still attacking, Dylan said. And I think the previous attack will not be the only one on this pack, Aaron added. I nodded in agreement with that. So how are we preparing for another attack so there would not be any casualties? I asked. Well, already expanded the safe house and added more entrances to make access easier. Vale already helped with the alarm system, made a spell that senses rogues even before the wolves patrolling. Dylan listed, honestly, I think that is more than enough safety measures. We will all be safe in the pack, and now I am stronger and fit enough to help, I smiled. Sure you are. Ryan said, stroking my braids. But you still have to be careful, Dylan added, giving me a pointed look. Sure thing, Daddy, I winked. Aaron coughed, bringing my attention to his presence in the office. I know I have not found my mate yet, but you don't have to call me single in every language whenever we are together. He rolled his eyes, pouting. Ryan rolled his own eyes before speaking up. We did not tie you down to that chair. Leave. See you guys tonight, he said, getting up to leave. And why would you see us tonight? Dylan asked. 'Cause your mate and my awesome and amazing Luna promised me a delicious dinner of garlic butter chicken and potato skillet. He replied, making me smile at his eager face. Aaron skipped out of the office to the annoyance of my mates and his alphas. When did you promise him that? Ryan asked. Yesterday evening while we made dinner, I replied. Aaron and Val have both officially become my kitchen assistant because according to them, we love seeing you try new stuffs. Being in the pack has given the free time for my hobbies. So there will be an alpha meeting soon? I asked. Yep, it will be like a retreat for a week, so there will enough time to discuss a lot of things, and I guess this time we need to have long discussions. Dylan said, and I nodded. Since it is a retreat, do any member apart from the Aloha and Luna attend? I asked. Ryan nodded. The Alpha, Luna, Beta, and few warriors to be guards, but not too much to affect the pack security, Ryan said. Late in the afternoon, I left for our house to start preparing dinner and met Vale already in playing with Sapphire. Welcome back, now let's get to cooking, Vale said, quite loudly as he followed me into the kitchen. Aaron joined us later, and we three cooked together. We finished under 2 hours, and I went up to clean up. I looked out the window to see that it was actually snowing slowly. I guess it will be much by night. The pack was already filled with Christmas decorations, and everywhere was lively with songs playing loudly. This is one of the reasons why I hope there shouldn't be an attack on the pack. Getting comfortable in clothes for the cold. I went down to see Dylan and Ryan, setting the table with Aaron and Val as they spoke, without the first party getting annoyed because of the second. The garlic butter chicken and potato skillet really came out good, and I was so happy as it was my first time making it. If I opened a restaurant, Kami, I will kidnap you to become a chef, Aaron said as he ate. I only smiled and we ate. Tastes amazing, Firefly, Dylan said smiling. Thank you. I pecked him and Ryan and we continued to eat. When dinner was over, Dylan made Aaron and Val do the dishes as payment for a free 5-star meal, Kamila's POV. Every day was pretty much the same in the pack. I train, spend time with my mates, boyfriends, or probably with other members of the pack at the pack house. Today, Zoe, Sarah, and I are going shopping because as Zoe said, she will go crazy if she go through another week without shopping. I decided to shop for Christmas presents for everyone, in addition to the little painting I have been making in secret for everyone. Ryan and Dylan's painting was one of me with their wolves. Sarah and Zoe get a couple portrait just like their parents. My mum called the previous not really happy that I will not be spending Christmas with the family. And honestly, I was in a way happy to avoid the headache I call family. Except my mum and sister, of course. Due to the fact that we were going out of pack lands for our shopping, 2 overprotective alphas made us go with guards, even though we are capable of protecting ourselves and Zoe. Sarah only rolled her eyes when they mentioned the condition for us to leave. Shopping was fun and tiring as Zoe made sure to go into almost every store available in that mall. If you think you have enough stamina to walk and stand for long, shopping Zoe will make you question that so-called stamina. We finally went to eat after arriving at the mall 4 hours ago and going into almost 15 stores. Are we going home after this? I asked, taking a bite of my ketchup-dipped chips. Nope, we have one more place to go. Zoe replied, making me groan, because that was, she said, 5 shops ago. We finished eating and continued the shopping spree. 2 hours later, we were in the car going back home. I went to the house immediately to hide all the presents I got and used a spell to actually hide it with how sneaky Ryan can be. He will find it and go through it even after telling him that it is a secret surprise. I was busy engrossed in my painting when Val immediately stepped into the room, panting. "What's wrong? Why are you breathing so hard?" I asked him. "Come, Kai, he is here," he said between deep breaths. "He is here?" Vale nodded. "And pissed. I haven't seen him like that in a while." I followed Vale as he took me to Kai. Everyone else were running away from that direction. We got there, and I saw Dylan and Ryan standing couple steps away from a big black dragon. I found myself admiring him. His scales were reflecting the sun shining so brightly. His neck had a bright blue color that shone the most. But what surprised me the most was that Kai is the dragon I always dreamt about. Guess we were meant to meet each other. Like he knew I was there, he turned around swiftly and began to approach me. Dylan stopped in front of me, blocking my view, but I guess Kai did not like that as I heard a loud growl. "I don't think he will harm me, Dylan. Let me through," I said to my overprotective mate. Dylan reluctantly moved aside, and I walked forward to Kai, who was now staring at me, standing still and completely tall. Once I was really close, he wrapped his tail around my waist and pulled me closer as if he was impatient with my pace of walking. Kai bent and our forehead touched. I felt a zap of electricity and a new sensation in my mind. "Good to see you, little one," I heard a deep voice in my head. Turned out he connected our minds so we could communicate well with each other. "Good to see you, Kai," I replied, placing a kiss on his forehead, and he dropped me back on the ground, releasing his tail from around me. "And why haven't you come to see me?" he asked. I could envision that he was pouting. "I was busy training and all," I replied, stoking his scales. Everyone in the pack finally relaxed after they saw that Kai is not a threat. Kai blew out few fire at Vale because apparently Vale offended Kai before he came here. It was evening after dinner. Kai was relaxing in our backyard. Now I can say the huge backyard is not useless. Our lives is getting more interesting, Dylan said as we all snuggled in front of the fireplace with a mug of hot chocolate and marshmallows. "I wish we could just face Riker and forget about all of this. Enjoy ourselves more without having to worry about any attacks," I said. "Soon, and we will be very prepared to face anything," Ryan said. Dylan's POV. Kamila fell asleep after draining her mug of its content. "She is asleep," Ryan whispered. I carried her and went up to the bedroom. Sapphire hopped onto the bed immediately. I laid my Firefly on the bed, and they both immediately snuggled closer. Going back downstairs, Ryan was cleaning up. "Did she wake up?" he asked. I shook my head and joined him. We finished up in the kitchen, and I looked to see Kami staring at us. Once I looked at him, he looked away and rested his head on the floor, eyes closed. We went up to our room to join Kamila in bed and welcomed a much-needed sleep. Dylan's POV. Today marks 2 more days to Christmas, and the pack is looking really amazing with all the decorations, and one could feel the Christmas spirit in the air. The decorations were organized by Kamila, Zoe, and my mom, and I will fully admit they did a magnificent job. Kamila locked herself in her art room as she finalized everyone's present. No one was allowed to go in. Different activities were organized by Kamila and Zoe, making the festive season more lively. This afternoon was for the snowman competition. Everyone who was interested in the pack were divided into groups of 10s. Everyone's snowman was so big enough, even Kai helped to form huge snowballs for the snowman bottom. Aaron, who was in another group from ours, kept yelling that we were cheating because our snowman was so tall. I only ignored the childish male I have as beta throughout the duration of the competition. Kamila's POV. The snowman competition ended, and the winner was a group of kids. Not even up to 5 years of age. But their snowman came out well for their little body frame. Aaron threw a snowball at Val, who decided to throw one back, and that marked the beginning of a snowball fight. After throwing few snowballs, I went into the kitchen to join 3 other ladies who were in the midst of making cookies for the pack. "How much are we making?" I asked, putting on my apron. "Close to 2,000, Luna," Sharon said. Oh, wow, that's a lot. How many have you guys made? I inquired. About 800, Bella replied. We got busy, mixing, kneading, and designing. Some of the cookies were shaped into stars and heart. In the next 5 hours, 2,000 baked cookies were finally ready. Thank you for helping, Luna. Bella, as we cleaned up the kitchen and put away every utensils used. It is no problem. I enjoyed baking with you all, I replied, smiling. Ryan came to pick up, and we went back home to prepare for dinner. Since Christmas was around the corner, dinner is always served with other pack members. Dinner was lively with everyone around. It wasn't everyone in the pack, but still a large number of people were here. We still played mini games after dinner and enjoyed the cookies that were baked just this afternoon. Ready for Christmas? Ryan asked as we danced. Oh, I can't wait. This will be the first Christmas in a long while without any family drama, I replied. Dylan chuckled. So what present did you get for us? He asked. I am not telling. Learn to have a tiny bit of patience. Christmas is just 2 days to go, and you two are seeing the presents in less than 48 hours. I told him. Ryan pouted, but I paid him no attention. Christmas Eve was finally here. We decided that the night should be celebrated privately between families in the pack, but the morning of Christmas, there would be a huge Christmas breakfast before the party gets started. Dylan, Ryan, and I decided to spend the night after dinner watching movies till we fall asleep. We set up a mini cinema in the backyard beside Kai's spot so he could join in. After dinner, once it was dark, movie night officially began. Kai placed his head behind me so I could reach out and stroke or pet him at any time. Sapphire was actually calm eyes on the movie about to play. A few days ago, Ryan found out how Sapphire loves cartoon, so that is how we keep him busy so he won't run around. We began with How the Grinch Stole Christmas. During our third movie, my all-time favorite, It's a Wonderful Life. We finished the night with all of Home Alone. Christmas morning. I woke before my mates. Once I got off the bed, I got my robe and went down to prepare breakfast. Just as I finished, Dylan and Ryan came down. Morning, sleepyheads. Merry Christmas. I smiled. Merry Christmas. Why did you leave the bed? Ryan asked, frowning. To make breakfast. I kissed his lips, and Dylan leaned in, so I kissed him also. We could have made it together, he said. I just shrugged. We took the food to the patio and sat down to eat together. Looks amazing, Ryan said as he swiped his tongue over his lower lips. We sat to eat, planning activities for the day. So what is first on the list? Dylan asked. I took out a piece of paper that was in the pocket of my robe. Clearing my throat, I read out loud. Christmas activities. 1. Breakfast at Pack House. 2. Carol service. 3. Art and craft competition. 4. Kids gingerbread house competition. 5. Sleighing competition. 6. Christmas party. 7. Giving and collecting presents along with movies and hot chocolate. 8. Party till dawn. Zoe and Sarah added that last one. Sounds like a good list, Dylan said, and Ryan nodded in agreement. We got ready for the day dressed matching in a way. Our first stop was Ian and Marie's place. Zoe and Sarah were already there enjoying breakfast. Merry Christmas, family, Ryan hollered as we walked in. Kami, Merry Christmas, Marie said, hugging me as she completely ignored her sons. The two men in question glared at her and moved to seat beside their father. Merry Christmas, Kami, Zoe and Sarah said. They, too, were matching with their outfits. Merry Christmas, I smiled. Brah. We all left the house to the pack house together to see that it was already swarming with other members. They were all having breakfast already. Going around, Dylan, Ryan, and I greeted everyone. Once breakfast was over, that backyard was set up for the carol performance. Don't forget to share, vote, and comment. If you enjoy my writings, support me on Ko-Fi. Link is lao.ko-fi.com/LizbethRose. Follow me on Instagram and TikTok. Instagram at liz.bethrose. TikTok at Nunu. Kamila's POV. The day ended full with joy and fun. Zoe, Sarah, and I went in to get ready for the second half of the party, which Zoe made sure to be only for adults. She set the whole place up to look almost like a club, but a more stylist one. And of course, everyone has to dress like they are going to one. Looking sexy, Mama, Zoe said when she saw Marie. Oh, please, quit the flattery, Marie chuckled. No, you look really amazing, Marie, I added. Someone knocked on the door and we all looked over to it. Who? Marie called out. We get it that you ladies love to spend your time dressing, but we are waiting, Ryan said. We will be down soon, haven't even used up to an hour and you're getting all impatient. Zoe replied. We heard him groan and then he left. Let's just be quick and join them, Marie said. I applied my lipstick, eyeliner, my earrings and necklace, few butterfly rings on few of my fingers, my perfume. I put my hair up into a bun and I was done. We all left the room and went down to see Ryan, Dylan, and Ian waiting for us. Finally, Ian said. We all glared at him, Marie's glare the hardest. Looking extremely lovely, ladies, he said. Everyone went out, Dylan, Ryan, and I following behind. They stopped me and waited for the rest to leave. We continued to walk out like they did not just say any of that into my ears. There was a lot of games available at the party. A bonfire was also lit, making the flames illuminate the field, giving everyone a glow up. We danced and partied throughout the night, before some of us settled by the fire. I stared at few pack members who were surrounding the table where beer pong was set up, and cheering their alpha who were playing against each other. Up! Oh my goodness, this is the best Christmas party I have had in a while, Zoe said as she sat, Sarah taking the space beside her. I agree with you, I replied. Zoe and my family were almost the same with their overbearing attitudes, so Christmas, where all family members come together, was more of a torture season than cheerful season for us both. Dylan and Ryan joined us. Dylan lifted me and sat in my place, placing me on his lap. We have an announcement to make, Sarah suddenly said. What is it? I asked, looking between her and Zoe. Well, we wanted to let you know that next year, after the whole situation is over, we want to adopt and maybe go for insemination process. Zoe said. Oh, that is so nice. When did you guys decide? I asked. Few nights ago, although it has been a thought. We finally concluded, since we want a big family, we will do both, Sarah replied. We finally got home tired. Hope you have not forgotten what we said earlier, Dylan said. They took me up to our room. Dylan shut the door, maintaining eye contact with me. He leaned in and out, lips met, engaging in a battle of dominance. But of course, he won. Kamila's POV. New Year's Eve was a dinner party. Once it was 10 seconds to straw. Zoe and I got on the small podium. Okay, people, 10 seconds to New Year. Let the countdown begin, I said. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. Tons of fireworks lit up the sky, showing different colors and the message. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everyone yelled as we all hugged. Dylan was the first to pull me into a hug once I stepped down. We kissed, pulling away with our foreheads resting on each other's. Happy New Year, Firefly, he whispered. I faced Ryan and kissed him also, and he also wished me in the same way. Happy New Year, my mates. I love you guys so much, I said, smiling. I love you too, puppy, Ryan said. I love you, Firefly, Dylan said. Happy New Year, all living things. We heard Vala yelling, and we all laughed at his overly dramatic attitude. Almost all members of the pack came to wish us until we wrapped the party up at 3 a.m. Everyone went up to sleep for a while and get ready for the first break fast of the year with families. After breakfast, Dylan, Ryan, and I went on a walk around the pack. The serenity was so much around as each and everyone were inside their houses. What are your plans for the year? Dylan asked all of a sudden. I stopped walking to face him. Have you made yours already? I asked back. Not really, but I know some things I want to do, he replied. Me too, Ryan smiled. So tell us yours first. Well, now that you asked, I will mention the ones I thought of. Get rid of Draco once and for all, become Mrs. Steele, and enjoy or conquer whatever may come our way, I replied with a smile. I love your second plan, Dylan said, playing with my hair. Have you ever thought of kids? Ryan asked. Yep, I have thought of having one, I smiled. Just one? I want 3, Dylan said, pouting. I want 4, it will be even, Ryan said. Yeah, good luck with that. I am not popping more than 2 out, I told them. We will see about that. Dylan smirked. I only rolled my eyes and we continued walking. Kai landed on the clear spot in front of us. What's wrong? I asked telepathically. I want to fly with you, he whined. Kai and I fully bonded, making us able to communicate with our mind. I can talk to him anytime, anywhere we both are, together or apart. What does he want? Ryan asked. He wants me to fly with him. I will be right back, or better still, see you at the house, I said to them. Careful, no crazy stunts. Dylan warned, but I only grinned. Ever since Dylan found out about me jumping off Kai midair and he will catch me or I will levitate myself. It is actually practice to see how fast I can use my air power to levitate myself, but he still doesn't like the idea. I climbed onto Kai back, and he beat his wings getting into air immediately. "What is your plan?" I asked him. "Let's go farther than usual," he replied. I placed a cloaking spell on us and mind-linked Dylan of our plan. "Be careful, and I mean it, no stunts," he replied. "Okay, let's go," I said, and Kai picked up his speed. "We should go to Arethel soon," I said after a while of flying in complete silence. "When do you want to go?" Kai asked. "Maybe the upcoming week," I replied. Kami flew above the clouds, and I enjoyed the glare of the bright sun, which was contrasting to the cold below because of winter. Oh shit, I haven't called my mum. I groaned, thinking of the tons of lectures she will give me when you call her, mentioning that I have forgotten about her. Kai flew back, but he stopped by the waterfall that was the entrance of our spot. I sat on a rock, and Kai laid beside me after going under the water for a while. The phone rang for a few seconds before she picked up. "Hello, who is this speaking?" Mum asked. I rolled my eyes. "Mum, it's me, Kami," I said. "I don't know a daughter named that, maybe because she hasn't called since 2 weeks." She replied, "Mum, Happy New Year," I told her. Happy New Year to you too," she replied. "How was the party? Any interesting thing happen?" I asked. "Oh, your cousin brought a boyfriend, asked about you when I told her you wouldn't be coming. She insinuated you are hiding because your relationship is over," Mum explained to me. I rolled my eyes at her childish acts. "Oh, and Serenity came over. She said you two haven't spoken in a while, so I filled her in." Okay. I'm sure she is still asleep, which is why I haven't seen her call." I said. "Yeah, she went clubbing after the party last night." "How was the party over there?" my mom asked. "Very amazing. I made videos and took pictures. I will send them to you," I told her. Nice. I will be expecting them. Say hello to my sons-in-law," she said. "No problem. Talk to you later," I replied, and we ended the call. I searched up Serenity's contact and called her. The phone rang for a while. She did not pick, so I called it again on a mission to annoy her. "Who the heck is this?" she asked, picking the call after third try. "Well, hello to you too, big sis. Happy New Year," I replied. "Oh, it's you. Happy New Year to you too, Pumpkin," she replied. "How much did you drink last night? You sound like you are dying," I asked. "Enough to forget all that happened the previous year." She replied. I see," I said. "Mum told me about you getting yourself 2 hot twin brothers. You need to tell me how it all happened," she said, suddenly sounding excited. "Weren't you just having a huge headache?" I asked. "Nah, just cures everything for me," she replied. "Moving on, what are their names? Send me pics. How did you meet?" "They are Dylan and Ryan. We met when I went on a road trip, Zoe's idea, to get over my breakup with Tony," I replied. "Oh, Tony, that ogre look-alike jerk," she said. "And they are both serious about you. No problem with you all being together?" she asked. "No, not a problem. Actually came to visit their parents," I told her. "Wow, that's serious. And their parents accepted it all?" "Yep, they kind of suspected the boys will share a woman," I told her. "Oh, so when am I meeting them?" "Soon. We will back soon. Till then," I smiled. "Don't forget to send me the pictures," she said. "No problem. Later. Let me get ready for the day." "Okay, bye." We ended the call and looked towards Kai. "Shall we go back?" I smiled. He nodded his head. I got on him, but he preferred to walk through the forest back home instead of flying. Kamila's POV. "All packed," Dylan said after we closed the last suitcase. "Oh, I can't wait." I jumped onto the bed with Ryan. "It is obvious, but you need to sleep tonight or the people of Arethel are going to have to welcome a zombie look-alike Kamila," Ryan said, smiling at me. I glared back, turning my back to him to face Dylan. "Let's sleep, shall we?" Dylan said, getting into bed. We were fully ready to leave early in the morning. We were all on Kai's back, and he took flight, flying slowing through the morning sky. The rising sun giving it a very beautiful orange hue. Seeing it up close, there was more than one color, and it was so beautiful. Kai flew for a while above the forest until we got to a clear space. He landed there and continued the journey on foot. We got to a dead end, but after a second or two, the wall was no longer there, revealing a much more beautiful forest. Kai continued to walk, and soon signs of civilization began to show. Some kids ran towards us, calling Kai's name repeatedly. We all got off, and Val continued to lead us forward. Even though I haven't been here before in my life, it felt like I knew where we were all going. Déjà vu, probably. We got to a house, and a woman came out immediately. "Oh my, she is here. You are here," she said, coming towards me. She cradled my face in her hand, looking at me so closely. "Kami, this is Deja. She is one of the members of the council and the closest to you," Vala explained. Deja let us in, and I met more people, a centaur, a fairy, and one other lady. "Everyone, this is Kamila and her mates, Dylan and Ryan. You three, meet Frejal, Sarah, and Zena," Deja said. Frejal, the centaur, stepped forward to me. "Pleasure seeing you, Kamila. Still see bits of Reina in you." He smiled. I smiled back, and everyone took their seats. Sarah looked so beautiful and elegant with her aquamarine wings, which were fluttering behind her. She smiled at me gently on noticing my stare. "So, let's get down to business. You think Draca is using the rogues to search for Kamila?" Ziena asked. "Yes, he used them to attack almost all packs around. Some twice, but they have only been to our pack once," Dylan replied. "I believe he is already developing an army then," Fragile said, deep in thought. "One thing I am not sure of is how he got the rogues to work so diligently for him, because they do not just work for anyone or listen to orders." Dylan said. "Casted a spell on them, made them his puppets," Zena simply said. "Does he know where you are? No, because I believe the attacks are to find you out," Fragile asked. "I don't think so. He is still attacking the other packs around us, some more than once, which makes us believe that we will get another attack soon." I answered him. "This time around, I'm sure he will want to search well, so we have to be prepared." "How is it going with training, Barry?" Sarah asked me. "Barry, stop running out in the rain," a voice said to me. "But the rain is so cool and fun," I replied, my voice more childish. "It is cold. I don't want you having a fever later today," the lady said. I looked at her to see Sarah smiling down at me as we both went back into the house. She made sure I got a hot bath and dried my hair. Looking in front of the mirror, I looked so young, not more than 10 years old. I was confused by the flashback just after Sarah called me Barry. "What's wrong, Firefly?" Dylan asked, nudging me. "Nothing," I replied, but Sarah kept looking at me like she knew what had just happened. Deja ended the meeting and showed us to where we will be staying. "I'm sure you will love the place. Don't worry, there is enough privacy," she said as we walked through the woods. It all finally cleared up to reveal a very cute cottage. It looked like ones I will find in a fairy tale with the sunlight and in the greens. There was a small pond in front, also surrounded by huge stones. "This is so amazing," I said quietly, still in awe at the view in front me. "We just changed a few things. You were the one who built it all those years," Deja said. "Really?" I asked, turning to face her. "Yes, I vividly remember how happy you were on the day you and Sarah built it," she replied. "When are we starting, Sarah?" My voice said. "Soon, Reina. You should have your breakfast since we will be there for a while. Now sit," Sarah said. "I'm so excited to build my own place," I said, taking my seat by the table. "I can tell you did not even brush your hair," Deja said with a smile on her face as she served me. I smiled sheepishly and quickly did a quick spell to make my hair more organized, and we ate. "So what do you want for your place?" Sarah asked as we stood on a plain piece of land. "A cottage. It will have a pond, a swing, and a small garden for picnics," I replied. "Okay then, let's get to work." My eyes fluttered to a different scene, the present. We went in and looked around. There were 3 rooms, and they all looked cozy and amazing. Each room had both touch of the ancient past and the present. Dylan began to unpack. A knock resonated through the whole house, and I got the door to see Sarah. "Are you busy?" she asked in her melodic voice that had no difference to the one in my flashbacks. "No," I shook my head. "Walk with me then." We walked out to the garden, and Sarah took her seat on a rock. The numerous rocks were scattered around, probably meant for sitting. "It is good to see you again after the years," she said. "It feels great to be back. I don't remember much, but I love it here," I replied. She smiled. The whole place is making you get flashbacks, right? I nodded. But just snippets. It will all return. How is your training going? She asked. I remember how the same question made me get a flashback earlier, probably because of the pet name. Good. I have learned a lot from everyone and still learning more, I said, smiling. We spoke for a while all about myself in the past until evening when it was time for dinner. Dylan and Ryan joined us, and we left to Deeja's house for dinner, since she already planned a welcome dinner. The house was a full one when we got there, with everyone greeting me one after the other before we all settled to eat. Today is a very happy day for me. I finally got to see you again. Kamila, welcome. Deeja made a toast. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. Everyone repeated, and the clink of glasses was heard around the house. Third person's POV. Days passed with Kamila still in Arethel with her mates. She trained even more vigorously with Frejal and Sarah. Dylan and Ryan could not say anything against her having to train more than usual, and somehow Kamila liked it. She could see her full potential and fight like it is a real battle. One morning, Kamila was in the field with her mates, Frejal, Sarah, and Zaina. Today, you are going to have a test, Frejal said. What type of test? Kamila asked, looking at him. Everyone else also did, except for Zena, wondering what he has planned. It is an illusional test. Zena will create an illusion of a real battle. Almost everything will feel real, even pain cuts, use of magic. You have 40 minutes to clear the army, Frejal explained. Only her? Dylan asked, worry visible on his face. Yes, and she is trained enough for situations even worse than what the illusion is about to show, Frejal said with a tone of finality. Everyone stepped away to give her space. At first, walls appeared to block anyone from interfering with the simulated battle, and then the army was now in front of Kamila. The rogues looked so wretched, and everything else looked real. One would have mistaken it for a real-life battle. Kamila stood staring at her opponents with unwavering eyes. Everywhere was completely quiet, waiting for the battle that was about to start. With a loud scream, some rogues began running toward Kamila. She levitated into the air and released a gush of wind that sent them flying back to where they were running from. After that, she released her swords from their sheath and began to run between them, slashing and cutting every single one of them into pieces. Ryan and Dylan did not almost recognize their mate as she danced through the battlefield, destroying every single rogues in her way. She looked like a killing machine, with the two swords in her hands. As the battle advanced, the rogues were becoming much and harder to kill, but they were all still no match for Kamila. Even without using any of her elemental powers, she fought them all. Zena advanced the illusion, and creatures like looked so strange and inhumane began to rush towards her. Kamila called on to Kai, and they were both in the air staring down. Kai released a huge fire from his mouth to burn them. The ones that were directly affected by the fire burned immediately, while the rest began to jump high to reach Kai. Using her fire to create a bow and arrow, she began to shoot at the demonic creatures. They burned to ashes immediately. The arrows hit them. Kai also burned the ones about to jump that were in his point of view. It seemed like they were not ending. Kamila formed an arrow that looked more potent than the rest and shot it down to the ground where the demons were rushing from. A loud explosion occurred, burning more than half of all the demons. She released another, and the rest were cleared out. Zena smiled with pride and upgraded the illusion again. This time, the creatures had wings and sharp claws that were scratching Kai. One managed to scratch Kamila on her thigh, and blood oozed out. Creating a shield of fire, Kamila healed her wound and jumped off Kai. This time, she was flying with what looked like wings of fire. She also had a shield of fire around her that all the creatures that tried to attack got burnt immediately. Still flying, Kamila began to shoot massive fire arrows at them. The loud screeching from them died down after the fifth arrow, and the sky became clear. Kamila landed on the floor beside Kai, staring at the remaining army that has been quiet since the beginning. They all stood still, but she could feel their gazes on her. As if on cue, they all removed their cloak to reveal their nasty body. They all looked like huge beasts with body made of lava, or what looked like lava. Immediately, they began to run towards her. Kamila's POV. I stared at the bodies of the Vietagron running towards Kai and I. Using fire on them is basically useless as their body is made of fire. Conjuring water from everywhere around me, I waited until they were closer. I manipulated the water into spears and aimed at their throat, the kill point of Vietagrons, making a water shield around my body as they always bump into their opponents to burn them with their bodies. I made more spears aiming at their throat. Once I was right in their midst, I made a large and long sword of water and began to aim at their throats. Conjuring more water was beginning to get harder as the spot was very hot. Moving high to the sky, I made a rain of water arrows and manipulated their movement to the throats. They all dropped like flies and cleared up. The wall disappeared and I went back to land. Ryan was already running ahead of Dylan, and he caught up with me, pulling me into a bone-crushing hug with his brother. Can't breathe. I managed to choke out. They released me and we kissed. Even though I was really worried, you were amazing out there, Dylan said. Ryan nodded in agreement. Thanks, I replied. Xena, Frasiel, and Sarah joined us smiling. Good work, warrior, Frasiel said. I smiled at him. Good to see how much you've grown, Firefly. I'm so proud of you, Sarah said. It's all thanks to everyone here, I replied. We all left the arena to my cottage, and I showered, changing out of my training outfit into my regular jean and sweat top. I walked out of the room to see that Dylan already prepared a meal. It looked like a feast with the stacks of pancakes and many eggs and toast. I'm starving, I said, taking my seat. All for you. Enjoy. You did really good today, Dylan said as he put some pancakes on my plate and drizzled them with abundance of syrup. I smiled at him and began to eat. After I finished eating, we left to the main house. Everyone was seated around the table discussing. Frasiel was the one to starting after we joined them. With the simulated battle Kamila had today, I guess we could see how to counter some of those unusual creatures, he said. Everyone nodded, but still, a little more information on them. The flying big bats look-alike are what we call scrivens. They use their long nails to scratch and also have very irritating vocals that can render a person deaf and disoriented for about 30 minutes. But killing them is easy compared to the Vietagrons, who only have one weak spot. The Vietagrons come from the pit of a volcano, hence their lava body. Underneath the fire is a hard plate body, so nothing can penetrate. It is very risky close combat to aim for their throats, as they like to crowd their opponents and burn them with their bodies, I explained. Well, she has said it all, Frasiel said with a slight smile at me, and I returned it. We have to find a way to make a protective gear if we are going close combat against the Vietagrons, Dylan said. We can also make a large slingshot, use it to shoot barrels of water at them so the intensity of fire would be reduced, Ryan added. For the armor for close combat, I can place a protective spell on them to prevent burns, Xena said. We can continue to plan this tomorrow. I think everyone needs to rest for today, Sarah said. With that, the meeting was adjourned, and we all left. Immediately, I got into the room back at the cottage. I jumped in bed, ready to sleep off. Dylan took off my clothes and wore a shirt for me, and I fell asleep between them with a content smile, Dylan's pove. When we got back to the cottage, it was already evening, and it looked like Kamila was ready to retire for the day. Ryan and I chuckled when she jumped on the bed. He went to get a shirt for her to change into, and I took off her clothes and underwear, wearing the shirt for her. She only smiled tiredly at me, and I kissed her on the forehead, then on the lips. We stripped down to our underwear and joined her on the bed. She cuddled closer with her face in my chest. I stared at my mate as she slept like a baby between us. Seeing her in action today, even though it was a simulated battle, was really amazing. She looked like a goddess of war as wielded all the weapons, from double swords to archery to a single sword. I looked at my brother to see that he was also staring at her with a small smile on his face, eyes full of love, mirroring mine. She was really amazing today, Ryan said. I nodded. Really amazing. Kamila stirred in her sleep and turned to bury her face in Ryan's torso before sighing and resumed sleeping. We both rubbed her back gently, and she hummed smiling, even in her sleep. Do you think those creatures would be the same after all these years? I mean, it's been almost a century, Ryan asked. I was thinking the same. What if they have evolved more than that? We can ask Zaina in case she might know something, I replied. I hugged Kami and buried my nose in her neck, inhaling her beautiful scent, and fell asleep. Author's POV. The following part until the reappearance of the sign would be a dream Kami is having. Kamila's POV. I thought I was in a strange place, until I looked around to see that it was the spot where I always train at Silver Moon Pack. I walked towards the pack house to see a fight going on between rogues and the pack members. The rogues were too much for everyone, but luckily I could see that all those who could fight were all secured in the bunker. Ian, Dylan and Ryan's dad, was fighting against two rogues when another one leaped at him, but narrowly missed. The rogues against him became 3, and they were gaining upper hand. Sarah jumped in and immediately killed one by biting hard on its scruff. I looked around to see that the fight was becoming really intense. No sign of Dylan, Ryan, and I. A loud scream pulled my attention towards a spot, and I saw Marie on the floor, with Ian trying to carry her away from all the chaos. She was bleeding really badly, her eyes dazed. No, 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 no. I whispered, trying to help, but I couldn't. I was just a mirage. Ian tried to protect her from all the rogues, but they were all too much. Soon, he was on the floor, in the same condition as Marie. They looked at each other with love even when dying. Sarah noticed them, and a loud scream tore from her throat. I woke up screaming no. Dylan and Ryan held me down. Looking around, I realized it was a dream, or probably a glimpse of what's about to happen. What happened? Dylan asked after making sure I drank a whole glass of water. I had a dream, but it looked too real to be a dream, almost like I saw something that is going to happen. I replied, tearing up at the thought of Ian and Marie breathing their last breath like that. You dreamt about the future? Ryan asked. I nodded. I guess so. Can we call the pack? Sure, of course. Dylan picked his phone from the nightstand and dialed a number. I bit my nail nervously as the phone rang until I heard Ian's voice. Dylan, how are you guys doing? He asked. Doing great, Dad. Just wanted to check up on you guys. Hope nothing strange is going on, Dylan asked. Nothing at all. Hope Kami is doing well learning about everything? He asked. She's doing amazing, Dad. What about Mum? Doing great, although she misses you all, he replied. We will be home soon, Dylan said, and they ended the call. I have to talk to Zaina. We are leaving for the pack tomorrow, I said. Okay, no problem. We will pack up while you go tell them so we can leave immediately, Ryan said. Do you want to sleep a little bit more? Dylan asked. Not really, but I should try, I replied. Come here. Dylan made me lie on him, my legs on either side of his body, and I buried my face into his neck. I could feel their hand rubbing my back, and soon I was asleep again. I woke up alone in bed. Dylan walked in from the closet to see me. Oh, you are awake. Good morning, Firefly. We knew you needed the sleep, so we did not disturb you. Already packed up. Sira, Zena, and Frejal, and in the garden, thought you might want to explain it all to them yourself, so we called them over, Dylan said as I got out of bed. Good morning. I kissed him and went to the bathroom to get ready for the day. I got dressed in something warm as we were leaving the forest, and everywhere will not be as warm as here because there is no enchantment to keep everywhere warm. After dressing, I went out to the garden, meeting Ryan on the way. Morning. He kissed me. Morning, Ryan. I replied and joined Sarah in the garden with others. Good morning, Barry, she said with her usual gentle smile. Good morning, warrior, Frejal said, while Zena simply smiled at me. Good morning, everyone, I replied. After explaining about my dream and how it felt more than a dream, they were all silent thinking about it. It could an ability we never knew you had. Has something like that happened before? Frejal asked. I'm not sure if this count, but I used to dream about Kai even before I met my mates and knew about my past life, I replied. Go back to the pack. If your dream comes to pass, then we can see a great use of this gift of yours, Frejal said. After breakfast, we got ready to leave. Did you think you were leaving without me? Vale said, showing up at our doorstep. No, of course not. I grinned as he rolled his eyes. Now, remember about the barrier you have to place around your pack to prevent the humans seeing things that are unexplainable, Zaina said to me. Of course, I nodded in reply. We don't know if the final battle would be here or on your packland, but we would try to make sure everyone can help each other, no matter where. Frasiel said to Dylan. Of course, he replied. We all got on Kai, and he got into the air flying home. Since I already placed an invisibility spell on Kai and ourselves, we flew all the way to the pack after stepping out of Arethel Forest. Home sweet home, Dylan said once Silver Moon Pack came into view. Thank you for reading. Lots of love. Lisbeth Rose. Third person's POV. Once Kai landed in the forest, they all got down and walked out to the pack house. Some warriors were on the training ground battling against each other. Aaron was the first person to notice them, along with some pack members. Alpha, Luna. They all stopped all that they were doing to respectfully greet their leader. Then they took their luggage and left with them, taking it to their house. Aaron moved closer to them. Good to see you guys again. How was your vacation? He asked with a smile on his face. It wasn't a vacation. I don't think you trained for 8 hours a day during your vacation, Kamila said. Ooh, I am glad I did not tag along, thinking I would have the chance to explore a mythical forest. Aaron said, Dear Aaron, don't think you can escape it. I will make sure you get a dose of that training. Kamila grinned. I'm sure you must have slacked off behind our backs. Training continues fully tomorrow, 5 a.m. sharp. Dylan added, also grinning. They left to Ian and Marie's house with Aaron behind them, whinging about how they plan on bullying him after their return. Marie was so happy to see her sons and daughter-in-law, especially her daughter-in-law. We are also here, you know, Ryan said after his mother hugged only their mate, acting like they were not even standing behind her. Good to see you too, she simply said and led them to the living room, and they all took their seats. How was your visit? Ian asked them. Good. I learnt a lot and recovered some memories, Kamila replied, smiling. You should have seen her yesterday. So amazing with her training. We even did a simulated battle, almost like the fight was real, Dylan said, smiling with pride. So, anything we need to know to avoid so much damages? Well, some warriors from Arethel will be here soon, and we will all train together and learn each other techniques, Ryan said. That sounds good. That will help so much, Ian replied. It was already time for lunch, so Kamila went into the kitchen to cook. Sarah and Zoe joined them there. Bestie, Zoe squealed, pulling Kamila into a tight hug. I missed you so much. I missed you too. How have you been? Kamila asked. Good. I think this is the first time we haven't seen each other for so long, Zoe said, and Kamila nodded in agreement before hugging her best friend again until they separated the hug. Hey, Sarah, Kamila said to Zoe mate. Good to see you, Kamila. How have you been? Sarah asked. Good, thank you. They all worked together in the kitchen to prepare a simple lunch and served it all, calling the males to join them on the dining table. As they ate, Dylan and Ryan told the rest of them every activities they did in the mythical forest and how their training sessions went. I would love to see you in action, Sarah said to Kamila. Yeah, me too. I want to see my bestie, all badass, Zoe added. They all laughed at what Zoe said, nodding in agreement. I'm sure you will, soon, Dylan told her. Dylan, Ryan, and Kamila retired to their house with Sapphire, who had missed them so much, especially Kamila. Kai was already resting in the backyard as he had returned from hunting. Even though he loved to hunt for his own meal, Kamila still likes to pamper him and feed him herself. Kamila went into the backyard with Sapphire and they hanged around with Kai. Kamila's POV. How are you doing, Kai? I asked him, taking a seat beside him. He wrapped his tail around me in a cushiony way. Okay, prepared to fight. You are not going to pull that stunt you pulled the last time, he replied. That was the only way. Or Draco would have succeeded and the whole spiritual world would be a complete mess right now, I told him. I know, but I wish I was able to fight well and protect you more so you would not have to resort to that then, he said. You fought really well and bravely. You were the best of the best companion, Kai, and you still are. We are winning this time and we are going to be together forever. I smiled, kissing his snout. We sat in silence for a while. Want to watch the sunset from up? I asked him. Sure. Sapphire began to whine when I got on Kai. Seriously, you can't. Go into the guys, I told him. He only whined the more and tried to climb up Kai's leg to me. Let him come with, Kai said. I told my mates of our plan to the mine link as we took off to the sky. Have fun, Firefly, Dylan replied. I looked at Sapphire, hoping he won't get scared from the level of altitude as I held on to him tightly. He was sitting quietly looking around. Huh, I guess you're enjoying it up here, I said, scratching behind his ears. Kai flew around until the sun fully set and we returned home. Dylan was waiting outside. Hi, I smiled. How was it? You took Sapphire along? He was surprised. Yes, and he enjoyed it much to my surprise that he began to whine when Kai wanted to come lower. I replied, anyways, dinner is ready. Got some steak for Kai. Come shower and eat. A good night's sleep is needed, he said. I agree with you, know that. I told him, going in after kissing Kai a good night on his snout, and went up into the room. After showering, I wore a shirt, definitely not mine, and long fuzzy socks that made my feet warm immediately. Ooh, homemade pizza, I said, taking my seat. Enjoy. Ryan smiled. I took a plate and put 2 slices of pizza for now because I know I will eat more. After 6 slices of pizza and an extremely filled stomach, I sat in the living room watching a movie to while away time while Dylan and Ryan slaved away in the kitchen, their words not mine. When they finished, we moved up to the bedroom. What are we doing tomorrow? I asked as we got comfortable in bed. Well, now that we know what we are going against with the Vietagrands and Scrivons, we have to plan a battle strategy that won't make the warriors vulnerable to them, Dylan said. Okay, let's sleep. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow for us all. I cuddled closer to them and closed my eyes. Good night. I love you, I muttered. To the moon and back, they both replied. Rins Bovi. Dylan and I got up as early as 5 in the morning and got ready for training, leaving a message for Kamila to come join us when she wakes. We left and went over to the training ground. Since no one was joining until an hour by 6, we decided to lap around the training ground and also through the forest. We shifted to our wolves, and they were happy to run so much. We sparred with each other in our wolf form for a while and returned to the training ground when we realized it was time for everyone else to join us. Kamila was the first person my brother and I saw, and I was already going to hug her. Why weren't you in bed when I got up? She asked, her lips forming a pout. Thought you would want to sleep more, I told her, placing a kiss on her hair. So what are we doing first? Dylan asked. I'm kicking Aaron's butt first, Kamila said. Aaron only groaned. You haven't forgotten about that? Nope, I made a promise and I have to keep it, Kamila said, smiling. Yeah, a promise to kick my butt and make my life hell this beautiful morning. Everyone was here to see their Luna in action. Even Mom and Dad showed up. Aaron got into the fight circle with Kamila. The fight circle was a style we used for training. Once an opponent is out of the circle, he or she only has 5 seconds to get back in, and the battle continues until one is overruled. Don't hold back. Kamila grinned at Aaron. Wasn't planning to, m'lady? Aaron replied, and they got into position. Everywhere was so quiet and still, it was like time actually stopped as we waited for one of them to make their first move. Aaron attacked first by running towards Kami, aiming a punch to her stomach. She moved out of the way, using the wind to support herself, then slammed her feet to his side. Aaron engaged her to a hand-to-hand combat, and Kamila kept dodging them all. He dabbed at her right side, but changed at last minute to the left side, finally getting a strong hit on Kami. Kamila groaned, glaring at him. Aaron grinned in response, but stopped smiling as Kamila grinned back at him. She began to throw punches here and there at him so fast that Aaron only had to block her attacks. She is really good and fast, Dad said beside me. I only nodded in agreement, not taking my eyes off them. Third person's POV. Everyone was in awe of Kamila as she fought so well against Aaron, especially the kids who were still in training and are seeing their instructor's ass getting kicked. Aaron got kicked out of the circle for the second time while Kamila, just once. You can shift if you want, Kamila told him after he was in the circle again. Nah, and have your mates behead me, he replied. Oh, please, shift because I'm going all in this time around. Kamila rolled her eyes. Define all in. Aaron grinned, getting into stance without shifting. Okay, suit yourself, she said as her eyes began to glow and her brunette hair were glowing brightly with a hint of red. Aaron ran towards her, but did not even get close when a gush of wind from Kami swept him off his feet, and he landed in his back with a thud. Aaron got up, glaring at Kami, who was smiling at him mockingly. With a growl, he began to shift and stood before her in his wolf. His fur were sandy-colored, and he was big, but not as beefy as Dylan and Ryan, but definitely bigger than every other wolves in the pack. Wings, almost transparent and invisible, appeared on Kamila's back, and she rose a little bit higher into the sky. Aaron was staring up at her as a low growl rumbled in his throat. He began to move in circles, staring up at her. Kamila moved, also staring at him. Aaron jumped up with the goal to pull her back to the ground, but Kamila moved out of the way, pushing him by manipulating the wind instead. Kamila got back on the ground and faced Aaron again. He growled lowly, still staring at her without any movement. As if something snapped in him, Aaron ran at full speed towards Kami and jumped on her. She stepped out of the way, but not without gaining a scratch on her arm. Kamila stared at her wound, muttering a simple spell to heal herself, and she regained her focus on Aaron. With a smile, she ran towards him, absorbing water from the surrounding and making a long staff out of it. With that, she began to attack, hitting Aaron, but he also managed to get few hit on her. Kamila jumped high into the air and kept that position. Making icy sticks, she began to throw them at Aaron, who was on the ground. As he broke through some of them, it was like they multiplied around him until he couldn't move to avoid getting stabbed by any of them. With that, Aaron accepted defeat and Kamila cleared the surroundings. She came down and walked towards her mates as the color of her eyes returned to its normal color, and her hair also, while Aaron went behind a tree to shift and put on some clothes. Everyone were so shocked that no one was saying anything, like they were all frozen, except Dylan, Ryan, and Vale. Vale's loud applause managed to bring almost everyone out of their dazes. "As expected, you were badass," he said with a smile. Kamila smiled at him, flipping her hair that had fallen out of the ponytail during the fight. She flipped it playfully. "Good work, Firefly. I think you broke the members of our pack," Dylan said, referring to the pack members who have still not gotten out of their shock. Aaron joined them. "Yeah, you really kicked my ass," he said to Kamila. "You are welcome," she replied. "That was really amazing, sweetheart," Marie said as Ian nodded along. "It felt so great to see you being so powerful and capable," Ian added. A familiar voice squealed before Kamila felt a body jump on her. "My bestie is a badass woman," Zoe said as she hugged Kamila, who only laughed as she hugged her in return. "It was so amazing seeing you fight, especially as you went against Aaron in his wolf form," Sarah told her. The training ground was so full as everyone were present as per Alpha's orders. Everyone was having one form of training or the other. The only set of pack members that were not present were the elderly and the youngest. But Dylan made sure everyone must be involved in the training and have one or more ways to defend themselves. Training ended for the day, and everyone retired to their houses for a good rest. Kamila fell straight on the bed after a refreshing shower without even bothering to dress up. "You hungry?" Dylan asked, coming into the room. "Yes, but I'm too tired to eat or dress or do anything right now," she replied. Dylan picked out a sweatshirt from his wardrobe and joggers from Ryan's and dressed her up. "Let's dry your hair," he said, about to lift her into his arms so he can place her in front of the vanity. "Never mind about that," Kamila said, creating some sort of heat vacuum around her head and dried her hair. "Okay, I guess food is next," Dylan told her. He picked her up into his arms as Kami wrapped her own around his neck, and they went down the stairs. In the kitchen, Kamila was surprised to see Vale, Zoe, and Sarah also in their house. "What are you all doing here?" she asked, making them aware of her presence in the room, spending quality time together. Val replied, grinning. "That sounds too good to be true." Kamila replied as a plate filled with pancakes and fruits with an abundance of syrup spread over them. She pecked her mates before staring at Val, Zoe, and Sarah with an eyebrow raised. "Fine," Dylan cooked, "and we were hungry for something Dylan made." Zoe finally replied, "My mate is not your cook. He is my mate, my cook." Kamila said, "Of course, but sharing is caring." Val whined. After eating, they all settled in the living room to watch a movie. The windows were shut close and curtains drawn to give a dark vibe to the living room. Vale, Zoe, and Sarah finally left, leaving the couple to themselves as they just laid in the room cuddling, Sapphire resting his head on Camila's feet, and they drifted asleep. Third person's POV. Training in the pack continued vigorously. Kamila became someone that every warrior wanted to fight against to prove how good they actually are. Not that fighting against their alphas was not enough proof, but Camila's use of her elemental powers and magic made the battle harder. It was already 2 weeks since Kamila got back from Arathel. After training with pack members, she made sure to also train herself, meditating to balance the use of her magic and ensure that her energy won't be depleted after few elements attacks. Kamila sat on the floor in a lotus pose. As she concentrated, it was like the wind was still around her. Even as the wind was still, her hair was flowing around her head as it defying gravity. Specks of blue lights began to appear on her body, creating an ethereal glow. As her body glowed the more, she began to levitate, still in the same sitting position, but this time few centimeters above the ground. Every pack member's training stopped to look at the wonderful view in front of them. As if enchanted, no one said a word as they continued to stare at her. "Beautiful," Dylan whispered, admiring his powerful mate. "Every time I forget how powerful Mila actually is, she does incredible stuffs to remind me," Aaron whispered to Dylan and Ryan. Suddenly, there was a change in the atmosphere. Dylan received information through the mind link from the wolves on patrol that the rogues were attacking. Immediately, those who couldn't fight were sent straight to the bunker for safety. "What about Cammy?" Ian asked when he noticed she hasn't moved from her position, even with the warning and alarm siren sounding through the pack. "She will be fine. The unlucky ones will be the rogues who get close to her," Ryan smirked. They moved to the area where the rogues were attacking from in order to prevent them from getting too close to the pack mainlands. "Keep at most 5 for questioning," Dylan announced to all the warriors. Some shifted and some remained in their human form, ready to take on the intruders. As the fight continued on the east side of the pack, the other areas were protected by patrol wolves. But what they did not expect was more wolves to attack in another place. When Dylan noticed the plan was to attack from all sides, he gave out new orders: lead them to the training ground, let's all have them together. "Don't let them realize the plan," Ryan added. The entire fight finally moved to the training ground. Kamila was still in her head space, her body glowing more violently. Just then, the rogues became more feral, trying to get to her. The first rogue to jump in her direction was beheaded with a clean slash. Everyone else stood still after that, staring at Kamila and the body that laid at her feet. Kamila's eyes were now opened, her eyes glowing so much that sparks were coming out of them. The first kill gained the attention of the rogues, and they ran towards her, abandoning the pack members. Their only goal was the woman right in front of them. "Attack them while they are distracted," Ryan said into the mind link, and everyone began to kill the rogues from behind them. At the front lines, Kamila endlessly killed each rogues, not giving them a chance to get within a 3-foot radius close to her. Even as they fought against the rogues, it was as if they were never ending. The ground began to shake, making the fight momentarily stop as they tried to gain balance. Dylan looked towards Kamila. Her hands were raised with a purpose. The cracks on the ground split open to reveal lava. A gush of wind blew, only picking up the rogues, pushing them one after the other down the opening into the lava. After majority of the rogues were gone, the wind went calm and the ground closed up. The remaining rogues turned to run but hit an invisible wall. A powerful voice echoed around the entire place. "And where do you think you are running to?" Kamila asked, staring at them with eyes that now looked so frightening. Only Kamila was in the dome-like structure with the rogues. Everyone else were out watching what was going on. "Did you really think you could run?" The wolves were now whimpering, curling against the wall as they tried to get away from Kamila, who was moving closer to them. "Shift," she commanded, and every other wolves who are members of the pack felt the energy that was like that of an alpha, maybe even stronger. The group of rogues, not more than 10, shifted at her command. 6 males and 3 females, they looked so young, not older than 18. Kamila muttered a spell and clothes appeared on them. I was not planning to end your lives, Kamila said to them. Kamila took the dome out and gestured for the rogues to follow her. They stood scared, staring at the pack members who were looking at them. They won't do anything unless you want to do anything unacceptable, she told them. Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan were in the office with the rogues standing in front of them nervously. Dylan and Ryan glaring at them unwaveringly. Okay, that is enough. Quit the staring contest, Kamila said, breaking the silence in the room. Are you sure about this, Cammy? Dylan asked. Of course, stupid Draca forcing them to fight, but the rest are not worth saving, Kamila replied. If he is forcing you all to fight, what does he have against you? And why did he not just possess you like the first rogues? Dylan asked them. We don't know. Usually he places a spell on the group before sending them off. But this time, he just gave us a goal and we were sent out. Some others wanted to be the one to get you and get a reward. One of the males said. First, what are your names? Kamila asked. I'm Jaden, and these are my siblings Tyler and Deidre. One who looked the oldest said, Barry, Penelope, Ellen, Sal. I'm Killen, and he is my twin Victor. He is a selective mute. They all introduced themselves. So does he have anything against any of you? Ryan asked. Not all of us. Penelope has 2 younger sisters, Killen and Victor, their mum and baby sister. Jaden replied. You all know a lot about each other, Dylan said. Yeah, we all shared the same cell, sometimes planned to grab our families and run, but never had a chance, Killen answered. Good thing you did not have the chance. That would have been the most reckless move. Kamila told them. How did you become rogues? Ryan asked. Our family have always been rogues for 3 generations. We never looked for any trouble and stayed among humans most of the time, Jaden replied. After sharing stories of how they became rogues, they were dismissed and Kamila ensured they got places to themselves so they could clean up and look tidy. You were really amazing today, Firefly, Dylan said to Kamila. She was laying on both her mates' laps. I know, right? It felt amazing using my powers like that, she replied. The earthquake and lava stuff were new, Ryan told her. Learnt it from Benjamin. Kamila grinned cheekily. A.N. Benjamin in Twilight Breaking Dawn who could control elements. He did the earthquake thing during the fight against the Volturi. Thought as much. How could I forget? You and Zoe made us watch that series countless times. Ryan rolled his eyes. You don't mind Jaden and the rest being here, do you? Kamila asked. Of course not. Might as well make use of any information they will have. But how did you figure them out just like that? Dylan asked. It's something I noticed I could do these days. Find out if someone is lying. See if they are good at heart or they have any bad intention, Kamila replied. That's so good. Hope we don't have to worry about anyone in the pack? Ryan asked. So far, no. Maybe once everyone is gathered together, I can find out, Kamila replied. I guess we should plan a small get-together and add our new members to the pack, Dylan said. Sounds good. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did writing the chapter. Lots of love. Lisbeth Rose, Camila's Pove. Giving Jaden and the rest of the rogues a second chance was the best idea ever. Dylan and Ryan went to check up on security protocol, and all while I was with Zoe, Sarah, and Aaron planning a small party for the new additions to the pack. Okay, spit it out. What is up with you? I asked Aaron, who was acting all jittery around me. It's nothing, he lied. Say it or you are smelling any food I cook for a week, I threatened. Well, I can smell from a pretty huge distance. I don't really have to be in your house to smell whatever delicacy you make. He grinned. Oh, really, what I meant was, I will let Kai burn your ass to ashes before you can smell. I told him. Zoe laughed out as he glared at me. Fine, I found my mate, he said. The kitchen was so quiet as we all tried to process if what we heard was actually correct. Say something, Aaron whined, shaking me on my seat. I'm so excited for you. Aaron, who is he? I asked. Victor, one of the new members of the pack, he replied. Oh, that guy looks like a tough nut to crack, Zoe said with a grimace. Yeah, but I'm sure you will be able to get him to come out of his shell. After all, you are mates, I told him. Did you have any moment with him? Sarah asked. Not yet. Definitely this night, after they become members of the pack, he replied. Good idea. What time is it starting tonight anyway? Zoe asked me. 7 p.m. Huge dinner with everyone after that. We left to the pack house with intention to help all the chefs cooking in the kitchen. How is it going, people? Aaron asked as we all walked in. Was doing better. Why are you here? Marie said to him. My awesome, amazing, ethereal self is here to help you all. Be prepared to experience the wonders of my two hands. He replied, standing in the middle of the kitchen. Get out of the way with those things you call hands. Look around. The only males in here are the real chefs who have real purpose. The only thing you are doing here is taking space. Marie told him after hitting the back of his head with a spatula. Everyone laughed at Aaron as he glared at us. Bestie, save me, he dramatically called, clinging to my arm. Get your hands off my bestie, you peasant, Zoe told him with a glare. Nope, she is my bestie too, Aaron replied. Zoe pulled out of the kitchen to the backyard to fight for the rightful position of being my bestie. As they both said, everyone else got busy forgetting about the other two. You were really amazing today, Kami. The pack can't have a much more better Luna, Marie said to me. Thank you, Marie. It felt so good defending the pack. It isn't just a pack to me anymore, but family, I replied. Luna, we were hoping you could make the dessert, one of the chefs said to me. I looked at them all to see that they were all nodding with a smile. Of course, no problem, but I'm going to make use of everyone's assistance. It is a big gathering tonight, I replied. They all agreed happily and we got to work. Menu for dessert were pies, chocolate chip cookies, sugar cookies, tart, brownies. We also loaded candies into jars for all the kids around. After everything was ready, I began to walk down to the house to get ready for the night. My phone rang and I looked to see that it was a call from Serenity, my sister. Hi sis, how have you been? I asked, picking the call. Good, even though you actually forgot that you have a sister that exists, she replied. I could mentally see her rolling her eyes as she said that. I am sorry. Been kind of busy, I replied. Doing what? I asked. I could not exactly tell her I am a reincarnation of someone, have powers, and is preparing for a battle against someone who wants control over me because of my powers. Just stuffs. Remember, you told you how important Dylan and Ryan are here? So, just contributing to public affairs has me very busy. I tried to explain to my sister, making it sound simpler than it is. What are they, mayors? She jokingly asked. More or less, I replied. Wait, really? Yes, was so surprised when I found out too, I said to her. Anyway, the reason I called is to tell you that I'm engaged, Saren announced, squealing. Oh my goodness. Jake finally proposed. I'm so happy for you guys. I smiled. We switched the call to a video call and she showed me her ring. It was so beautiful, the diamond having a nice cut that gave it a good view under lights. Ugh, that view behind you is to die for. I think I'm coming to your boyfriend's town for a vacation, she said. I was sitting in the clear area we usually used for parties. A small lake is there with the woods across from there. I will make sure to prepare for your vacation whenever you want to come. Lots of things to show you. I'm sure you will love them all, I replied. We ended the call and I went back home to see Dylan and Ryan already in. Where have you been? Ryan asked as they both hugged me. Dylan kissed me on my right cheek and Ryan on the left. Was talking to my sis on the phone. She is finally engaged, I replied. That's great news, Dylan said. Yes, I'm so happy for her. Luckily, she is not having any party till July, so we have time to be there. I just hope everything will be over by then, I told them. Of course, Dylan smiled. We all got ready for the night. Looking pretty, Firefly, Dylan said to me as we walked down to the clearing where the event was taking place. Thank you. You guys look pretty yummy yourselves, I told them with a smile. Sapphire also came with us. He was now looking big and pretty with his beautiful bright blue eyes. He always loved to come along because all the little kids of the pack wants to play with him and they all give him different treats all the time. Pretty excited for tonight, aren't you? I said to him as he walked beside us, wagging his tail excitedly. We got to the venue. Everyone was gathered, making the space filled up. Beside the podium were our new members to be. They were looking very groomed up and amazing. I could see Aaron staring at his mate without batting an eyelid or taking his eyes off even for a second. Third person's POV. They all climb up to the podium and Dylan and Ryan began to address the pack. Good evening, everyone. Today was quite an eventful day, but no serious damage were made to the pack. All thanks to your Luna, Dylan said. The entire pack cheered out loud for their Luna. Dylan allowed the two for a few minutes before raising his arm to signify silence. The gathering this evening is to welcome new members into the pack. Yes, they were rogues, but not anymore, as we all are giving them a second chance to be part of this big family. After Dylan's speech, Ryan stepped forward to continue the process. A tiny prick was made on every one of them thumbs, and then they took the oath to be loyal, protective, and truthful to the pack. Dylan and Ryan then replied by accepting them into the pack, and the process was over. Welcome to Silver Moon Pack, Dylan said with a smile as everyone in attendance gave a round of applause. Aaron, on the other hand, was ready to speak with his mate and literally whisked him away. Get to know other people, move around, Kamila encouraged their newest members. The night ended on a good note with lots to eat and good music. Also, please follow me on TikTok, Lizbeth Rose, Instagram, Lizbeth Rose. Lots of love, Lizbeth Rose, Kamila's POV. We were all gathered in the Alpha's office, and by we I meant Dylan, Ryan, Aaron, Jaden, Tyler, Victor, Vale, and I. With the motive to infiltrate the camp, Draca kept the rogues. Jaden and Tyler shared some important information with us of how Draca only came around the camp twice in a week, meaning we could go there one of the days during the week and free the rogues that have no issue and will prove to be less meddlesome. Any other one will be dealt with there. The camp has some kind of spell around it. It is hidden from plain sight and only rogues can actually pass through. Once in, you can come out again, Tyler said. That means I'm going with you guys, I said. No, you're not, Dylan said, and I rolled my eyes at his stupidity right now. Did you not hear Tyler? There is magic and spell involved, and as it seems, I'm the only one here capable of doing that also, I told him. After Dylan finally agreed to the fact that I am coming with them, we would need a strong disguise until we can take out majority of the guards there, Ryan said. I can make a cloaking spell, been perfecting for a while now. They won't be able to hear, smell, or sense us in any way. I replied to that. Seems like we are getting close to a perfect plan. Now, Jaden, you all have to describe the place in a way so perfect we can create our own layout and plan escape routes, Dylan said, resting his gaze on the newest members in front of him. Or even a much more better way, I can go into your head, using all memories you have received of the place to draw a layout, Vale said. Really? I asked. He nodded with a smile. Third person's POV. Everyone moved to another room for a much larger space. Vale settled on the floor with Jaden, Tyler, Deidre, Victor, Barry, Penelope, Ellen, Sal, and Killen surrounding him, making a circle. Hold hands, Vale told them. Taking a deep breath, Val closed his eyes, concentrated, the large paper in front of him ready to be filled up. Kamila sat between Dylan and Ryan as they watched. Do you think it will take a while? She asked, using their mind link so their voices won't be a disturbance. Let's wait and see. If it is, we might as well sneak out quietly to eat something, Dylan replied. A few minutes later, they left the room to go get busy with other things in the office. Dylan and Ryan were going over the security detail that would be in place once they go on their rescue mission. Kamila was busy with reports from the pack facilities like school, daycare, and some shops. Luckily, she would now have an assistant, as it is the work of the beta male-female to help the Luna with such stuffs. Finished with one folder, she closed it and opened the other. This one was mainly about some humans who knew about the werewolves because they were mated to some. The number has now increased, and so more human members of the pack. The trio were all working hard to clear any issue on their tables before they leave for the journey. They had no idea how much time has passed until someone knocked on the door. Come in, Ryan said. The door opened into the office and Marie stepped in. What are you three doing, caving yourselves in here? She asked them. Paperwork, Mum. Nothing too serious, Dylan said. Well, if I am not wrong, you all have spent about 6 hours in here. Have you even moved from your seats? She queried, stepping into the office fully, and she stood at the center. Well, not really, Kamila replied with a guilty look as Marie glowered at all of them. Come down for dinner. You all missed lunch, she said. Okay, but first, let's check on Val and the others, Dylan said, finally standing. He stretched his body, resulting to multiple cracks and clicks sounding. Be expecting you all. Don't let me come again, Marie warned and left the office. They left to the room where they left Val. Quietly opening the door, they stepped in. Vale was blindly drawing on the piece of paper in front of him with his eyes closed. 4 other papers were beside him, fully drawn on. He suddenly stopped, and about 2 minutes later, he opened his eyes. Jaden, Tyler, Victor, Killen, Deidre, and the others also opened their eyes and looked at each other. That went well. I guess all this will be enough to make plans, Vale said, picking the papers and packing them together in order. We can go through them and make plans tomorrow. It is already evening, and we are being asked to come down for dinner, Ryan said. Ooh, dinner. Out of my way, peasants, Vale said, walking out of the room after pushing Dylan and Ryan out of the way. I'm so close to locking that guy up in a cell, Ryan grumbled, glaring at the direction he went. Kamila only laughed, and they all began to file out of the room one after the other. They got to the dining room to see Val already with an overfilled plate of food. What? I'm starving, he said when he noticed the look the group was giving him. They all took their seat and began to eat. Make sure you all eat well, Marie said to them. The meal together ended, and everyone else left to their various niche. Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan left the pack house and began to walk down to their house with the cool evening breeze, tiny fireflies and moonlight as their companion. On getting home, Kamila took off into the bathroom. She took a shower and dressed into one of the guys' t-shirt before laying in bed, blacking out immediately. Her 2 mates also joined her in bed, only in their underwears. The next morning, after breakfast, Dylan was in the office with Ryan, Cammy, Aaron, Vale, Jaden, Victor, Killen, and Deidre. They were now going over the plan of the hideout drawn by Vale. This is pretty comprehensive, Ryan complimented. Thank you, it was nothing, Vale said, flipping his non-existence hair. Ryan only rolled his eyes. Going through the whole place took about an hour. Creating a foolproof plan took 2 more hours. This is it, I guess, Kamila said. Dylan nodded in agreement. I can't think of anything that could go wrong with how well we have planned all this, he replied. When do we go? Let's get this over with, Aaron asked. The day after tomorrow. It is too risky tomorrow. He might be there, and we don't want to face him now, Dylan said. Everyone agreed, and they walked out of the office. Dylan and Ryan went to tell their parents the finality of the plan, while Kamila went to her best friend. Do you think it will be easy? Zoe asked, fully worried for her best friend, soul sister. Not really, we just have to be careful and hope it all goes well, Kamila replied. Promise me you will be very careful, Zoe pleaded. I will, I promise. All of this will be over, soon enough, Kamila replied. Back at home, Kamila was with Kai in the backyard. Why can't I come with you? Kai asked after Kami told him to stay behind, to avoid too much attraction. Kamila told him, If I remember correctly, I think I can make myself invisible, Kai said. True, but, Kami was saying. Then it is settled, I am coming with. Kamila went back into the house and met Dylan and Ryan in the kitchen. What are you guys up to? She asked them. Dinner, making lasagna, Dylan replied. How did Kai take it? Ryan asked. He said he is coming along, going to make himself invisible to avoid attraction. Kamila replied. I knew he won't agree to stay behind, Dylan said. They had dinner and retired to bed. Still awake, they decided to watch a movie to pass time until they finally fell asleep. You can also follow me on TikTok, Lizbeth Rose, Instagram, Liz, Beth Rose, lots of love, Lizbeth Rose, third person's POV. The day for their departure came. Everyone were ready early in the morning, and they were all gathered at the training clearing of the pack with Kai. 2 groups of 12 were formed for the mission, making a total of 24 people. The first group, headed by Kamila and Kai, they were going on Kai. Second group, headed by Dylan and Ryan, were going in their wolf form. As planned, Kami and Kai would fly over and she would try to spot the magical barrier, tweaking it in a way to allow them go in without alerting anyone. Be careful, Firefly, Dylan said to Kamila, kissing her on her forehead. Seriously, be careful, don't do anything crazy, Ryan added. What do you mean by crazy? I don't do crazy, Kamila told them, and the 2 males gave a pointed look. She only smiled and levitated herself, landing on her spot on Kai. "Come on, Kai," she said. As Kai prepared to fly, the other wolves shifted and began to run. The journey took roughly 30 minutes before Jaden announced that the barrier should be around the area they were in. Kamila mind-linked her mates, and they stopped at a safe distance. Kai took a steady stance in the air, allowing Kamila to concentrate on what she was about to do, closing her eyes to feel the presence of the magic. Few minutes passed, and Kamila sensed the magic of the barrier. Muttering a spell, Kamila created an opening in the barrier, still making the whole thing look like it was in fact intact. The two groups went in stealthily, even though they had a spell cast to prevent them being seen, heard, or scented. Other people who were on Kai with Kamila came down to join their alphas. Dylan told Kamila to keep still on Kai and be on the lookout. After all, she could counterattack anything with her magic. Regrouping into 3s and 4s, they went through the camp. After walking, they found a particular building that had more guards than usual. "This should be it," Dylan said. "We can't go in without gaining attention, and these guys would call the attention of other guards," Ryan said. "Knew that already," Dylan smiled. Why are you smiling?" Ryan asked his brother. Just then, they heard a mind link. "Alpha, the other guards are already asleep," Kamila said. They could almost hear her cheeky grin as she said those words. "Thank you, Firefly," Dylan replied, smiling. "Wait, they are asleep while standing?" Ryan yelled. "Yep, that way they won't even know something has happened around them until we are done and gone," Kamila replied via mindlink. Dylan went forward and opened the door using the fingerprint of one of the guards. He was actually impressed with the level of security, if only it wasn't used for something evil. They went in, and the annoying scent of rogues attacked their noses. "Find your family," Dylan said to Jaden. He nodded and went deeper into the place to other cells. He soon returned with a group of people. "Take them to Kami," Ryan said. After Jaden left, Dylan turned to face the other rogues. Some of them were cowering with fear, and some were just growling. Too feral to be saved. "You all only have 2 choices, or I am ending you all in here. Can't have aggressive rogues roaming about, causing commotion and disturbing packs," Dylan announced using his alpha voice so that I could all hear him. After a moment of silence, he continued. "If you want to join our pack, you are welcome. If you don't want to, and you promise not to cause any trouble as you continue to lead your lives as rogues, I have no problem with that. I can tell some of you here don't plan on doing any of the 2, Dylan said. And don't think you can pretend to get out of here. We would know," Ryan added at the end of Dylan's speech. "Kami, could you join us here?" Dylan asked. "With pleasure," Kamila replied. Close to 5 minutes later, Kamila came into the cells. "What am I doing?" she asked, moving to stand between them. "We are only releasing those with true intents to change. I guess you can help with that," Ryan explained to her. "Okay, that sounds good. Let's begin." Cell by cell, Kamila began to release those with true intents. Some feral rogues tried to escape, but of course they were held back by Kami and placed back in the cells. 250 rogues were released. About 170 decided to join the packs. "What are we doing with the rest of these?" Kamila asked. "We have to get rid of them. Makes life easier that we won't even have to worry about any silly rogues attack," Dylan replied. The group left the cell and got ready to leave. "What did you do to those rogues?" Ryan asked Kamila. "Nothing much, just that they will all drop dead like flies before tomorrow morning," she replied. "How are we going to get 250 people out of here?" Ryan wondered out loud. "I have an idea," Kamila replied. "Which is?" Dylan asked. "Vale and I have been working on a teleportation circle together. I would have done it alone, but I am going to need his help to make a bigger one that can take everyone at once," Kamila replied. "You just keep surprising us every single day," Dylan said. "I like to be mysterious," she winked in reply. Kamila immediately teleported in front of them. "It's going to take a while for me to get used to that," Ryan said. They walked back to the group. Kamila appeared right in front of Vale, who was lounging on a couch. When he saw Kami, he let out a girly scream. "Shut it and let's go," she said to him, grabbing his arm. "Where?" Vale asked. "You'll see." She simply said, and they disappeared again. Arriving back at the camp, Vale's eyes widened at the amount of people that they were about to teleport. "You better feed me well after all of this," he muttered. Together, Val and Kamila opened the portal and everyone were able to move at once. "Stay with them. We will be there soon," Kamila said to Vala, who nodded and disappeared. Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan got on Kai and left the camp. Kamila set everything back to normal, including the barrier and guards. They arrived back at the pack and saw all the rogues standing at the pack training ground. "If you want to join this pack, to the right. If you are planning to leave, to the left," Ryan said to the group of people gathered. After they all separated, a total of 175 decided to join the Silver Moon pack. After that was settled, the rest left the pack. "Woo, this pack is really growing," Dave said. "Yes, after this whole situation is over, we are going to enlarge and expand the pack," Dylan said. The rogues were accepted into the pack by a simple acceptance ceremony. Kamila, with the aid of Victor, Zoe, Sarah, and Vale, got them all settled in the pack. It was the following day. Kamila was in the Alpha office with Dylan and Ryan. "I'm sure Draca already knows what he's gone wrong with his rogues," Kamila said. She was seated on Ryan's lap as he playfully massaged her shoulders. "Yeah, and he will be really pissed," Ryan said behind her. "My only concern is he doesn't get any pack to join this battle on his side," Dylan said. "If he manages to do so, who do you think he will be able to get to agree?" Kamila asked. "Grayson Dawson, Alpha of the Creekside Pack," Dylan replied. "Who is that?" Kamila asked. "Just an arrogant alpha who always wants his pack to the biggest, but he has not succeeded. He will surely join if Draca promises him that he can take over our pack," Dylan explained. "Great, one more egotistical idiot to deal with," Kamila said. What do you mean the rogues are dead?" Draca asked the trembling guard who was reporting to him. "My lord, they are all dead, every single one of them, but no one was found around the camp," guard said fearfully. With a roar, Draca beheaded the Gwamard and called in his second-hand man. "Set a meeting with that alpha you said will be of great help to us," he said. "Yes, my lord," he replied. "Very soon, Reyna, very soon. And I will get rid of everything you hold dear and make sure to take everything you have, including your powers," he said. I wrote this whole chapter in one sitting after days of thinking and overthinking. Hope it came out well. Don't forget to vote, comment, share. Lots of love. Lisbeth Rose, Kamila's POV. It's been 2 weeks since we got rid of the camp that housed all the rogues that Draca had plans to use. Now that he was short of puppets to use, we feared that he would approach Alpha Grayson, the asshole of an alpha. That morning, we were having breakfast in the pack house when one of the guards patrolling the borders came to us. "Alpha Cole is at the borders with some people," he said. "Cole, that's weird. That old fart hardly visits us," Dylan said. "Who is Alpha Cole?" I asked as we left for the borders. "He is the alpha of Green Valley Pack. He likes to keep to himself and avoid any unnecessary issues. We have a mutual relationship with him and sometimes visit each other, but it's been a while," Dylan explained to me. When we arrived at the borders, I saw 5 men standing. The 4 stood behind one, making it obvious that he was Alpha Cole. He did not even look as old as Dylan called him, probably because of his alpha's gene, but he still looked so fit and young, except for the traces of white hairs on his beard and head. "Dylan and Ryan, good to see you two again, and with your mate," he smiled. "Good to see you too, Cole. What brings you, although I might have an accurate guess what it is?" Dylan asked with a smile. "Give this old man a break. Let's talk where I can sit," he said. "Yeah, I forgot you are already old and wrinkly already," Ryan said with a smirk. Cole only glared at him as we walked to the Alpha's office. We finally arrived and everyone took a seat. "What brings you to our pack?" Dylan asked. "Well, Grayson came to me," Cole simply said in reply. We were expecting that," Dylan said. "What story did he cook up for you?" Ryan asked. "Something fascinating about your mate. Said she is not meant to be and has a way to get rid of her before anything bad happens," Cole replied. "That's a way to put it. Offering me to Draca is probably his way of getting rid of me," I said. He asked me to join the alliance and I could have more power. I told the boy I'm too old to be looking for more power." Cole scoffed. So what is going to happen, or what do you think will happen? Ryan asked. Well, he said something about the war coming in a fortnight, and I hope you all are prepared to take on whatever he has planned with his new daddy. Cole said. Yeah, of course. Dylan replied. Third person's POV. The following day during training, the Silver Moon Pack had more visitors, Frejal, Sienna, and Xena, along with some warriors from Arathel. Wow, that's a lot of people, Kami said, looking at the new group. Your pack is just going to have training sessions with them to create a chemistry between everyone on the battlefield. The main group would be here in time, Frejal explained. Members of the Silver Moon Pack were staring at the new members from Arathel, like they weren't even supernatural creatures themselves. Centaurs, witches, fairies, dwarves, and elves were among the new group. So how are we doing this? Kamila asked. I will create an illusion, just like how I did for you then, and everyone is joining in it, Xena replied. You all must fight alongside each other, help each other, and protect yourselves. Only when we fight as new will the battle be easy, not that it will be that easy, but we will make things easy if there is sync between everyone. Frejal said loudly, making sure his voice boomed for everyone to hear loud and clear. After making sure everyone was ready, Xena created the illusion. The normal training ground transformed into a huge space, cleared of any trees or blockage. First rays of dawn barely pierced the dense canopy of darkness as the assembly of warriors poised on the edge of the now barren training ground. Silence, thick and tense, hung over them like a shroud until the air was split by a singular, commanding war cry. In an instant, the ground itself seemed to tremble with the force of thousands of feet and hooves thundering toward the looming threat. Dylan and Ryan stood at the forefront, their transformation into towering wolves an awe-inspiring sight. Muscles rippled under dense fur as they led their pack, a fierce blend of human and beast, against the twin threats of Sivans and Vietigrons. The pack's eyes, human and wolf alike, glinted with a shared ferocity, united under their leader's indomitable will. Above, fairies flitted nervously, the delicate flutter of their wings belying their potent magical abilities. Kai, with Kamila securely on his back, commanded the air with an aura of calm authority. Together, they directed the fairies to weave protective enchantments and direct healing where it was most needed. On the left flank, Frejal, with his chest bare and head held high, led a diverse contingent of centaurs and elves. The centaurs' powerful legs churned the earth, their bows drawn and ready, while the elves, led by Sienna and Xena, murmured incantations, strengthening the magic already protecting their allies. Their hands glowed with a verdant light, casting spells that reinforced the warriors' defenses against the fiery onslaught of the Vietigrons. To the right, the dwarves adjusted their grip on their assortment of lethal blades, their faces set in grim determination. Their compact bodies moved with surprising agility, ready to plunge into the heat of battle against creatures whose molten bodies posed a deadly risk. As the forces converged, the Sivans descended from the sky, their massive wings beating with ominous thuds. These giant bat-like creatures dived toward the warriors, their fanged mouths agape. Simultaneously, from the forest's edge, the Vietigrons lumbered forward. These towering beasts, comprised of bubbling lava and rock, radiated intense heat that warped the air around them. The elves, using their mastery over nature, had already spread a verdant cover across the field, giving rise to barriers and traps that hindered the Sivans' flight. Vines and branches entangled their wings, bringing some of the creatures crashing down where werewolf and dwarf waited to finish them. Kamila, noticing the clusters of Vietigrons advancing, pointed out their vulnerability, a slender gap at the nape of each beast's neck. Relaying this crucial information through Kai, she directed the centaur archers to focus their aim on these weak spots. The centaurs, taking position, let loose a flurry of arrows, their tips alight with magical fire borrowed from dwarf-forged embers. The arrows found their marks, causing the Vietigrons to stagger, their molten blood hissing as it met the cool morning air. On the ground, Ryan, weaving through the chaos, targeted the rogue wolves, their fur matted and eyes wild. With a powerful blend of diplomacy and dominance, he managed to sway many to their cause, turning former foes into allies mid-battle. These wolves, now integrated, added their strength to the ranks, tearing at the Sivons that had been grounded by elven magic. Dylan, meanwhile, faced a towering Vietagron, his wolf form agile as he dodged swipes from its rocky limbs. Timing his movements with the precision of a seasoned alpha, he lunged at the beast's exposed neck, his powerful jaws clamping down. As he pulled away, a fairy zipped close, dousing the wound with a burst of frost to prevent the beast from regenerating. The dwarves, understanding their role, stayed close to the Vietagrons, their enchanted weapons hacking at any limb that ventured too close. Their craftsmanship was evident as each strike chipped away at the rocky hide, creating openings for centaur arrows and werewolf fangs. Throughout the morning, the battle raged with an ebb and flow of tides. Fairies danced through the air, their tiny forms darting between friend and foe, healing here, attacking there. Their gentle touch reinvigorated the weary, their bright laughter bolstering spirits even in the darkest moments. The elves continued to manipulate the battlefield, their magic shaping the earth and flora into a dynamic fortress. Sienna and Xena, standing side by side, channeled their deepest reserves of power, their spells weaving a tapestry of protection and aggression that turned the tide repeatedly. When the battle simulation came to an end and Xena cleared the illusion, everyone were so tired that they all took a spot on the floor and laid flat. Few minutes later, they were up once again and began to go through all the strengths and weaknesses they had noticed of one another during the simulation session. The day ended with a hearty dinner at the pack house with lots of different meal prepared by Kamila and other women in the pack house. During dinner, Kamila went up to Dylan's office to see them busy reading something. "What's up?" she asked them. "Nothing really, just going over the data for the pack's safety bunker," Dylan replied. And how is it looking?" "Good. The other entrances are ready, so getting into the bunker from all sides of the pack will be easy," Ryan replied. "Sounds great. Wouldn't want anyone to be left behind. Anyways, dinner is ready. That was exactly why I came up here," she told them. "Right behind you, Luna, I'm starving," Aaron said, wasting no time to get up from his seat. They all left the office and joined everyone else as they had dinner before retiring for the night. Author's note: hope you all enjoyed the chapter. I enjoyed writing it, actually, and I can't wait for what's about to happen. No spoilers. Is anyone Army and is reading? If yes, Borahai Army. Also, Jin is coming back from his military enlistment on the 12th of June. I seriously can't to see them again. Lots of love. Lisbeth Rose, third person's POV. Training has been more vigorous in the Silver Moon Pack. With the new people around, new techniques has been introduced, and everyone were working hard together to get better and support their home and family. Sierra, Xena, and some witches were working on the protective dome shield that would protect the whole fight from the outside world. "How strong would this shield be?" Kamila asked. "This is the strongest shield I have ever seen anyone create." "Kami, all thanks to you, so you have to worry about any creature getting loose and roaming the world," Sierra told her. "Okay," Kamila replied. She left Xena and Sierra with the other witches and chose a spot that was kind of free with no one else training there. Taking a deep breath, she conjured a ball of flame on her right hand and water on her left. With the ball of fire and water, she tried to merge them together to make a whip of lava. That way it would be longer than a fire sword and reach farther than a sword can. On her first try, the fire was too hot that the water vaporized before she could form the shape that she actually wanted. Groaning in annoyance, she tried again, but the effort was futile again. Again, and again, and again. Kamila kept trying, but she could not get what she wanted, and the area around her was already so hot due to how much she had conjured fire. Kamila did not even notice how hot her surrounding was, or even how wet and drenched she was due to the fire and heat around her. She was already getting tired, because conjuring fire so much at once is a stressful thing to do, but she did not care and kept pushing herself. Out of annoyance, she released a huge fire into the sky. Standing there, breathing heavily, the surrounding was very quiet until she heard footsteps. "You know, all this is not going to walk," Sierra said, joining her in the clearing. "What do you mean?" Kamila asked her. Sierra gestured for her to sit on her rock and joined her. "Pushing yourself to a hard limit is only going to hurt you, not heal you. Achieve what you want, and once you are hurt, you won't be able to do anything," Sierra explained. "But I really need to get this. I don't know why, but I do," Kamila said. "Oh, you are so impatient. Even as Reina, you were always so impatient," Sierra smiled. "I'm not impatient. I've been trying this for almost a week now, but I'm still not getting it," Kamila replied, her sulking. Sierra only chuckled and grabbed her hands. "When last did you meditate? I think you need a calming session," she said. "But," Kamila was saying when Sierra stopped her from saying anything else. With gentle insistence, Sierra guided them to a clearing where the sunlight filtered through the high canopies in dappled patches. They both settled on the soft, mossy floor, the coolness of the earth seeping through their clothes. Sierra instructed Kamila to sit cross-legged, and she did the same opposite her. "Close your eyes," Sierra whispered, doing so herself to set an example. Kamila obeyed, though her eyelids flickered with the effort of keeping her thoughts at bay. She could hear the rustle of leaves, the soft gurgle of a nearby stream, and the distant bird calls. "Now, take a deep breath in," Sierra began, her voice steady and soothing. "Hold it and let it out slowly. Focus on the sound of your breath, the rise and fall of your chest." Kamila inhaled deeply, her chest expanding, and exhaled, trying to focus solely on her breathing. Her mind wandered back to her worries, but Sierra's next words brought her back. "Imagine each breath is a wave washing over you, clearing away tension, clearing your thoughts." As they continued breathing deeply, Sierra described the serene environment around them, weaving a vivid picture of tranquility that enveloped Kamila's senses. "Picture the cool breeze as it whispers through the leaves, carrying away your worries. Feel the warmth of the sun, gentle and soothing, melting away the tightness in your shoulders." Kamila felt her body responding, her shoulders slackening, her forehead smoothing. The cacophony of her thoughts began to recede, replaced by an awareness of the present moment, of the here and now, under Sierra's gentle guidance. "If your mind wanders, that's okay. Acknowledge the thought as if it's a cloud passing overhead, and gently bring your focus back to your breath," Sierra instructed, her voice a soft anchor in the vast sea of Kamila's tumult. Minutes passed, and the only sounds were their synchronized breathing and the subtle life of the forest around them. Kamila's initial resistance waned, giving way to a profound calm that seeped deep into her bones. She could feel a connection to the earth beneath her, grounding her, holding her steady. "Now, in your mind's eye, see a place that brings you peace. It could be a beach, a mountaintop, or right here in this forest," Sierra continued. "Feel yourself there, surrounded by beauty and peace." Kamila envisioned herself surrounded by towering trees, not as barriers, but as protectors, their presence reassuring and their greenery vibrant against the clear blue sky. She also felt the presence of her mates Dylan and Ryan, and even Kai. Then a smile twitched at her lips, the first genuine one since few days ago. Slowly, Sierra guided them back to awareness of their surroundings, encouraging soft movements to bring them out of their meditative state. "Wiggle your fingers and toes, feel the earth beneath you, and when you're ready, open your eyes." Kamila followed her instructions, her movements languid and unhurried. As her eyes fluttered open, they met Sierra's, who smiled warmly at her. "How do you feel?" Sierra asked, her tone laced with genuine concern. "Better, lighter," Kamila admitted, a sense of gratitude washing over her. "Thank you, Sierra. I didn't realize how much I needed that." Sierra's smile widened, satisfied. "Sometimes all we need is a moment to pause and breathe. Remember, this peace, it's always here whenever you need it, just a few deep breaths away." They sat in companionable silence for a few moments longer, the forest around them vibrant and alive, just like the newfound tranquility within Kamila. "Okay, I think I'm ready to try again," Kami said, getting back on her feet. Sierra gave her a smile of encouragement as she watched her. Taking a deep breath, Kamila conjured a ball of fire and water on either hands. She merged them together and began to form the shape she wanted. Seconds later, a molten lava whip laid in her hand. "Yes, I did it," she smiled, first making a protective around herself to prevent the lasso whip from causing any damages to her surroundings. Kamila began to practice her movement with it and different techniques of using the whip. As she did, she advanced the whip to have spikes of fire along the body. As Kamila practiced and became well with her new weapon, She did not notice that her two mates were now part of the audience watching her. Sierra gestured for them to keep quiet so she won't break her concentration. An hour and a half later, she finally stopped. The lasso disappeared, and the shield came down. "That was amazing, Firefly," Dylan said, moving forward to hug her. "Thank you," Kamila smiled. They began to walk back to the pack house for lunch, or brunch, as that would be their first meal for the day. Everyone else were already at the pack house, filling their mouth and belly with food equivalent to their body weight. They all sat together and continued to eat, sharing with each other happening from their training earlier that day. In the evening, Kamila, alongside with her mates, walked down to their house in a peaceful silence. Once they got in, they all freshened up. Dylan and Ryan were only in their boxers, while Kami, a panty in Dylan's shirt. They settled in the living room with a big tub of cookies and cream ice cream and a movie. "I can't wait for this to be over. Everyone is just on this edge." Kamila groaned as the first movie came to an end. The tub of ice cream was now empty. "Yes, soon enough, Firefly. It will all be over and we can enough more time together," Dylan said. "Promise me one thing, you two," Kamila suddenly said. "Anything," the two males said. "Whatever happens, I don't want to see you two risking your lives. No matter what the situation is, you two must make it out just the way you went into this battle. If you die, so help me God, I will revive you and kill you in my own way," Kamila said to them. "We promise, and the same apply to you too, young lady," Dylan replied. Dylan went into the kitchen to get more snacks, and they continued their movie night, playing a new movie. Kamila was already asleep even before this movie was over. They took her up to the bedroom, and they all fell asleep, cuddled together. Author's note: yay, new chapter. The fight is almost near, and we can say goodbye to silly Draca. Questions for the chapter. Do you have a pet? Well, I don't, but I want to get one. 2 dogs, actually. A golden retriever and a husky, third person's POV. Kamila stood with her friends, Sarah and Zoe, on the wide, weathered deck of the pack house, savoring the crisp evening air. The trio had been busy preparing for the upcoming harvest festival, laughing and recounting tales of past pack celebrations. However, their joyful conversation abruptly ended when the sharp wail of an alarm sliced through the calm of the evening. The harsh sound was unmistakable, an intruder alarm. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted from carefree to tense. Camila's heart raced as she recalled the alarm's purpose. It was a dire warning that unknown entities were approaching the pack borders. With over 300 wolves and their families to consider, the pack's safety was paramount. Leaders and warriors sprang into action, shouting orders and guiding everyone towards the underground safety bunker. Kamila glanced at Sarah and Zoe, seeing her own worry mirrored in their eyes. "I need to make sure everyone's safe," she said, her voice firm with resolve. She hurried towards where Kai, her trusted dragon companion, waited. Kai had been with Kamila since she was a child, a fierce and loyal friend. Mounting Kai swiftly, Kamila felt the dragon's powerful muscles tense under her. "Let's go, boy," she whispered into his ear, and with a commanding roar, Kai leapt upward into the sky. They raced over the pack, the wind whipping through Camila's hair as she surveyed the land below. From above, she could see small groups of pack members making their way to the bunker, some carrying young children, others supporting the elderly. Most of the pack seemed accounted for, but Camila's sharp eyes caught a small figure stumbling through the dense underbrush away from the bunker. It was a child, alone and seemingly disoriented. "Kai there?" Kamila pointed, and without hesitation, the dragon veered towards the child. As they drew closer, Kamila recognized her as little Elsie, the daughter of 2 of the pack's scouts who were currently on border patrol. Panic gripped Kamila. Elsie shouldn't be out here alone. Landing softly a few feet away, Kamila dismounted quickly and approached Elsie. The girl looked up, her face streaked with tears and dirt. "Miss Kamila," she cried out, relief evident in her voice. "Elsie, sweetheart, what are you doing here? We need to get you to the bunker," Kamila said, her voice soothing. "I got lost. I was looking for Mommy and Daddy," Elsie sobbed, her small body trembling. Kamila scooped Elsie into her arms, comforting her. "They're fine, Elsie. They'll meet us in the bunker. Let's go now." Holding Elsie tightly, Kamila remounted Kai and they sped towards the bunker. As they approached, another alarm rang out, more urgent than the first. It was the final warning. Kamila's pulse hammered in her ears, and she urged Kai faster. They dashed across the open field and down into the valley, where the bunker entrance lay concealed beneath a camouflage door in the hillside. Members of the pack were hurrying inside, their faces tense and fearful. Kamila arrived just in time, slipping through the heavy door with Elsie clutched tightly in her arms. The door thudded shut behind them, sealing the pack inside the safe confines of their bunker. Inside, the bunker was dimly lit and filled with the low murmur of worried voices. Kamila found Elsie's parents, who rushed over, their expressions turning to relief as they embraced their daughter. "Thank you, Kamila," Elsie's mother whispered, holding her daughter close. With a nod, Kamila went out of the bunker, teleporting herself out since the doors were already tightly sealed. Back on Kai, she flew toward the battlefront, where everyone were already. Dylan, Ryan, Sierra, Ziena, Frejol, and the rest of them. Giving a mates a nod to show that she was okay, she faced the front where the enemy was coming from. Not all were already in view, as the main group that would attack were all hidden to give Grayson the chance to think he could win the battle quite easily. The woods began to stir, and a chilling silence preceded the emergence of their foe. From the shadowed greenery, the enemy revealed themselves. Draca, flanked by the menacing figures of the Viviatagrons, creatures of nightmare with scales as dark as obsidian. Behind them strode Alpha Grayson, a figure imposing and grim, his eyes locked on Kamila. "Bring forth Kamila, and we shall withdraw." Alpha Grayson's voice boomed across the field, his demand cutting through the tense air. Draca only watched as Grayson acted like his puppet doing his bidding, his eyes set on Kamila, who was on Kai, and his lips twisted into an evil and sly grin. "You really think that puny command of yours can do anything? You can do better, Gray." Dylan's voice was steady and low, but he still managed to pass his reply across, loud and clear. "You really think you have a chance to beat us? Look around you," Grayson said with a proud smirk on his face. "I should be the one saying that, Tokyo," Ryan said, and with that, every single ally they had steeped out. The centaurs, fairies, dwarves, elves, witches, and they all stood together facing Draca, Grayson, and their troop. Draca's face was now filled with anger. "Bring her to me," he roared. "Attack!" Grayson screamed. Warriors from Grayson's pack along with rogues began to run forward with a loud battle cry shifting into their wolves halfway. Ryan, Dylan, and Aaron led their own warriors to meet them halfway. Dylan did not fully shift into his wolf, only the hind limbs and his claws were out, and he kept slashing, and wolf that came close to him, dead immediately, that they had the chance to lay hand on him. Ryan, on the other hand, was fully in his wolf form, jumping on every wolf, biting heads off, and also large chunks of flesh that they won't even be able to heal on, just die on the spot. As he jumped from one wolf to another, he noticed Sarah, who was busy with a rogue, and did not notice another rogue sneaking behind her. With a large jump, he landed on the back of the rogue and bit it roughly, causing serious damage that it lay dead in seconds. "Watch your back," he said to her through the mind link. Sarah nodded, and they both faced more rogues. Up in the trees were some fairies who were shooting dart precisely into the neck of the rogues. In the dart was wolfsbane, a very deadly poison to werewolves, along with a stronger potion to make the death faster. Grayson and Draca did not join the fight, only watching as all the pack members and rogues were going down, and there had been no single casualty on the Silver Moon pack side. Draca gestured behind him, and soon the atmosphere of the whole environment changed. The Scrivo So and the Vietagrons had been released. "Protect yourselves. Fight in groups." Dylan yelled to all his comrades. They replied with roars of agreement, facing the direction where the Vietagrons was coming from, which was basically all direction. The Vietagrons tried to corner them all into a circle, but it was not successful as they began to fight back. Aiming at the weak spot, the dwarves jumped at the Vietagrons, stabbing the necks multiple times, and they continued to drop one after the other. The dwarves and elves faced the Vietagrons, while the wolves faced the Scrivons, grabbing them and clawing their wings out before stomping on them as final death. Even as the Scrivons tried to screech, making use of their vocal weapon, it did not work against them. Kamila, from on top of Kai, was also attacking the Scrivens in the air. As she stabbed with spears made of water and fire, she also directed some of the spears to hit the Vietogrons back on the ground. Making a huge arrow, she released it into the air, where the Scrivens were many, and a loud explosion sounded in the air as the Scrivens there burnt to ashes. Draca was now very angry as he saw how all his creatures were all being dealt with, falling down dead easily. Even though there was so many and they did not seem to end. How do you like the chapter? Third person's POV. The battlefield was a maelstrom of violence and chaos, the air thick with the scent of sweat and blood. Amid the cacophony of snarls and growls, Grayson's heart pounded eerily, fueled by a blistering rage. Each step he took was heavy, deliberate, marking his descent from the ridge where he had watched, helpless, as his pack members fell one by one. The ground beneath him, slick with mud and gore, seemed to pulse with the beat of his anger. Dylan! Grayson's roar sliced through the tumult, commanding the attention of everyone around. The two alphas, Dylan and Ryan, turned towards him, their expressions set in grim determination. The storm, above, mirrored Grayson's fury, casting the scene in eerie flashes of light and shadow. In the private communion of their mind link, Dylan's voice was cool and resolute. Leave him, he is ours to deal with. The surrounding wolves, recognizing the command of their leaders, stepped back, creating a clear path for Grayson. Their eyes followed him, a mix of anticipation ickering within. As Grayson approached, Dylan and Ryan stood side by side, a united front against the lone wolf. Their postures were relaxed yet alert, betraying no hint of fear. Ryan's response is a snarl, his eyes glinting with a challenge. "We've been waiting for you," he said, tone mocking. Beside him, Dylan remained silent, his focus sharp, analyzing Grayson's every move. The clash was instantaneous. Grayson lunged forward, his powerful jaws aimed at Dylan's throat. Dylan sidestepped gracefully, his own teeth bared as he countered with a swipe at Grayson's lank. Ryan circled to the side, looking for an opening to strike. The fight was brutal, each combatant showcasing years of training and instinct. Grayson, blinded by his rage, fought with reckless abandon. His moves were powerful but unguarded, driven more by emotion than strategy. Dylan and Ryan, on the other hand, worked seamlessly together. They moved like shadows, their attacks synchronized and deliberate. When Grayson managed to land a heavy blow on Ryan's shoulder, Dylan was quick to retaliate, his teeth sinking into Grayson's hind leg, eliciting a howl of pain from the larger wolf. Panting heavily, Grayson shook off the pain, his eyes wild with fury. He turned, snapping ferociously at Dylan, but Ryan was already on him, his weight pressing force as he tackled Grayson to the ground. The wet earth muddied Grayson's fur, mixing with the blood that now seeped from multiple wounds. Above them, the storm raged on, thunder booming like the drums of war. Rain washed over the fighters, the droplets mingling with their sweat and blood. Dylan and Ryan pressed their advantage, their coordination disorienting Grayson, who struggled to fend off both. Attacker's desperate move, Grayson threw Ryan off and scrambled to his feet, only to meet Dylan's full assault. The two collided with a force that echoed around the clearing, a primal display of strength and ferocity. Gripped by survival instinct, Dylan's tactics shifted, his moves becoming more calculated. He ducked under Grayson's next attack, positioning himself perfectly. With a swift, powerful leap, he clamped his jaws around Grayson's neck. Ryan quickly reinforced the hold, biting down on the other side. Grayson's roar of agony was cut short as the brothers' teeth met in the middle, their deadly grip unyielding. His body shuddered, his strength ebbing as the life drained out of him. In his fading consciousness, the faces of his fallen pack members flashed before his eyes, their silent calls for vengeance resonating in his dimming heart. With a final convulsive twitch, Grayson's massive form went limp. Dylan and Ryan released their hold, stepping back as Grayson collapsed onto the soaked earth. As Grayson's massive body hit the ground with a thud that seemed to echo the finality of the battle, a palpable silence swept over the field. The rain, now a mere drizzle, mingled with the scent of wet earth and blood, casting a solemn veil over the warriors. The remaining members of Grayson's pack, once driven by the fierce loyalty to their alpha, ceased their attacks almost instantaneously. With a collective, albeit reluctant acceptance of their defeat, they lowered themselves onto their knees, their eyes cast downward in submission. Dylan, his chest heaving with the exertion of the fight, watched as his adversary's life ebbed away. The moment felt surreal, heavy with the weight of what had been lost and what had been gained. Without a word, he began to shift back into his human form, the transformation seamless, as his features reformed and his stance became more upright. Standing there, naked and drenched, he exuded an aura of command that did not require the trappings of his wolf form. The warriors of Grayson's pack watched him, their expressions a mix of wariness and curiosity. They were leaderless now, vulnerable, yet freed from the compulsions of their fallen alpha. "This fight is not over," Dylan announced, his voice booming across the battlefield, clear and authoritative despite the soft pattering of rain. He scanned the faces of those kneeling before him. "If you want redemption, fight with us against the real enemy." There was a shift in the atmosphere, a ripple of uncertainty mingled with hope. The warriors exchanged looks, their resolve hardening. None had truly desired the conflict that had brought them here under Grayson's command. Now they were being offered a chance, not just for survival, but for atonement. With measured steps, Ryan joined his brother, placing a supportive hand on his shoulder. He nodded towards the warriors, a silent gesture of encouragement. "The vertigrons and scrivens threaten all we hold dear. Today we can set aside our differences and stand together," he added, his voice resonant with conviction. One by one, the warriors rose to their feet, their expressions set in determined lines. They shifted back into their human forms, a collective manifestation of readiness to follow this new path. Once Dylan was sure that they would agree, he looked up at Kami, who nodded scack at him silently, telling him that the new ally meant no harm anymore. Draca released more of his army with a roar, and they attacked them with full force, some shifting into their wolves and some still in their human form. The centaur's strength was no match for the Vietigrons. As they plunged swords and spears into their necks, the weak spot, one after the other relentlessly. As they fought, it looked like they were never ending, because Draca kept summoning more to join the battle. Kamila's silhouette cast a looming shadow across the scarred battlefield as she and her dragon Kai soared above the fray. Their wings cut through the heavy air, charged with the electric buzz of impending magic and conflict. Below, the mingled forces of werewolves and once-enemy warriors steadied their resolve, knowing the real threat loomed ahead, Draca and his dark legion. "We keep Draca busy, so he won't have to release more of them," Kamila shouted to her allies, her voice carrying clear and sharp over the din of war. Her figure was resolute, outlined against the graying clouds, a beacon of determined vengeance. Kai, her trusted dragon, growled in agreement, his eyes blazing with fiery anticipation. Together, they veered toward the heart of darkness where Draca was last seen, his presence marked by a swirling vortex of ominous clouds. Draca, sensing their approach, spread his arms wide in welcome, a sinister grin slicing across his face. "Yes, come to me," he called out, his voice a twisted echo that chilled the bone. The air around them grew colder as they approached, the atmosphere thickening with the power of Draca's sorcery. Frost began to form on Kai's scales, each crystal a testament to Draca's chilling abilities. Kamila felt the bite of the cold seep through her armor, but her resolve burned hotter. "Steady, Kai," Kamila urged, her hand patting the dragon's neck reassuringly. She reached back into her quiver, fingers brushing against the fletching of her arrows, each one imbued with runes of power, especially crafted for this encounter. Draca began to chant, his words weaving a tapestry of magic that sought to constrict and constrain. Ice spears formed in the air around them, poised to strike. But Kai was swift, dodging the icy projectiles with powerful beats of his wings, each flap dispelling the growing frost with bursts of his inherent heat. "Draca," Kamila called out, her voice a war cry. She notched a rune-etched arrow to her bow, pulling the string back with all her might. "This ends now!" The arrow flew, a streak of light against the darkening sky, cutting through the cold with its enchanted warmth. Draca raised a hand to deflect, but the arrow exploded upon impact, shattering his icy shield with a thunderous crack. The force of the explosion knocked him back, disrupting his concentration and weakening his control over the elements. Seizing the moment, Kai dove, closing the distance. Kamila loaded another arrow, this one tipped with a fragment of dragon bone, reputed to drain magical energies. Draca, regaining his footing, sneered and summoned a blizzard to encase them in ice. But Kai's fiery breath melted the swirling snowflakes before they could land, creating a steamy fog around them. Within the mist, Kamila and Kai were mere shadows, unpredictable and elusive. "You cannot hide forever," Draca roared, his voice resonating with frustration and fury. He thrust his hands forward, sending a wave of sharp icicles piercing through the fog. Kai roared, a sound that shook the very air, and with a flap of his wings, sent the icicles scattering harmlessly aside. Kamila stood firm, her next arrow ready. "We're not hiding. We're hunting," she declared, releasing the shot. It struck true, embedding in Draca's chest, the dragon bone sapping his magical strength. Draca staggered, his face contorting in pain as his energy waned. His spells flickered out, one by one, his control slipping like sand through fingers. Kamila didn't wait. "Now, Kai," she commanded. The dragon ascended, then spiraled down in a fast dive. As they plummeted, Kamila prepared her final arrow, this one laced with a spell of binding. Draca, weakened and desperate, could barely muster the frost to shield himself. Kai's talons hit the ground with earth-shattering force, throwing Draca off balance. Kamila leapt from Kai's back, landing gracefully before the sorcerer. "Your reign ends," she said, her arrow aimed directly at his heart. Draca looked up at her, the fight draining from his eyes as he realized his defeat was imminent. "You think this will stop the darkness?" he rasped, his voice weak. "It stops you," Kamila replied coldly, releasing the arrow. It flew, swift and sure, a piercing finale to the tyranny of a dark sorcerer. As the dark figure of Draca slumped lifelessly to the ground, the sinister forms of the Vatagrons and Scrivons began to waver and dissipate like smoke caught in a breeze. The once formidable creatures transformed into nothing more than a fleeting mist before vanishing completely into the thin air of the battlefield. A sudden hush fell over the land. The only sound, the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft patter of raindrops beginning to fall from a clearing sky. The atmosphere shifted palpably from tense anticipation to overwhelming relief. The warriors, a motley coalition of werewolves, centaurs, witches, dwarves, and elves, stood momentarily stunned, their chests heaving with exhaustion and their weapons loosely held at their sides. Then, as if on a silent cue, a collective cheer erupted, piercing the remaining tension like a sword through cloth. "We did it! We are free!" shouted a burly dwarf, his voice a thunderous echo that rolled across the field. His thick beard was matted with the remnants of battle, but his eyes sparkled with unshed tears of joy. From the elven ranks, a slender figure stepped forward, her hands raised to the skies as if to embrace the light that now broke through the clouds. "The darkness has lifted," she exclaimed, her melodious voice singing above the clamor. Her companions, graceful and solemn, nodded in agreement, their faces alight with a serene happiness. A werewolf, Dylan large and imposing with fur matted with the grime of combat, threw back his head and howled. It was a sound of victory, of liberation, that resonated deeply in the hearts of all present. His pack joined in, their voices harmonizing in a primal anthem that spoke of endurance and triumph. Nearby, a group of centaurs stomped their hooves in a rhythmic beat, creating a percussion that vibrated through the ground. "To arms we said, to peace we return," Frasiel declared powerfully, his deep voice commanding attention. He looked around at his comrades, his chest swelling with pride at their unity and strength. Amongst them, a circle of witches gathered, their hands linked as they murmured incantations of healing and restoration. The elder witch, her hair a cascade of silver waves, lifted her face to the rain. "Let these waters cleanse the earth of the bloodshed and sorrow," she intoned, her eyes closed in concentration. The others echoed her words, a soft chorus that weaved magic into the air, mending wounds and soothing spirits. The scene was one of chaotic beauty, as races and creatures who had once harbored mistrust now shared in the collective relief of survival and victory. They exchanged solemn nods and gentle smiles, acknowledging each other's contributions. Kamila, still mounted atop her majestic dragon Kai, surveyed the scene with a somber yet hopeful gaze. The rain had plastered her hair to her face, and her armor bore the scars of battle, but her eyes were clear and bright. Today we fought not just for ourselves, but for each other, she declared loudly, her voice carrying across the field. Let this victory remind us of what we can achieve when we stand together. Her dragon, Kai, let out a low rumble of agreement, his massive head nodding slightly as if in understanding of the profound truth in her words. As the sun broke through the clouds, casting golden rays that bathed the battlefield in a warm light, a moment of silence fell upon the crowd. It was a sacred pause, a collective breath held in honor of those lost, a reminder of the cost at which this peace had been bought. Then, as the first rainbow arced across the sky, a symbol of hope and renewal, the silence was broken by a soft yet uplifting tune, third person's POV. The festive atmosphere that had enveloped the battlefield after the defeat of Draca and his dark forces gradually gave way to a somber, reverent mood as the sun dipped below the horizon. The air was heavy with the weight of loss, the echoes of victory mingling with the solemnity of remembrance. Kamila stood at the heart of it all, flanked by her two mates, Dylan and Ryan. They were the pillars of her strength, their presence offering comfort and solace in the face of grief. Together, they surveyed the scene, where the fallen heroes lay in silent repose, their bodies shrouded in makeshift coverings. They will be remembered well for their bravery and selflessness, Kamila said softly, her voice carrying a note of sorrow that mirrored the emotions of those around her. She reached out, intertwining her fingers with Dylan's and Ryan's, drawing strength from their shared bond. Dylan nodded solemnly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. They fought valiantly, every one of them, he murmured, his gaze lingering on the fallen warriors scattered across the field. Their sacrifice will never be forgotten. Ryan squeezed Kamila's hand gently, his expression a mix of sadness and determination. We owe it to them to honor their memory, he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. Let us give them a farewell befitting heroes. With a silent agreement, the trio turned to the gathered allies, who had formed a circle around the fallen, heads bowed in reverence. The rain had ceased, leaving only the soft glow of torches and the flickering light of stars to illuminate the scene. A witch stepped forward, her voice clear and resonant in the stillness. Let us offer prayers to the spirits of the departed, she intoned, her words carrying a weight of centuries-old wisdom. May they find peace in the afterlife, and may their deeds be remembered for generations to come. The gathered crowd bowed their heads, their hearts heavy with grief and gratitude. The witch began to chant, her voice rising and falling in a haunting melody that seemed to echo across the expanse of the battlefield. Her words carried the hopes and wishes of all present, a collective plea for solace and understanding in the face of loss. As the chant reached its crescendo, the centaurs stepped forward, bearing the fallen upon their sturdy backs. With solemn reverence, they carried their comrades to a clearing at the edge of the battlefield, where a makeshift altar had been prepared. The elves, their eyes brimming with tears, adorned the altar with flowers and herbs, weaving intricate patterns of remembrance and reverence. Each gesture was a testament to the bond shared between the fallen and the living, a silent promise to carry their memories forward in the days to come. Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan stood at the head of the procession, their presence a symbol of unity and strength. Together, they offered words of farewell to their fallen comrades, each tribute a heartfelt expression of gratitude and respect. We will never forget the sacrifices you made, Kamila whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. You fought with courage and honor, and your memory will live on in our hearts forever. Dylan laid a hand on the altar, his gaze fixed on the stars above. May your spirits find peace in the embrace of the ancestors, he said, his voice soft yet resolute. We will carry on the fight in your name until justice prevails and peace reigns once more. Ryan bowed his head, his features a mask of solemnity. Rest easy, brave warriors, he murmured, his words a solemn vow. Your legacy will inspire us to continue the fight, no matter the challenges we may face. With the final tributes offered, the centaurs lowered the fallen heroes into the earth, their bodies returning to the embrace of the land they had fought so valiantly to protect. The gathered allies stood in silent vigil, their hearts heavy with sorrow, yet fortified by the knowledge that their sacrifices had not been in vain. As the last shovel of dirt was laid upon the graves, a lone wolf began to howl in the distance, its mournful cry a poignant reminder of the fragility of life and the resilience of the human spirit. The sound reverberated through the night, a haunting melody that spoke of loss and longing, of hope and renewal. With heads bowed and tears streaming down their cheeks, the Allies joined their voices in song, a lament for the fallen that echoed across the battlefield and beyond. It was a song of remembrance, of honor, and of the unbreakable bonds forged in the fires of battle. And as the stars twinkled overhead, casting their soft light upon the earth below, the fallen heroes were laid to rest amidst prayers and tears, their memory a beacon of hope in a world still struggling to find its way. As the solemn rites concluded, the gathered allies dispersed from the battlefield, their hearts heavy with the weight of loss, yet buoyed by a newfound sense of unity and purpose. Slowly, they made their way back to the safety of the pack house, where defenses had been relaxed in the wake of their hard-won victory. Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan walked side by side, their steps measured and deliberate. The weight of their fallen comrades hung heavy upon them, each loss a stark reminder of the cost of war. Yet, despite the sadness that permeated the air, there was also a palpable sense of relief, of gratitude for those who had returned unscathed. As they approached the pack house, they were met with a scene of both sorrow and joy. Loved ones embraced, tears mingling with laughter, as they reunited with those they had feared lost in the chaos of battle. The air was thick with emotion, a swirling maelstrom of sadness and happiness that engulfed them all. Camila's heart clenched as she watched the reunions unfold. She caught sight of a werewolf embracing his mate, tears streaming down his face as he held her close. Nearby, a group of dwarves laughed and cried in equal measure, their voices raised in song as they celebrated the return of their comrades. "We did it," Dylan said softly, his voice breaking the silence between them. "We saved them." Ryan nodded, his expression solemn yet tinged with relief. "But at what cost?" he murmured, his gaze drifting back to the battlefield they had left behind. "So many lives lost." Kamila reached out, taking both of their hands in hers. "We did what we had to do," she said firmly, her voice filled with conviction. "We fought for what we believed in, and we prevailed. That's what matters." They nodded in agreement, drawing strength from each other's presence as they made their way inside the pack house. The atmosphere inside was subdued, the lingering sadness of the fallen mingling with the warmth of reunion and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. Members of the pack greeted each other with hugs and smiles, their relief palpable as they took stock of those who had returned safely. In one corner, a group of witches tended to the wounded, their faces lined with worry yet determined to offer comfort and healing to those in need. Camila's eyes scanned the room, taking in the faces of her fellow warriors. Some bore the scars of battle, physical wounds that would heal in time, while others carried deeper wounds, invisible to the eye, yet no less real. She felt a surge of gratitude for their resilience, their unwavering courage in the face of adversity. Near the fireplace, a young werewolf sat with his head bowed, tears streaking his fur as he mourned the loss of a comrade. Kamila approached him slowly, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry for your loss," she said softly, her voice laced with sympathy. The werewolf looked up, his eyes red-rimmed yet filled with determination. "Thank you," he said hoarsely. "He was a good friend, a true hero. We'll never forget him." Kamila nodded, her own eyes misting with tears as she thought of those they had lost. "No, we won't," she agreed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Their memory will live on in our hearts forever." As the night wore on, the mood inside the pack house shifted from somber reflection to quiet celebration. Stories were shared, memories recounted, and laughter rang out in fits and starts, a balm for the soul after the trials of battle. Outside, the stars shone bright in the sky, casting their soft light over the land below. In the distance, the faint sound of a wolf's howl echoed through the night, a haunting reminder of the wild beauty that surrounded them. And amidst the tears and laughter, the sadness and joy, the members of the pack came together as one, bound by a shared sense of purpose and a deep-seated belief in the power of unity and hope. For in the face of darkness they had found light, and in the midst of loss they had discovered strength. And as they huddled together in the warmth of the pack house, surrounded by the love and support of their comrades, they knew that no matter what trials lay ahead, they would face them. Together as a family, Dylan approached the remaining members of Grayson's pack, his steps heavy with the weight of responsibility. As their alpha and beta had fallen in battle, leaving them leaderless, it fell upon him to address their uncertain future. The werewolves, their faces drawn and weary, looked up at him expectantly as he cleared his throat, preparing to speak. As your alpha is no more, your pack needs a new leader, he began. Until Grayson's son, who is but a child of 10 years, comes of age, you must have someone to lead all of you, Dylan said, his gaze sweeping over the assembled werewolves. I ask you to consider carefully, to choose wisely, for the future of our pack depends on it. There was a murmur of agreement among the werewolves as they exchanged glances, weighing their options. Dylan could see the uncertainty in their eyes, the fear of making the wrong choice. We need someone who is strong, someone who is wise. One of the werewolves spoke up, his voice firm despite the tremor of emotion. Someone who will lead us with honor and integrity. Another werewolf nodded in agreement. We cannot afford to be divided in these trying times, he said, his tone earnest. We need a leader who will unite us, who won't make wrong choices like Alpha Grayson used to do. Dylan listened intently, his heart heavy with the weight of their decision. He knew that whoever they chose would carry the burden of leadership with them, a responsibility not to be taken lightly. After a moment of silence, one of the older werewolves stepped forward, his fur streaked with gray, but his eyes bright with determination. I will take on the mantle of leadership, he declared, a collective nod of agreement among the werewolves as they voiced their support for their new leader. Dylan stepped forward, extending his hand in a gesture of solidarity. Then it is settled, he said, his voice filled with a quiet resolve. From this day forward, you shall lead them with strength and wisdom. I hope everyone truly affrees with this change. Dylan asked once again. The members all nodded. James will make a great leader. A loud voice said amidst all the murmurs of agreement. The werewolves gathered around their new leader, their spirits buoyed by the sense of purpose and solidarity that filled the air. Despite the loss of their alpha and beta, they knew that their pack would endure, strengthened by their unwavering determination and the bonds of loyalty that bound them together. You all should be on your way back to your pack, and I want to let you all know that if you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to the Silver Moon Pack. We are now allies, Dylan said to them all. The morning sun rose gently over the horizon, casting a warm glow over the landscape that had so recently been a battlefield. The signs of battle were still visible, but a peaceful calm had settled over the area as allies from various realms began to prepare for their journeys back to their homes. Kamila stood with the elves, her heart heavy yet hopeful. They were preparing their horses and gathering their belongings, their graceful movements a stark contrast to the chaos of the previous day. She approached Eliana, the elven leader, who was overseeing the preparations, with a serene expression. Eliana, Kamila called softly, drawing the elf's attention. I wanted to thank you and your people once more for standing with us in this fight. Without your help, we might not have prevailed. Eliana smiled, a gentle warmth in her eyes. We fought not only for your cause, but for the safety of all our lands, she replied. The threat Draca posed was one that none of us could ignore. Kamila nodded, her eyes glistening with emotion. I understand. Still, your bravery and skill were invaluable. I hope you will visit us sometime, now that the shadow of fear has been lifted. Eliana's smile widened, and she placed a delicate hand on Camila's arm. We will, Kamila. With Draca defeated, we no longer have a reason to remain hidden. We look forward to sharing in the peace that we have all fought so hard to achieve. Nearby, a group of elves finished securing their gear and began to mount their elegant horses. Their movements were fluid, a testament to their natural grace. One of them, a young elf with bright, inquisitive eyes, approached Kamila hesitantly. Lady Kamila, he began, his voice filled with youthful admiration, will you tell us more about your lands when we visit? I have heard stories, but I would love to see them with my own eyes. Kamila smiled warmly, touched by the young elf's eagerness. Of course, our lands are beautiful, and there is much to see and learn. You will always be welcome among us. The young elf's face lit up with excitement, and he bowed deeply before returning to his comrades. Kamila watched him go, her heart swelling with a mixture of pride and sadness. She turned back to Eliana, who was watching the exchange with a knowing smile. "It is a new dawn for all of us," Eliana said softly. "A time for healing and rebuilding. Our people will be stronger for having faced this darkness together." Kamila nodded, her thoughts drifting to the future. "Yes, it is, and I believe we will be able to create a world where such evil can never take root again." As the last of the elves prepared to depart, Kamila embraced Eliana, the gesture one of deep respect and friendship. "Safe travels, my friend, until we meet again." "And to you, Kamila," Eliana replied, her voice a gentle whisper. "May your days be filled with peace and your nights with rest. We will see each other again soon." With a final nod, Eliana mounted her horse, and the elven party began to move out. Kamila stood watching them as they rode away, their figures soon blending with the forest's edge. She felt a profound sense of gratitude for their alliance, knowing that bonds forged in such trials would endure the test of time. Dylan and Ryan approached her, sensing the mix of emotions swirling within her. "They were good allies," Dylan said, his voice low and reassuring. "They were," Kamila agreed, turning to face her mates. "And they will be friends for life. This victory has brought us all closer together." Ryan placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "We'll see them again, and when we do, it will be in times of peace and joy." Kamila smiled, leaning into his touch. "I look forward to that day." The scene around them was one of both farewells and new beginnings. Dwarves, centaurs, and witches all gathered their belongings, preparing to return to their homes with stories of victory and valor. The centaur leader, FreeAudiobook, approached Kamila and her mates, his hooves making a soft, rhythmic sound on the earth. "Kamila, Dylan, Ryan," he greeted, his deep voice resonating with strength. "Our paths will cross again. I am sure of it. We will always be ready to stand with you when needed." "Thank you, FreeAudiobook," Dylan replied, shaking the centaur's offered hand. "Your courage and strength were vital to our victory. We will always remember your bravery." FreeAudiobook nodded, a proud yet humble expression on his face. "Until we meet again, Kamila, may the winds carry you swiftly and the earth support your every step." As the centaurs departed, their powerful forms moving gracefully across the landscape, Kamila felt a deep sense of interconnectedness with all those who had fought by their side. They had not only defeated a great evil, but had forged alliances that would shape the future. In the days that followed, the pack house and the surrounding area began to return to a semblance of normalcy. The defenses were gradually reinforced, but there was a lightness in the air, a sense of renewal. Families who had been in hiding emerged, reuniting with their loved ones in tearful embraces. The mingling of sadness and happiness was palpable, a testament to the complex tapestry of emotions that war leaves in its wake. Kamila watched as a young werewolf ran into the arms of his mother, both of them crying tears of joy and relief. Nearby, a dwarf knelt by a makeshift memorial, paying his respects to fallen comrades. The sight was both heart-wrenching and uplifting, a reminder of the resilience of the spirit and the power of love. Dylan and Ryan stood by her side, their presence a constant source of strength and comfort. "We have a long road ahead," Dylan said quietly, his eyes reflecting the shared burden they all carried. "But we will walk it together." Ryan added, his voice firm with conviction. "And with the support of our allies and the strength of our pack, we will build a future where such darkness can never return." Kamila nodded, her heart swelling with determination and hope. "Yes, we will. Together, we will create a world where peace and light prevail." As the sun continued its ascent, casting a golden glow over the land, Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan stood united, ready to face the challenges ahead. With their allies by their side and the memory of their fallen guiding them, they knew that no matter what the future held, they would face it with courage, strength, and an unwavering commitment to the bonds that had been forged in the crucible of battle. Third person's POV. In the days following the battle, the pack focused on repairing the damage sustained during the conflict. The once chaotic scenes of war were gradually replaced by determined efforts to rebuild and restore. The resilience of the werewolves and their allies shone through as they worked tirelessly to return their home to its former glory. Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan oversaw the reconstruction efforts, coordinating teams, and ensuring that every member of the pack had a role to play. The atmosphere was one of collective effort, each individual contributing to the shared goal of recovery and renewal. The pack hospital, which had been a hive of activity in the immediate aftermath of the battle, now stood empty. The injured warriors, once filling the beds and corridors, had been healed by the combined efforts of the pack's healers and the magical aid from their allied witches. Kamila couldn't help but feel a deep sense of relief and pride as she walked through the quiet, orderly halls. To see this place empty is a testament to our resilience, Kamila remarked to Dylan as they exited the hospital. We have endured so much, and yet we stand stronger than ever. Dylan nodded, his expression thoughtful. It's a reminder of what we can achieve when we come together. The bonds we've forged are unbreakable. As they walked through the packlands, the scope of their community became apparent. With almost 1,000 werewolves, the pack had grown into a formidable force. Including the humans who lived on the outermost parts of their territory, the total population now reached approximately 1,200. This diverse population was both a source of strength and a logistical challenge. Ryan joined them, his face lit with determination. The humans have adapted well, he noted. They've shown remarkable resilience and are eager to help with the rebuilding. Kamila smiled at his observation. Their presence enriches our community. We've always believed in unity, and this is proof that different species can coexist harmoniously. As they continued their rounds, they saw groups of werewolves and humans working side by side. Roofs were being repaired, walls rebuilt, and the general infrastructure improved. The sounds of hammers, saws, and cheerful banter filled the air, creating a symphony of progress and hope. Kamila stopped to speak with a group of werewolves who were reinforcing a damaged section of the perimeter wall. "How's it going here?" she asked, her tone encouraging. One of the workers, a tall, muscular werewolf named Marcus, wiped sweat from his brow and grinned. "We're making good progress, Luna Kamila. This wall will be stronger than ever before. We've even incorporated some new defensive measures." "Excellent work, Marcus," Kamila praised. "Your efforts are invaluable. Keep it up." Nearby, a group of humans were assisting with the construction of new housing units for the pack members whose homes had been destroyed. Kamila approached them, offering words of gratitude and support. "Thank you for your hard work," she said to a young human woman named Anna, who was overseeing the project. "Your contributions are making a significant difference." Anna smiled warmly. "We're all in this together, Luna Kamila. The pack has welcomed us with open arms, and we're happy to help in any way we can." The sense of community and shared purpose was palpable. Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan made their way to the central meeting area, where a large group had gathered to discuss the next steps in their rebuilding efforts. The pack's elders, warriors, and representatives from the human community were all present, their faces reflecting a mix of determination and hope. Dylan addressed the crowd, his voice carrying the authority and compassion of a true leader. "We have come through a great trial," he began, his tone firm yet warm. "Our land has been scarred, and we have lost much. But we are not defeated. We are stronger than ever, united in purpose and spirit." There were nods and murmurs of agreement from the assembled crowd. "We will continue to rebuild, not just our homes and defenses, but our community as a whole," Dylan continued. "We will ensure that everyone has what they need to thrive, and we will support each other every step of the way." Ryan stepped forward, his eyes scanning the faces of their allies. "Our strength lies in our unity," he said. "Werewolves and humans, side by side, working toward a common goal. Together, we will create a future where our children can grow up in peace and prosperity." The meeting continued with various members providing updates on their progress and plans for the coming days. The sense of cooperation and mutual support was inspiring, and Kamila felt a surge of pride in their community. After the meeting, Kamila took a moment to reflect on the journey they had undertaken. From the fierce battles to the quiet moments of rebuilding, every step had been a testament to their resilience and determination. She knew that there were still challenges ahead, but she was confident that they would face them together. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the land, Kamila stood with Dylan and Ryan, watching as their pack worked tirelessly to restore their home. The sight filled her with a profound sense of hope and purpose. "We've come so far," Kamila said softly, her voice filled with emotion, "and we will go even further, together." Dylan wrapped an arm around her shoulders, his eyes reflecting the same determination. "Yes, together, always." Ryan nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "No matter what comes, we will face it as one. This is our home, and we will protect it with everything we have." The three stood in silence, united in their resolve and their love for their pack. The future stretched out before them, filled with promise and possibility, and with their community by their side, they knew that anything was possible. Later that day, Kamila sat on the porch of the pack house, the cool evening breeze brushing against her skin. The sounds of the pack settling into their nightly routines filled the air, but her mind was focused on the call she was about to make. She dialed her sister Serenity's number, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Serenity had always been a source of comfort and love, but she was completely unaware of the supernatural world Kamila was deeply entrenched in. "Hello," came Serenity's cheerful voice on the other end of the line. "Hey, Serenity," Kamila replied, a smile spreading across her face at the sound of her sister's voice. "How are you?" "I'm good. Just finished a long day at work. How about you?" Serenity's voice was warm and full of life, a stark contrast to the heaviness that often surrounded Camila's duties. "I'm doing well," Kamila said, glancing out over the packlands. "It's been busy here as usual." "I bet. You always sound so busy. I was actually thinking, it's been forever since we last saw each other." "I miss you, Kamila." Camila's heart ached at her sister's words. She missed Serenity too, more than she could express. "I miss you too, Serenity. We should definitely see each other soon." "That's actually why I called," Serenity said, her voice brightening with excitement. "I was wondering if I could come visit you, spend a few days, and catch up properly." Kamila hesitated, her mind racing. Having Serenity visit meant exposing her to a world she knew nothing about. But the thought of seeing her sister and sharing some semblance of normalcy was too tempting to resist. "That sounds wonderful," Kamila said, her voice steady despite her inner turmoil. "I'd love to have you here, but there's something I need to tell you first." Serenity's voice took on a note of concern. "Is everything okay, Kamila? You sound serious." Kamila took a deep breath, trying to find the right words. "Everything is fine, but there's something about my life here that you don't know. It's different from what you're used to." "Different how?" Serenity asked, curiosity and worry mingling in her tone. Kamila closed her eyes, deciding to start with the basics. "Serenity, I live among people who are unique. This place, it's home to werewolves, witches, and other supernatural beings." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Werewolves? Kamila, are you serious?" "Yes, I am," Kamila said softly. "I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's true. I didn't tell you before because I wanted to protect you, but if you're coming to visit, you need to know." Serenity's voice was filled with disbelief and concern. "This is a lot to take in. Are you safe? Are these people dangerous?" Camilla's heart swelled with love for her sister's protective nature. "I'm safe, Serenity. These people are my family. They protect each other and their loved ones fiercely. But it's important you understand what you're walking into." There was another pause before Serenity spoke again, her voice more determined. "I trust you, Kamila. If you say you're safe, then I believe you. I still want to visit, but I'll need some time to process all of this." Kamila felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Of course, take all the time you need. I'll make preparations here, and when you're ready, let me know. I'll make sure everything is set for your visit." Serenity's voice softened. "Thank you, Kamila. I can't wait to see you, no matter what. It's just a lot to take in." "I know," Kamila said gently, "and I appreciate you being open to it. I promise you'll be safe and welcomed here. Just let me know when you're ready, and I'll be here waiting." They spent the next few minutes talking about lighter things, reminiscing about their childhood and catching up on family news. The familiar banter brought a sense of normalcy back to the conversation, easing some of the tension. "Okay, Kamila, Serenity said finally, her voice lighter. I'll let you know once I've processed everything and made some plans. I'm really looking forward to seeing you. Me too, Serenity. Take care and call me if you have any questions or concerns. I will. Love you, Kamila. Love you too, Serenity. Kamila ended the call and sat back, feeling a mixture of relief and apprehension. She had taken the first step in bridging her two worlds, but there was still much to prepare. She needed to inform the pack and ensure that everything was in place for Serenity's visit. Dylan and Ryan approached her, sensing the weight of the conversation. How did it go? Dylan asked, sitting beside her. She took it surprisingly well, Kamila replied, a small smile playing on her lips. She's still processing, but she wants to visit. Ryan nodded, his expression thoughtful. We'll make sure everything is ready. It's a big step, bringing someone from the outside into our world. I know, Kamila said, her voice filled with determination. But she's my sister. She deserves to know the truth and to be part of my life here. We'll support you every step of the way, Dylan said, squeezing her hand reassuringly. Family is everything. As they sat together, watching the sun set over the horizon, Kamila felt a sense of hope. The path ahead might be challenging, but with her mates by her side and her sister's visit on the horizon, she felt ready to face whatever came next. The bonds of family, both born and chosen, would guide them through the uncertainties of the future. Kamila's POV. After telling Serenity all about the supernatural world, I just hoped I did not freak her out too much. Fangirling over movies like Twilight, The Vampire Diaries, and Teen Wolf is quite different from realizing that they are all real. That morning, I stood in the kitchen, the warm aroma of freshly cooked pancakes filling the air. The morning light streamed through the windows, casting a soft glow over the countertops. I had just placed the last stack of pancakes on the table when my phone rang. Wiping my hands on a towel, I picked it up and saw Serenity's name flashing on the screen. My heart skipped a beat. I hoped our conversation about the supernatural world hadn't scared her off. Hello? I answered, trying to keep my voice steady. Kamila, it's me. Serenity's voice came through, sounding a bit breathless but determined. I've been thinking a lot about what you told me. I braced myself, unsure of what was coming next. And I want to come visit, she said, her tone resolute. I need to see this for myself and be there with you. A wave of relief washed over me, and I couldn't help but smile. I'm so glad to hear that, Serenity. I promise you'll be safe here, and I'll explain everything when you arrive. I know you will, she replied, a hint of her usual cheerfulness returning. But I have so many questions, Kamila. Like, how do werewolves transform? Do they follow the moon? And witches, do they cast spells with wands, or is it more like in the movies? I chuckled, imagining Serenity's wide-eyed curiosity. There's a lot to explain, but it's better if you see it for yourself. Trying to explain everything over the phone would take forever. She sighed, a mix of excitement and frustration in her voice. I guess you're right. It's just hard to wrap my head around it. This is like finding out all our favorite fantasy shows were based on reality. I know, I said softly. It was a lot for me to process at first, too. But once you're here, I think you'll understand better. Okay, Serenity agreed, a bit more relaxed now. So, when can I come? I'll need a day or two to make sure everything is ready for your visit, I explained. We need to prepare the guest room and make sure the pack knows you'll be here. How about the day after tomorrow? That sounds perfect, Serenity said, her excitement palpable. I'll book my flight and let you know the details. I can't wait to see you, Kamila. I can't wait to see you too, I replied, feeling a warmth spread through my chest. It's been too long. We chatted for a few more minutes, mostly about mundane things to ease the tension from the heavy topics we had discussed. After we said our goodbyes and I hung up, I stood for a moment, absorbing the reality of the situation. Serenity was coming here to my world. I just hoped she would be able to handle everything she would see. Just then, Dylan and Ryan returned from their run, their faces flushed and their energy vibrant from the morning exercise. Good run? I asked, smiling at them. The best, Dylan replied, grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. What's got you looking so thoughtful? Serenity called, I said, glancing between them. She's decided to come visit. Ryan raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on his lips. That's great news. How does she feel about everything? She's curious, excited, and probably a little scared, I admitted. She has so many questions, but I told her it's better to wait until she's here. Dylan nodded, understanding. It'll be an adjustment for her, but we'll do everything we can to make her feel welcome and safe. I know, I said, feeling reassured by their support. I just hope it's not too overwhelming. It will be a lot for her, Ryan said gently. But she has you to guide her, and she's your sister. She's strong, like you. I smiled at that, feeling a surge of gratitude for my mates. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Dylan wrapped an arm around my shoulders, giving me a comforting squeeze. We're in this together, Kamila. Now, let's not let these pancakes go to waste. Laughing, we sat down to breakfast, the tension of the morning conversation easing with the comfort of familiar routines. As we ate, we discussed the preparations needed for Serenity's visit, making plans to ensure everything would go smoothly. Later that day, I walked through the pack house, checking the guest room, and coordinating with some of the pack members about Serenity's arrival. Everyone was supportive and eager to help, which eased my worries. In the quiet moments, I found myself reflecting on the journey that had led us here, from the fierce battles to the rebuilding of our home, and now to bridging my two worlds by bringing Serenity into the fold. It felt like a new chapter was beginning, one filled with possibilities and challenges. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I stood outside with Dylan and Ryan, watching the sky turn shades of pink and orange. This feels like a turning point, I said softly, bringing Serenity here, merging my past with my present. Ryan nodded, his gaze steady on the horizon. It is, and it's a good thing. She's a part of your life, and now she'll be a part of ours too. We'll make sure she feels at home, Dylan added, his voice filled with conviction, and she'll see the strength and unity we have here. As I stood there, surrounded by the love and support of my mates, I felt a deep sense of peace. No matter what the future held, I knew we would face it together, and with Serenity joining us, our family would only grow stronger. The bonds of love and loyalty that defined our pack would guide us through any challenges that lay ahead. And so, with the preparations underway and my heart filled with hope, I looked forward to the day Serenity would arrive. It would be the beginning of a new adventure, one that would bring our worlds closer together and forge new paths in our shared journey. Third person's POV. Kamila stood anxiously at the airport arrivals gate, flanked by Dylan and Zoe. The noise and bustle of the airport seemed distant to her, every fiber of her being focused on the imminent reunion with her sister. Beside her, Zoe was practically bouncing with excitement, her eyes scanning the crowd with the same intensity. "I can't wait to see Serenity," Zoe exclaimed, a wide grin on her face. "It's been so long since high school. Remember all those pranks we used to play on each other?" Kamila laughed, feeling a surge of warmth at the memory. "How could I forget? You two were incorrigible. I'm pretty sure you both caused more trouble than the entire student body combined." Dylan chuckled, shaking his head. "Sounds like I missed out on some fun." "You have no idea," Kamila replied, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Just then, she spotted a familiar figure emerging from the throng of travelers. Serenity's blonde hair was unmistakable, her face lighting up as soon as she saw Kamila and Zoe. "There she is," Kamila exclaimed, her heart leaping with joy. Without a second thought, she and Zoe dashed forward, weaving through the crowd until they reached Serenity. "Serenity," Kamila shouted, her voice a mix of excitement and relief. "Kamila, Zoe," Serenity cried, dropping her suitcase to envelop them both in a tight hug. "I've missed you guys so much." "We've missed you too," Kamila said, her voice muffled against Serenity's shoulder. "It's so good to see you." Zoe squeezed Serenity even tighter. "It's been way too long. You look fantastic." Serenity laughed, stepping back to look at her sister and friend. "You two haven't changed a bit, yet it feels like ages since we last saw each other," she said. Kamila smiled, feeling a swell of affection for her sister. "Come on, let's get your bags and head out. We have so much to catch up on." As they walked towards the baggage claim, Kamila introduced Serenity to Dylan. "Serenity, this is Dylan, my mate. Dylan, this is my sister, Serenity." Dylan extended a hand, his expression warm and welcoming. It's great to finally meet you, Serenity. Camila's told me so much about you. Likewise, Serenity replied, shaking his hand. Thank you for taking care of my sister. She's my mate, Dylan said simply, his smile reassuring. With Serenity's bags in tow, they made their way to the car. The drive back to the Silver Moon Pack was filled with lively chatter, the atmosphere in the car buzzing with excitement and curiosity. So, what's it like living in a pack? Serenity asked, her eyes wide with interest. I mean, I've seen all those shows and movies, but this is real life. How does it work? Kamila exchanged a quick glance with Dylan before answering. It's amazing, Serenity. The sense of community and family is unlike anything else. We all have roles and responsibilities, but we support each other in everything. Dylan nodded. It's like one big family. We have werewolves and some humans living together. Everyone has their place, and we all work towards the common good. And the transformations? Serenity asked, her curiosity clearly piqued. How does that work? Is it like in the movies? Dylan chuckled. Not quite. We can transform at will, though it's easier during the full moon. It's a natural part of who we are, something we embrace rather than fear. Serenity nodded, her mind clearly racing with questions. This is incredible. It's like stepping into a whole new world. I can't wait to see it all for myself. As they continued to drive through the lush, forested landscape, Serenity's excitement grew. The scenery is so beautiful, she said, looking out the window. I had no idea it would be like this. Kamila smiled, feeling a deep sense of pride in her home. Just wait until you see the Packlands. It's even more stunning. When they finally reached the Silver Moon Pack's territory, the dense forest gave way to open fields and the impressive sight of the Pack House. Serenity's eyes widened in awe. This place is amazing, she said, her voice filled with wonder. Zoe grinned, clearly pleased with Serenity's reaction. Wait until you meet everyone. You're going to love it here. As the car pulled up to the grand, rustic pack house, Serenity couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. The house stood proudly amidst the lush greenery, its wooden beams and stone walls exuding a sense of warmth and strength. Kamila smiled, sensing her sister's awe. Welcome to the Silver Moon Pack House, Kamila said, stepping out of the car. It's even more beautiful inside. Serenity followed Kamila, Dylan, and Zoe up the steps and through the front door. The interior was just as impressive, with high ceilings, wooden floors, and large windows that let in an abundance of natural light. The air was filled with the comforting sense of home-cooked meals and pine from the surrounding forest. As they entered the spacious living area, Kamila led Serenity over to a tall, muscular man with striking green eyes and an air of authority about him. His presence was commanding, yet his smile was warm and welcoming. Serenity, this is Ryan, Kamila said, introducing her sister. Ryan, this is my sister, Serenity. Ryan extended a hand, his grip firm but friendly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Serenity. Kamila's told us so much about you. Serenity shook his hand, smiling warmly. It's nice to meet you too, Ryan. Kamila's told me a lot about you as well. Ryan chuckled. I hope only the good things. Mostly, Serenity replied with a playful grin. Kamila laughed, feeling the last of her nervousness melt away. Dylan and Ryan are my mates, just like I explained to you before, Kamila said. Well, let's not keep you standing around. Why don't we show you to your room so you can settle in? Lunch will be ready soon, and we can all catch up properly. Kamila led Serenity upstairs to a cozy guest room that had been prepared with great care. The room was inviting, with a comfortable bed, soft lighting, and a window that offered a stunning view of the forest. I hope you like it, Kamila said, watching Serenity's reaction. It's perfect, Serenity said, turning to hug her sister. Thank you, Kamila. You're welcome, Kamila replied, feeling a surge of happiness. I'm so glad you're here. Third person's POV. The sun was just beginning to rise over the Silver Moon Pack territory, casting a golden glow over the trees and fields. Kamila woke up with a sense of excitement, knowing that today was all about showing Serenity the wonders of her new world. She quickly got dressed and headed downstairs, where Dylan and Ryan were already busy in the kitchen. They had breakfast together, and Kamila left to the pack house to get Serenity see they could start their adventure for the day. Good morning, Kamila greeted, her smile bright. Ready for your first full day with us? Serenity looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Absolutely. I'm so excited to see everything. Zoe and Sarah soon joined them, equally eager to start the day. After a hearty breakfast between Serenity, Zoe, and Sarah, the four women set out to explore the pack's extensive grounds. The fresh morning air was invigorating, and Serenity marveled at the natural beauty surrounding her. "This place is incredible," Serenity said, taking in the sight of the sprawling forests and clear streams. "I've never seen anything like it." Kamila smiled proudly. "It really is something special, and there's so much more to show you." Their first stop was the training grounds, where pack members were already hard at work. Werewolves in both human and wolf forms practiced combat techniques, their movements fluid and precise. Serenity watched in awe as they demonstrated their strength and agility. "This is where we train to defend the pack," Zoe explained. "Everyone takes part, from the youngest to the oldest." "It's impressive," Serenity said. "The dedication and teamwork are amazing." Next, they visited the healing center, where the pack's healers, including witches like Zoe and Sarah, worked their magic. The air was filled with the soothing scent of herbs, and Serenity could feel the calming energy of the place. "This is where we take care of our injured and sick," Sarah said. "Healing is a vital part of our community." Serenity nodded, her admiration growing with each new aspect of pack life she discovered. "It's wonderful to see how everyone supports each other. Gosh, all of these are so amazing. It's like a total different world." As they continued their tour, Kamila led them to a large, open field where a magnificent dragon was resting. Serenity's eyes widened in shock as she took in the sight of Kai, his scales shimmering in the sunlight. "Oh my gosh, is that a dragon?" Serenity exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Kamila laughed, nodding. "Yes, that's Kai. He's my trusted companion." Kai raised his head, his eyes gleaming with intelligence and warmth. He let out a low, rumbling greeting that seemed to resonate through the ground. Serenity took a cautious step forward, her initial shock giving way to curiosity. "He's beautiful. Can I touch him?" "Of course," Kamila said, gently guiding Serenity closer to the dragon. "Kai is very gentle." With Camila's encouragement, Serenity reached out and placed her hand on Kai's warm, smooth scales. A sense of awe washed over her as she felt the dragon's powerful presence. "This is unbelievable," Serenity whispered. "I never imagined I'd see a real dragon." Kai let out a soft rumble, his eyes closing in contentment as Serenity continued to stroke his scales. Kamila watched with a smile, feeling a deep sense of joy at sharing this part of her life with her sister. After spending some time with Kai, the group decided to head into town for a day of pampering and fun. They drove to the nearby mall, where they indulged in a shopping spree, picking out new clothes and accessories. Laughter filled the air as they tried on different outfits, each one more stylish than the last. "This is so much fun," Serenity said, holding up a beautiful dress she had just tried on. "I haven't had a day like this in ages." "It's well-deserved," Zoe said with a grin. "You've been through a lot, and it's about time you got to relax and enjoy yourself." Their next stop was the spa, where they treated themselves to massages, facials, and manicures. The soothing atmosphere and skilled therapists worked wonders, leaving them all feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. "This is heaven," Serenity sighed as she lay on the massage table, her muscles relaxing under the expert touch of the therapist. "I could stay here forever." Kamila chuckled from the next table. "I know what you mean. It's the perfect way to unwind." After their spa treatments, they headed to a nearby cafe for a light lunch, enjoying salads and smoothies while chatting about their day. The bond between the four women grew stronger with each shared experience, and Serenity felt more at home than ever. In the afternoon, they decided to catch a movie at the local cinema. They chose a lighthearted comedy, and their laughter filled the theater as they enjoyed the film. For Serenity, it was a perfect ending to a perfect day. As they walked out of the cinema, the sun was beginning to set, casting a warm glow over the town. Serenity looked at her sister, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you, baby sis," she said softly. "This has been one of the best days of my life." Kamila smiled, her eyes shining with love. "I'm so glad you're here, Cece. I've missed you so much." The dining room of the Silver Moon Pack house was filled with the warm glow of candlelight and the delicious aroma of a home-cooked meal. Kamila looked around the long table, feeling a profound sense of happiness as she took in the faces of her loved ones. It was a rare moment of peace and togetherness after the recent battles, and she cherished every second of it. Dylan and Ryan sat at either end of the table, their strong presence bookending the gathering. Kamila sat next to Serenity, who was between Zoe and Sarah. Dylan and Ryan's parents, Ian and Marie, were engaged in lively conversation, their faces glowing with warmth and joy. The table was laden with a variety of dishes, from roasted meats and fresh vegetables to an array of pies and cakes. Laughter and chatter filled the air as everyone helped themselves to the feast. "Serenity, you have to try the mashed potatoes," Zoe said, passing a bowl her way. "Marie makes the best mashed potatoes in the world." Serenity smiled, accepting the bowl. "Everything looks amazing. I don't even know where to start." Marie beamed from across the table. "It's all about the butter and a little bit of magic," she said with a wink. Ian, who had been quietly observing, chimed in. "Marie's cooking has been keeping this pack happy for decades. Everyone loves when she cooks. You're in for a treat." As they ate, the conversation flowed naturally, each person contributing to the vibrant tapestry of voices. Kamila felt a sense of fulfillment, seeing Serenity fit in so seamlessly with her new family. "So, Serenity," Ryan said, his deep voice drawing everyone's attention, "what do you think of the pack so far?" Serenity set down her fork, her eyes shining with genuine emotion. "It's incredible. Everyone has been so welcoming, and the sense of community here is unlike anything I've ever experienced. It feels like home." Kamila reached over and squeezed her sister's hand. "I'm so glad you feel that way. We've missed you so much, and having you here means everything to me." Sarah, always the jokester, added with a grin, "And now we have another partner in crime for our spa days and shopping trips." Laughter rippled around the table, and Serenity laughed along, feeling more at ease than she had in a long time. "I'm looking forward to it," she said. "You guys are stuck with me now." Dylan, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. "Family is everything to us, and now you're part of ours. We protect our own and support each other through everything." Marie nodded, her eyes reflecting the deep bonds that held the pack together. "We're stronger together, and with you here, Serenity, our family is even stronger." As the dinner progressed, stories from the past and plans for the future were shared. Ian recounted tales of old pack battles and victories, while Zoe and Sarah talked about the latest gossip from town. Serenity listened intently, absorbing every detail and feeling a growing connection to this world. At one point, Kamila stood up to make a toast. She held up her glass, her eyes shining with love and gratitude. "To family," she said, her voice strong and clear, "to the bonds that hold us together, to the love that makes us stronger, and to the future we're building together." Everyone raised their glasses, echoing her words. "To family." As they clinked glasses and took a sip, Kamila felt a wave of emotion wash over her. This was what she had always wanted, a united family, filled with love and support. And now, with Serenity by her side, that dream was complete. Dinner continued with more laughter and joy. Serenity found herself drawn into deeper conversations with Dylan and Ryan's parents, learning more about the history of the pack and the challenges they had faced. Marie shared stories of raising Dylan and Ryan, her eyes sparkling with pride and affection. "They were always competitive," Marie said, smiling fondly at her sons, "always pushing each other to be better. But that's what makes them such strong leaders." Ian nodded in agreement. "They balance each other out perfectly, and with Kamila by their side, the pack has never been stronger." Kamila blushed at the compliment, feeling a deep sense of pride in her mates and the role she played in their lives. As the meal came to a close, Marie stood up to clear the dishes, but Kamila and Zoe quickly intervened. "Let us handle this," Kamila said, taking the plates from her. "You've done enough, Marie. Just sit and relax." Marie smiled gratefully, sitting back down and taking a moment to rest. "Thank you, Kamila. You're a gem." Serenity watched as Kamila and Zoe efficiently cleared the table, feeling a deep sense of admiration for her sister. She had found her place in this world and was thriving, surrounded by people who loved and respected her. Once the table was cleared and the kitchen tidied up, they all moved to the living room, settling into comfortable chairs and sofas. A fire crackled in the hearth, adding to the cozy atmosphere. Ryan brought out a guitar and began to strum a soft melody, filling the room with music. Kamila leaned against him, feeling the vibrations of the strings through his body. Serenity watched, a smile playing on her lips as she realized how happy her sister was. The evening was filled with more laughter and conversation, the bonds between them growing stronger with each passing moment. As the night wore on, Kamila felt a deep sense of contentment. This was what life was all about: family, love, and the simple joys of being together. As they all finally headed to bed, Kamila gave Serenity a hug goodnight. "I'm so glad you're here," she whispered. "You've made everything perfect." Serenity hugged her back tightly. "I feel the same way. I can't wait to see what tomorrow brings." Kamila smiled, knowing that whatever the future held, they would face it together as a family. And that was the greatest gift of all. The days that followed were filled with more adventures and bonding moments. Kamila, Zoe, and Sarah continued to show Serenity the wonders of their world, introducing her to the pack's many activities and traditions. Serenity embraced it all with an open heart, eager to learn and be a part of this incredible community. One afternoon, they went on a hike through the forest, exploring the beautiful trails and enjoying the fresh air. Serenity felt a sense of awe at the natural beauty surrounding her, and she knew that she had found a place where she could truly be herself. As they stood together, looking out at the breathtaking view, Serenity felt a deep sense of peace and happiness. She knew that she had found her true family, and that they would always be there for her, no matter what. The bond between the sisters grew stronger with each passing day, and Serenity felt a profound sense of gratitude for the love and support of the Silver Moon Pack. She knew that she had found a place where she could thrive, surrounded by people who cared for her deeply. As the sun set on another beautiful day, Serenity sat by the fire with her new family, feeling a sense of contentment and joy that she had never known before. She knew that she had found her true home, and that the adventures ahead would be filled with love, laughter, and the unbreakable bonds of family. That morning, Kamila was alone at home with her mates gone to deal with work for the day. She was pacing back and forth in the living room, her brow furrowed with worry. In just a few days, it would be Dylan and Ryan's birthday, and she still hadn't found the perfect gift for her mates. Zoe and Serenity walked in, immediately noticing Kamila's distress. "Kamila, what's wrong?" Serenity asked, her voice full of concern. Kamila sighed, running a hand through her hair. "I haven't found the right gifts for Dylan and Ryan yet. Their birthday is so close, and I want to get them something special, something that shows how much they mean to me." Zoe stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Kamila's shoulder. "Don't worry, Kamila. I'm sure you will find the perfect gifts. Let's go to the mall and see what we can find." Serenity nodded in agreement. "Yes, a little shopping trip will do us all some good. Plus, we get to spend the day together." Kamila managed a small smile, grateful for her friend and sister's support. "Thank you, both of you. I could really use the help." The three women quickly got ready and headed out to the nearby mall. As they walked through the entrance, Kamila felt a mix of anxiety and determination. She was determined to find the perfect gifts, but the pressure of time weighed heavily on her. The mall was bustling with activity, and the wide variety of stores seemed both overwhelming and full of potential. Zoe led the way, her eyes scanning the various shop fronts. "Let's start with the specialty stores. They might have something unique and meaningful." They entered a store that specialized in handcrafted items, each piece meticulously made by local artisans. Kamila wandered through the aisles, her eyes searching for anything that might catch her attention. She picked up a beautifully carved wooden wolf and examined it closely. "This is nice, but it's not quite right," she said, setting it back down with a sigh. Serenity noticed Kamila's frustration and gently guided her to another section. "Take a deep breath, Kamila. We'll find something. Let's keep looking." They moved on to another store, this one filled with high-quality leather goods. Kamila's eyes lit up as she saw a display of custom-made leather jackets. She ran her fingers over the soft, supple leather, imagining how handsome Dylan and Ryan would look in them. "What do you think?" she asked, holding up a jacket for Zoe and Serenity to see. Zoe smiled approvingly. I think they'd love them. They're stylish and practical, perfect for both of them. Kamila nodded, feeling a sense of relief. I'll get these then, but I still want to find something more personal, something that really shows how much they mean to me. Serenity glanced around, her eyes landing on a small jewelry store tucked away in a corner. Why don't we check out that store? Maybe they have something special. Kamila followed her sister to the jewelry store, her heart pounding with hope. Inside, they were greeted by a friendly saleswoman who showed them a variety of beautiful pieces. Camila's eyes were drawn to a display of matching rings, each one engraved with intricate patterns. These are beautiful, Kamila murmured, picking up a pair of rings. But I want something that symbolizes our bond, something unique. The saleswoman smiled. We can customize the rings with any design or inscription you like. Many people choose to engrave special messages or symbols that are meaningful to them. Camila's eyes lit up. That's perfect. I'll get these rings and have them engraved with our initials and a special message. As they finalized the order, Kamila felt a sense of excitement and satisfaction. She knew that the jackets and the rings would be perfect gifts for Dylan and Ryan, something that they would cherish and wear with pride. With the gifts sorted, the three women decided to celebrate their successful shopping trip with a visit to a nearby cafe. They sat by the window, enjoying coffee and pastries while chatting about their plans for the upcoming birthday celebration. I'm so glad we found those gifts, Kamila said, her relief evident in her voice. Thank you both for helping me. I couldn't have done it without you. Zoe grinned. It was our pleasure, and now we get to see the look on their faces when they open their presents. Serenity nodded, her eyes twinkling with excitement. They're going to love them, Kamila. You put so much thought and love into choosing the gifts. Kamila smiled, feeling a warm glow of contentment. I hope so. They mean everything to me, and I want to show them how much I appreciate and love them. As they finished their coffee and headed back to the pack house, Camila's heart was light. The panic and worry that had consumed her earlier were gone, replaced by a sense of accomplishment and anticipation. She couldn't wait to celebrate Dylan and Ryan's birthday and show them how much they meant to her. The next few days flew by in a flurry of preparations. Kamila, Zoe, and Serenity worked together to plan a special birthday celebration, coordinating with the rest of the pack to ensure everything was perfect. The night before the birthday, Kamila carefully wrapped the jackets and the rings, adding a personal touch with handwritten notes expressing her love and gratitude. The Silver Moon Pack house was alive with music and laughter as the night of Dylan and Ryan's birthday party finally arrived. The pack members had outdone themselves, decorating the large hall with strings of twinkling lights, colorful banners, and an array of flowers. Long tables were laden with delicious food and drinks, and a dance floor had been set up in the center of the room. Kamila stood near the entrance, her heart swelling with happiness as she watched the pack members mingling and enjoying themselves. Dylan and Ryan were at the center of it all, greeting everyone with broad smiles and hearty handshakes. Kamila felt a gentle squeeze on her shoulder and turned to see Serenity, who was beaming with excitement. Kamila, this is amazing. You and the pack really put together a fantastic celebration. Kamila smiled, her eyes shining with joy. I just wanted to make sure Dylan and Ryan have the best birthday ever. They deserve it. As the night wore on, the energy in the room only grew. The pack's band began to play, filling the hall with lively music that had everyone tapping their feet. Kamila watched as Dylan and Ryan were pulled onto the dance floor by a group of pack members. They moved with a natural grace and charisma that drew everyone's attention. Come on, Kamila, let's join them, Zoe said, grabbing Camila's hand and pulling her towards the dance floor. Serenity followed close behind, laughing with delight. The music was infectious, and soon Kamila found herself caught up in the rhythm, dancing alongside Dylan, Ryan, Zoe, and Serenity. The worries and stress of the past few days melted away as she lost herself in the joy of the moment. She glanced at Dylan and Ryan, who were laughing and dancing with abandon, their faces lit up with happiness. This is the best birthday ever, Dylan shouted over the music, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Kamila. Ryan nodded in agreement, his arm around Camila's waist as they danced. You really outdid yourself, Kamila. We couldn't have asked for a better celebration. Camila's heart soared at their words. I'm just glad you're both having fun. You deserve all the happiness in the world. As the night progressed, the music slowed and a soft, romantic melody filled the air. Dylan and Ryan each took one of Camila's hands, leading her to the center of the dance floor. They swayed gently to the music, surrounded by their friends and pack members who watched with smiles of approval. I love you both so much, Kamila whispered, her voice filled with emotion. Dylan squeezed her hand. And we love you, Kamila. You've made our lives complete. Ryan leaned in, his voice low and tender. This is the happiest we've ever been, and it's all because of you. Tears of joy welled up in Camila's eyes as she danced with her mates, feeling an overwhelming sense of love and contentment. The soft glow of the lights, the music, and the warmth of their embrace made everything feel perfect. As the song ended, applause erupted from the onlookers, and Kamila felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Dylan and Ryan grinned, pulling her into a tight group hug. Let's cut the cake, someone shouted, and the crowd cheered in agreement. The massive birthday cake was wheeled out, adorned with candles and intricate designs. Dylan and Ryan each took a knife, and with Camila's hand on top of theirs, they cut into the cake together. The pack members erupted into song, their voices filling the hall with a heartfelt rendition of Happy Birthday. After the cake was served, the party continued with more dancing, laughter, and stories. Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan moved through the crowd, sharing moments with each person, thanking them for being part of their special day. Near the end of the night, Kamila found herself standing on the balcony with Dylan and Ryan, looking out over the pack house grounds. The stars twinkled overhead, and a cool breeze rustled the leaves of the nearby trees. This has been an incredible night, Dylan said, his arm wrapped around Camila's shoulders. Ryan nodded, his hand resting on Camila's back. We couldn't have asked for a better celebration. Thank you, Kamila. Kamila smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. I'm just glad you're happy. That's all that matters to me. Dylan kissed her forehead gently. We're more than happy, Kamila. We're truly blessed. As they stood there, wrapped in each other's arms, Kamila knew that this was a night they would all remember forever. The love, joy, and sense of community that filled the air were a testament to the strength and unity of their pack. And for Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan, it was the perfect way to celebrate their love and the bond they shared. Third person's POV. After the party, Kamila returned back home with her two mates, who were still happy from the earlier events and excited for what was about to come next. The house was quiet, a stark contrast to the lively environment they had just left. As they entered the bedroom, Kamila felt a rush of anticipation. The room was dimly lit with moonlight casting a warm glow in their faces. Dylan closed the door behind them, and the atmosphere changed, becoming more intimate. Ryan stepped closer to Kamila, his eyes dark with desire. Tonight was amazing. Now it is about to get even more amazing, he said, his voice low and husky. Kamila felt a shudder run down her spine, his voice doing nothing else but reigniting the fire of passion that is burning in her. I'm so glad you both enjoy it and my gifts, she managed to say. Dylan stepped behind her, wrapping his arm around her waist and pressing a kiss to her neck. We did, and we are going to show you just how much we appreciate everything you did for us. 2 weeks had passed since Dylan and Ryan's birthday celebration, and now the roles were reversed. The brothers found themselves in a state of nervous anticipation, planning something monumental. They wanted to propose to Kamila, but were uncertain about how to make it perfect. The idea of the proposal consumed their thoughts, and they spent countless nights discussing every detail. Their best friend and beta, Aaron, noticed their growing anxiety. One evening, after a particularly heated debate about the right way to propose, Aaron pulled them aside. Guys, he said, his voice calm and reassuring, you're overthinking this. Kamila loves you both for who you are. The proposal should be simple, private, and special. Just be yourselves, and she'll love it. Aaron's words resonated with them. They realized that the most meaningful place for the proposal would be their secret spot, a cave behind a waterfall where they often retreated to escape the pressures of their roles as alphas. It was a place filled with memories, a sanctuary of love and tranquility. The following evening, they prepared everything meticulously. Dylan and Ryan were determined to create an unforgettable moment. They chose a stunning ring that symbolized their unique bond. The ring was crafted with two intertwined bands, one in white gold and the other in rose gold, each representing one of them. At the center, a brilliant diamond was flanked by two smaller sapphires, signifying their union and eternal love. "Are you ready?" Ryan asked Dylan, holding the small box containing the ring. Dylan nodded, his heart pounding. "Yeah, let's do this." They found Kamila in the garden, enjoying the cool evening air. Dylan approached her first, taking her hand gently. "Kamila, there's somewhere special we want to take you." Kamila looked at them with curiosity. "Where are we going?" Ryan smiled, wrapping an arm around her waist. "You'll see. It's a surprise." They led her through the woods, the familiar path calming their nerves. The sound of the waterfall grew louder as they approached, the cool mist from the cascading water refreshing against their skin. When they reached the entrance of the cave, Camila's eyes lit up with recognition. "Our special spot," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "I love it here." They guided her inside the cave, the shimmering reflections from the waterfall creating a magical ambiance. They had set up a blanket on the ground with candles casting a soft, flickering light. It was intimate, just as Aaron had advised. Dylan took a deep breath, his nerves threatening to get the best of him. "Kamila, we've been through so much together," he began, his voice steady despite the pounding of his heart. "You've been our strength, our love, and our reason for everything." Ryan stepped closer, taking Camila's other hand. "We can't imagine our lives without you. You've completed us in ways we never thought possible." Camila's eyes filled with emotion as she looked between the two of them. "Dylan, Ryan, I feel the same way. You both mean the world to me." Dylan reached into his pocket and pulled out the ring box, his hands trembling slightly. He opened it, revealing the beautifully crafted ring. "Kamila, will you marry us?" he asked, his voice full of hope and love. Ryan added, his eyes shining with tears. "We want to spend the rest of our lives with you, as your mates, your husbands, and your partners in everything." Kamila gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. The sight of the ring, with its intricate design and deep symbolism, took her breath away. She looked at the two men before her, their faces filled with vulnerability and love. "Yes," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "Yes, I will marry you both." Dylan and Ryan let out a collective breath of relief and joy. They slipped the ring onto her finger together, the cool metal fitting perfectly. Kamila looked down at the ring, tears of happiness streaming down her face. The two bands intertwined, the central diamond sparkling brilliantly and the sapphires glinting with a deep, vibrant blue. It was a perfect symbol of their love, unique, strong, and everlasting. They embraced her, holding her tightly between them. The sound of the waterfall filled the cave, blending with their murmurs of love and promises for the future. "I love you both so much," Kamila said, her voice muffled against their chests. "We love you too, Kamila," Dylan replied, his voice thick with emotion. Ryan kissed the top of her head, his heart full. "You've made us the happiest men in the world." They stayed in the cave for a while longer, savoring the moment. The worries and anxieties of the past weeks melted away, replaced by a profound sense of peace and joy. They talked about their future, sharing dreams and making plans. As they walked back to the pack house under the starry sky, Kamila couldn't stop looking at her ring. It wasn't just a piece of jewelry. It was a promise of a lifetime of love and unity. Back home, they shared the news with their pack, who celebrated with them, their joy echoing through the night. Dylan and Ryan had succeeded in making the proposal simple, private, and special just as Aaron had advised. And in doing so, they had created a moment that they and Kamila would cherish forever. Third person's POV. Kamila stood in the middle of her new office, taking in the sight of the spacious, sunlit room that was now the headquarters of her interior design company. It had been a long journey to get here, filled with hard work and determination, but the moment was finally hers. The room was a testament to her vision, with elegant furnishings, meticulously chosen decor, and large windows that bathed the space in natural light. Dylan and Ryan walked in, their faces beaming with pride. "This is incredible, Kamila," Dylan said, looking around appreciatively. "You've outdone yourself." Ryan nodded in agreement. Absolutely. This place is a masterpiece, just like everything you design. Kamila smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude and love. Thank you both so much. I couldn't have done it without your support. Dylan wrapped an arm around her shoulders. We always believed in you. Your talent is extraordinary, and now the world gets to see it. Ryan added, and we'll always be here to help you in any way we can. This company is going to be a huge success. I just know it. Kamila took a deep breath, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. I hope so. I've put so much of myself into this. It's like my baby. Dylan squeezed her shoulder, and we'll help you nurture it and watch it grow. Over the next few weeks, Kamila's company began to take shape. With Dylan and Ryan's help, they hired a team of talented designers, architects, and support staff. Word of her exceptional eye for detail and innovative design spread quickly, and soon they had a steady stream of clients. One day, Kamila was in her office, reviewing design plans for a new client, when her assistant, Sarah, knocked on the door. Kamila, there's someone here to see you, she said, peeking her head in. Kamila looked up from her work. Who is it? It's a couple from the pack, Sarah replied. They heard about the company and wanted to apply for jobs. Kamila's face lit up. She loved the idea of incorporating members of the pack into her business. Send them in, she said with a smile. A few moments later, a young couple walked in. Kamila recognized them as Ethan and Lily, members of the Silver Moon pack. They looked a bit nervous but determined. Hello, Ethan, Lily, Kamila greeted them warmly. It's great to see you. Please have a seat. Thank you, Kamila, Ethan said, taking a seat. We heard about your company and wanted to see if there might be any opportunities for us. Kamila nodded. Of course. Tell me a bit about yourselves and what you're looking for. Lily spoke up first. I have a background in architecture. I've always loved designing spaces, and when I heard you were starting this company, I thought it might be the perfect fit for me. Ethan added, and I'm a project manager. I've worked on several construction projects within the pack, making sure everything runs smoothly and on schedule. Kamila listened intently, her mind already envisioning how they could fit into her growing team. You both sound like exactly the kind of people we need here. I'd love to have you join us. Ethan and Lily's faces lit up with relief and excitement. Really? That would be amazing, Lily said, her voice filled with gratitude. Kamila smiled. Absolutely. We're like a family here, and I think you'll fit right in. Welcome to the team. As the days went by, Kamila's company flourished. She loved seeing the creativity and dedication her team brought to each project. One afternoon, while she was working on a particularly challenging design, Dylan walked into her office carrying 2 cups of coffee. Thought you might need a break, he said, handing her a cup. Kamila took it gratefully. You read my mind. Thank you. Dylan sat down across from her. How's it going? Kamila sighed, taking a sip of her coffee. Good, but this client has some very specific demands. It's challenging to balance their vision with practical design elements. Dylan nodded. I have no doubt you'll find the perfect solution. You always do. Kamila smiled. I hope so. It's just a lot of pressure sometimes. Ryan walked in just then, holding a box of pastries. Did someone say pressure? I brought reinforcements. Kamila laughed, her stress melting away. You two always know how to make my day better. Ryan grinned. That's our job. Now, let's dig into these pastries and brainstorm some ideas. The 3 of them spent the afternoon working together, bouncing ideas off each other and refining the design. Kamila felt a renewed sense of inspiration and confidence, knowing she had such strong support from her mates. Later that evening, as they were wrapping up, Kamila looked around at the office filled with busy, happy employees. It felt like a dream come true. She turned to Dylan and Ryan, her eyes shining with gratitude. I couldn't have asked for a better team or better partners. Thank you both for everything. Dylan kissed her forehead. We believe in you, Kamila. This company is just the beginning. Ryan nodded. And we'll be here every step of the way. A few months passed and Kamila's company continued to thrive. They took on larger and more prestigious projects, earning a reputation for excellence and creativity. Kamila loved seeing her designs come to life, transforming spaces into beautiful, functional works of art. One day, she received a call from a prominent real estate developer who had heard about her work. He wanted to hire her firm to design the interiors for a new luxury apartment complex. It was a huge opportunity, and Kamila was both excited and nervous. She called a meeting with her team to discuss the project. As they gathered in the conference room, Kamila felt a surge of pride looking at the talented group of people she had brought together. "All right, everyone," she began. "We have an incredible opportunity here. This project could take our company to the next level. I want each of you to bring your best ideas and creativity. Let's show them what we're capable of." The team responded with enthusiasm, and they dove into brainstorming sessions, sketching out ideas, and discussing concepts. Kamila loved the collaborative energy, and she knew they were on the brink of something amazing. A few weeks later, they presented their proposal to the developer. Kamila led the presentation, her voice steady and confident as she walked them through the designs. She could see the developer was impressed, and by the end of the meeting, he was sold. "This is exactly what we were looking for," he said, shaking Camila's hand. "I can't wait to see it come to life." Kamila beamed with pride. "Thank you. We won't let you down." As the project moved forward, Kamila was busier than ever. She juggled meetings, site visits, and design revisions, but she loved every moment of it. Dylan and Ryan continued to support her, stepping in whenever she needed help or a break. One evening, after a particularly long day, Kamila returned home to find Dylan and Ryan waiting for her with a surprise. They had prepared a romantic dinner, complete with candles and her favorite dishes. "You two are amazing," she said, tears of gratitude welling up in her eyes. Ryan pulled out her chair for her. "You work so hard, Kamila. You deserve this." Dylan poured her a glass of wine. "We just want to make sure you know how much we appreciate everything you do." As they enjoyed their meal, Kamila felt overwhelmed with love and gratitude. She had come so far, from starting her own company to achieving her dreams, all with the support of her incredible mates. "I couldn't have done any of this without you," she said, looking at them with love. "You both mean everything to me." Dylan reached across the table, taking her hand. "And you mean everything to us, Kamila. We're so proud of you." Ryan nodded. "We'll always be here, cheering you on and supporting you in every way we can." Kamila smiled, her heart full. She knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, she had the strength and support to overcome them. Together, they were unstoppable, and the future looked brighter than ever. As the months passed, Kamila's company continued to grow and thrive. They completed the luxury apartment project to rave reviews, and new clients began to seek them out. Kamila's reputation as a top interior designer was firmly established, and she loved every moment of her work. She also made sure to give back to the community that had supported her. She started a mentorship program for young designers, helping them develop their skills and find their own paths in the industry. She also hired more members from the pack, giving them opportunities to build fulfilling careers. One day, as she walked through her bustling office, Kamila felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She had built something incredible, not just a successful company, but a family of talented, passionate people working together to create beauty and functionality in the world. Dylan and Ryan visited her office frequently, always bringing a sense of warmth and support. They loved seeing her in her element, leading her team with confidence and grace. "We always knew you'd do amazing things, Kamila," Dylan said one day as they sat in her office, watching her team at work. Ryan nodded, "And this is just the beginning. There's no limit to what you can achieve." Kamila smiled, feeling their love and support surround her. "Thank you both. I couldn't have done it without you." As she looked out at her team, she knew that together they would achieve great things. The Silver Moon Pack was buzzing with excitement and activity as preparations for the wedding of their alphas, Dylan and Ryan, and their beloved Luna, Kamila, reached a fever pitch. The pack members were determined to make the day unforgettable, pouring their hearts into every detail. The wedding was meant to be a surprise for Kamila, so everyone worked with a sense of urgency and secrecy. "Let's make sure those flowers are perfect," Sierra instructed, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight filtering through the forest canopy. She was in charge of the floral arrangements and had a keen eye for detail. The spot in the woods chosen for the ceremony was being transformed into a fairy tale setting, brimming with vibrant colors and enchanting scents. A team of pack members carefully placed roses, lilies, and wildflowers along the aisle, which was crafted from petals of various hues. "We need more daisies on this side," Sierra pointed out, directing a young werewolf who was diligently arranging flowers. "Got it," the young werewolf responded, hurrying to adjust the placement. Nearby, Zienna, tall and elegant with her silvery hair flowing like a waterfall, was coordinating the seating arrangement. "I want the chairs in a perfect semicircle around the altar," she instructed. "This way, everyone will have a great view of the ceremony." Pack members worked quickly to arrange the white wooden chairs, ensuring they formed a gentle curve. "Make sure there's enough space between them," Zienna added. "We don't want anyone feeling cramped." Vale, with his rugged charm and deep green eyes, was overseeing the overall aesthetics. His artistic touch was evident in the decorations that adorned the trees and the surrounding area. "We need more ivy around these trees," he said, handing a bundle of the greenery to a group of teenagers. "And make sure the lanterns are securely fastened. They need to be ready to light up the night." The teenagers nodded enthusiastically and set to work, weaving the ivy around the tree trunks and hanging the lanterns from the branches. "This place is going to look magical," one of them said, smiling at the thought. In the heart of the preparations, Dylan and Ryan were busy ensuring everything was on schedule. Dylan was speaking with the caterers, making sure the menu was perfect. "We need a variety of dishes," he said, his voice steady and commanding. "Make sure there's something for everyone, including those with dietary restrictions." The head caterer, a burly werewolf with a talent for cuisine, nodded. "Don't worry, Alpha. We've got it covered." Ryan, meanwhile, was coordinating with the musicians. "We need a blend of traditional and modern music," he explained. "Start with something classical for the ceremony, then switch to more upbeat tunes for the reception." The lead musician, a skilled violinist, smiled. "Consider it done, Alpha." Kamila's best friends, Zoe and Sarah, were also deeply involved in the preparations. They were in charge of keeping Kamila away from the site and ensuring she had no idea what was being planned. "Kamila, how about a spa day?" Zoe suggested, knowing it would be a perfect distraction. Sarah grinned. "Yes, you deserve some pampering before the big day." Kamila, unaware of the whirlwind of activity taking place in the woods, nodded eagerly. "That sounds wonderful. I could use a little relaxation." As the day wore on, the preparations continued at a brisk pace. Sierra, Zienna, and Vale frequently checked in with each other, ensuring everything was on track. "How are the flower arrangements coming along?" Zienna asked, joining Sierra near the altar. "Almost done," Sierra replied, her eyes scanning the intricate patterns of blooms. "Just a few more touches, and it'll be perfect." Val walked over, a satisfied smile on his face. "The lanterns are all set. They'll look amazing once they're lit." In the late afternoon, as the sun began to dip towards the horizon, the preparations neared completion. The spot in the woods had been transformed into a breathtaking venue ready to host the most important day in Camila's life. The aisle, covered in petals of every color, led to an altar adorned with flowers and greenery. Lanterns hung from the trees, ready to cast a warm golden glow as night fell. Dylan and Ryan took a moment to survey the scene, their hearts swelling with pride and anticipation. "It's perfect," Dylan said, his voice filled with emotion. Ryan nodded in agreement. "Kamila's going to love it." Zoe and Sarah arrived back at the pack house with Kamila, having spent the day pampering her and keeping her distracted. "I can't wait for you to see what we've planned," Zoe said, her eyes twinkling with excitement. Sarah grinned. "It's going to be a day you'll never forget." As night fell, the final touches were added. The caterers set up the feast, the musicians tuned their instruments, and the pack members took their places. The air was filled with a sense of joy and anticipation. Sierra, Zienna, and Vale stood back, admiring their handiwork. "We did it," Sierra said, her voice soft with satisfaction. Zienna nodded, a smile playing on her lips. "It's perfect." Vale put an arm around both of them. "Kamila's going to be blown away." With everything in place, the pack members gathered, ready to celebrate the union of their Alphas and Luna. The scene was set, the stage was perfect, and all that remained was for Kamila to walk down the aisle and see the surprise that awaited her. Third person's POV. The morning of Camila's wedding dawned bright and clear, the sun casting a golden glow over the Silver Moon Pack's territory. The forest venue was a picturesque scene, with flowers of every hue adorning the aisle and altar, and lanterns hanging from the trees, ready to illuminate the night. In the pack house, Kamila was surrounded by her closest friends and family as they helped her prepare for the big day. Zoe, Sarah, Serenity, Sierra, and Marie bustled around her, each contributing their skills to make sure she looked perfect. "Your hair looks absolutely stunning," Serenity said, securing the final pin in Camila's elaborate updo. Soft tendrils framed her face, adorned with delicate blossoms that matched the flowers outside. "Thanks, Serenity. I'm so glad you're here," Kamila said, her voice filled with emotion. "I couldn't imagine this day without you." Zoe stepped back to admire their handiwork. "Kamila, you look like a fairy princess," she said, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Dylan and Ryan are going to be speechless." Sierra carefully placed the veil over Camila's head, adjusting it so it draped perfectly. "This veil is the finishing touch," she said, smoothing it out. "You're going to take their breath away." Marie, Dylan and Ryan's mother, handed Kamila a small, intricately crafted bouquet. "This is for you, my dear. It's a family tradition to carry this down the aisle," she said, her eyes misty with tears. "Welcome to the family." Kamila looked at herself in the mirror, barely recognizing the ethereal vision staring back. Her dress was a masterpiece of lace and satin, with delicate embroidery that shimmered with every movement. The bodice hugged her figure perfectly, and the skirt flowed around her like a dream. Paired with her makeup and veil, she looked like a fairy about to be wedded. "Thank you all," Kamila said, her voice choked with emotion. "I don't know what I'd do without you." "You don't have to do anything alone," Sarah said, squeezing Camila's hand. "We're all here for you." When she was finally ready, they left her in the room to collect herself until it was time to walk down the aisle. Kamila took a deep breath, feeling a mixture of excitement and nerves. This was the moment she had been waiting for, the moment that would change her life forever. Outside, the guests were already seated, the pack members and allies who had come together to celebrate this joyous occasion. Dylan and Ryan stood at the altar, side by side, their anticipation palpable. They exchanged glances, both feeling the weight of the moment. "You ready for this?" Ryan asked, his voice steady but his eyes shining with emotion. "More than ever," Dylan replied, a smile tugging at his lips. As the music began to play, a hush fell over the crowd. The soft strains of a violin floated through the air, adding to the enchantment of the scene. Zoe and Serenity appeared first, walking down the aisle with grace, their eyes fixed on Kamila. Then, Kamila stepped into view, and a collective gasp went up from the guests. She looked otherworldly, like a fairy queen stepping out of a dream. Dylan and Ryan's eyes widened in awe, their hearts swelling with love and admiration. Kamila felt her breath catch as she saw her mates waiting for her at the end of the aisle. She took her first step, then another, her eyes locked on theirs. With each step, her nerves melted away, replaced by a profound sense of joy and certainty. Zoe and Serenity walked beside her, their smiles bright and supportive. As Kamila reached the altar, Dylan and Ryan both extended their hands to her, guiding her to stand between them. The priest, a wise old werewolf with a gentle smile, stepped forward to begin the ceremony. "Welcome, everyone, to this joyous occasion," the priest began. "Today, we gather to witness the union of Dylan, Ryan, and Kamila, a bond that transcends the ordinary, a love that is deep and true." The ceremony was filled with moments of beauty and emotion. The priest spoke of love and commitment, of the strength found in unity and the joy of shared life. Then it was time for the vows. Dylan was the first to speak, his voice strong but filled with emotion. "Kamila, from the moment I met you, I knew you were special. You brought light into our lives, and I promised to cherish and protect you, to stand by you in all things. I love you more than words can say, and I vow to be your partner, your friend, and your lover for all eternity." Ryan followed, his voice equally heartfelt. "Kamila, you complete us. You've shown us what true love is, and I promise to honor and support you, to laugh with you and cry with you. I will be your strength when you need it and your comfort always. I love you deeply, and I vow to be yours forever." Camila's eyes filled with tears as she began her vows. Dylan, Ryan, you've given me more than I ever dreamed possible. Your love has made me stronger, braver, and happier than I ever imagined. I promise to love you both with all my heart, to be your partner and your equal, to stand with you through all of life's challenges. I am yours, now and forever. With their vows exchanged, it was time for the rings. Dylan and Ryan each took a ring, crafted from a rare metal that symbolized their bond. The rings were intertwined in design, representing their unity and strength together. They slipped the rings onto Kamila's fingers, and she did the same for them, completing the circle of their commitment. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife, the priest declared. You may seal your union with a kiss. Dylan and Ryan both leaned in, each placing a tender kiss on Kamila's lips. The crowd erupted into applause, their joy and celebration filling the air. The trio turned to face their friends and family, their hands intertwined, their hearts united. As they walked back down the aisle, petals were thrown into the air, showering them with blessings and love. The music swelled, and the forest seemed to glow with happiness. Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan smiled at each other, their eyes sparkling with the promise of a future filled with love and adventure. The reception that followed was a joyful celebration, with laughter and dancing filling the night. The lanterns in the trees cast a warm glow over the festivities, and the feast was a grand affair, with delicious food and drink for all. Friends and family toasted the newlyweds, sharing stories and memories that highlighted the love and bond they shared. Kamila looked around at the faces of those she loved, feeling a deep sense of gratitude and happiness. She was surrounded by her chosen family, by people who loved and supported her. She leaned into Dylan and Ryan, feeling their warmth and strength beside her. This is just the beginning, Ryan whispered in her ear, his voice filled with promise. Dylan nodded, his eyes soft with love. We have a beautiful future ahead of us. Kamila smiled, her heart full. I couldn't ask for more. As the night wore on, the celebrations continued, a testament to the love and unity that defined the Silver Moon Pack. The stars shone brightly overhead, a silent witness to the beginning of a new chapter in the lives of Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan. And as they danced beneath the canopy of trees, surrounded by the laughter and joy of their loved ones, they knew that they had found something truly special, a love that would last a lifetime. After the wedding, the air was filled with joy and the scent of flowers. Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan retreated to a private room to change out of their wedding attire. Laughter and excited chatter echoed in the room as Kamila slipped into a comfortable travel outfit. We need to make a quick getaway before anyone suspects where we're going, Dylan said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Ryan nodded in agreement. Remember, it's all a surprise. Kamila laughed, her eyes twinkling with excitement. I can't believe you're both keeping this a secret from me. As they headed towards the waiting car, Kamila paused to toss her bouquet. She turned her back to the gathering crowd and flung it over her shoulder. The bouquet soared through the air, and amid cheers and laughter, a female pack member caught it with a delighted squeal. Congratulations, Kamila called out, laughing along with the others. They got into the car, and Dylan instructed the driver to head to the airport. Kamila snuggled between her husbands, feeling a mix of curiosity and excitement. You two are being very sneaky, she teased. Ryan chuckled. Just wait, you'll love it. At the airport, Dylan took extra precautions to ensure the destination remained a mystery. He held the tickets close to his chest and whispered to the officer at the counter, explaining the situation. The officer nodded, a knowing smile on her face as she handed over their boarding passes without saying a word. As they walked through the terminal, Dylan handed Kamila a pair of noise-canceling headphones. You need to wear these, he said, trying to keep a straight face. Kamila raised an eyebrow but complied, slipping the headphones over her ears. You two are really going all out, aren't you? She said, her voice slightly muffled. Ryan nodded enthusiastically. Trust us, it's worth it. On the plane, Kamila remained in the dark about their destination. She watched movies and enjoyed the flight, her excitement growing with each passing moment. When they finally landed, Dylan and Ryan guided her through the airport, still keeping her in suspense. Almost there, Dylan whispered, taking her hand as they exited the terminal. A car awaited them, and Kamila climbed in, still none the wiser. The drive through the city was beautiful, but her anticipation grew as she wondered where they were heading. Finally, the car stopped in front of a luxurious hotel. "Close your eyes," Ryan instructed, gently placing a blindfold over Camila's eyes. "No peeking," Kamila laughed. All right, I won't peek." They carefully led her into the hotel, up the elevator, and down a hallway until they reached their suite. The anticipation was almost too much for Kamila. She could hear the faint sounds of the city outside, but had no idea where she was. "Ready?" Dylan asked as he opened the door to their room. "Ready," Kamila said, her heart racing. They guided her inside and positioned her near the large window. "Okay, you can look now," Ryan said, gently removing the blindfold. Kamila blinked as her eyes adjusted to the light. She gasped as she took in the view before her. The Eiffel Tower stood majestically in the distance, illuminated against the night sky. Tears of joy filled her eyes. "Welcome to Paris," Dylan said softly, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Kamila turned to face them, her smile radiant. "This is amazing. I've always dreamed of coming here." Ryan grinned. "We thought you might like it." Kamila hugged them both tightly, overwhelmed with happiness. "I love it. I love you both so much. Thank you for this incredible surprise." They spent the evening exploring their luxurious suite, marveling at the view, and planning their adventures for the days ahead. The room was decorated in elegant Parisian style, with plush furniture and soft, romantic lighting. A bottle of champagne and a tray of chocolates awaited them, adding to the magic of the moment. "To us," Dylan said, raising a glass of champagne. "To love and new beginnings," Ryan added, clinking his glass against Dylan's. "To the best honeymoon ever," Kamila finished, her heart full as they toasted to their future together. They sipped their champagne and watched the Eiffel Tower sparkle against the night sky. Kamila leaned her head on Dylan's shoulder, her hand intertwined with Ryan's. "This is perfect," she said softly. "Thank you for making my dreams come true." Dylan kissed her forehead. "Anything for you, my love." Ryan squeezed her hand. "Here's to many more adventures together." As they settled into their first night in Paris, Kamila felt a profound sense of contentment. She was surrounded by love in one of the most beautiful cities in the world, starting a new chapter with the two men who meant everything to her. It was a dream come true, and she couldn't wait to see what the future held for them. The end. Bonus chapters coming right up. Third person's POV. Zoe and Sarah had always dreamed of building a family together. They shared a deep love for each other and wanted to extend that love to children. Over several late-night conversations, they decided they wanted to adopt. Their unique situation as a werewolf and human couple led them to a special decision. They would adopt one werewolf child and one human child. One evening, after dinner, they sat together on the couch, holding hands as they discussed their plans. "I really want to adopt a werewolf child from our pack," Zoe said, her eyes filled with determination. "There are so many who need a family after everything that happened with Draca." Sarah nodded, squeezing Zoe's hand. "And I think adopting a human child would be wonderful too. It will show that love transcends our differences." With their minds made up, they approached Dylan and Ryan, who had always supported them in their endeavors. The alphas listened intently as Zoe and Sarah explained their plans. "We're fully supportive of your decision," Dylan said warmly. "We'll help you through every step of the process." Ryan smiled. "I know a few pups in the pack daycare who could really use a loving home." A week later, Zoe and Sarah visited the pack daycare. The caretaker, Lila, welcomed them with a kind smile and led them to the nursery where several infants were playing. "This is Jason," Lila said, picking up a chubby 6-month-old baby boy with bright, curious eyes. His father died in the battle against Draca, and his mother passed away shortly after giving birth due to complications and grief. He's been with us since. Zoe's heart melted as she gazed at Jason. He reached out with a tiny hand, clutching her finger tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Sarah, who was already holding the baby's other hand. "He's perfect," Sarah whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "We want to adopt him." Lila beamed. "I can't think of a better home for him. Let's start the paperwork." The adoption process for Jason was swift, given the pack's strong support network. A week later, Zoe and Sarah were officially his parents. They decided to keep his given name, Jason, honoring his biological parents while embracing him as their own. On the day they brought Jason home, their pack house was filled with joy. Pack members gathered to celebrate the newest addition to their family. Dylan and Ryan were there, along with Kamila, Zoe's best friend and Sarah's sister-in-law. As they walked into the house, Jason nestled in Zoe's arms. The pack erupted in cheers and applause. Kamila stepped forward, her face glowing with happiness. "Welcome home, little one," she said, gently touching Jason's cheek. Zoe and Sarah looked around, overwhelmed by the support and love surrounding them. Tears streamed down Zoe's face as she kissed Jason's forehead. "Thank you all," she said, her voice trembling. "We're so grateful to have such a wonderful family and community. We shall be on babysitting duty," Aaron said, referring to himself and his mate. "Sure, no problem," Sarah said with a doubting tone. "Hey, I can babysit," he argued. "I did not say you can't," she replied. Everyone laughed at them. That night, after everyone had left, Zoe and Sarah sat in Jason's nursery, watching him sleep peacefully in his crib. The room was decorated with soft, woodland-themed decorations, reflecting their love for nature and the pack. "He's perfect," Zoe said, leaning her head on Sarah's shoulder. "I already love him so much." Sarah wrapped her arm around Zoe, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. "Me too. I can't wait to watch him grow and help him discover who he is." Over the next few days, Zoe and Sarah settled into their new roles as parents. They marveled at Jason's every coo and giggle, finding joy in the smallest moments. The pack members often dropped by to offer help and share in their happiness. One sunny afternoon, Zoe sat on the porch with Jason in her lap, watching him play with a stuffed wolf toy. Sarah joined them, carrying a tray with 2 mugs of tea. "I was thinking," Sarah began, taking a seat next to Zoe, "about our plan to adopt a human child. How do you feel about starting that process soon?" Zoe smiled, looking down at Jason's bright eyes. "I think it's a great idea. Jason should have a sibling, and it'll be amazing to watch them grow up together, blending our worlds." Sarah nodded, her eyes shining with excitement. "Let's do it then. We'll start the process and see where it leads us." With their hearts full of love and their home filled with laughter, Zoe and Sarah looked forward to expanding their family. The journey ahead was uncertain, but they knew they would face it together, hand in hand as a strong, united family. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over their home, Zoe and Sarah felt a profound sense of fulfillment. They had found each other, and now they had found Jason. Their family was growing, and they couldn't wait to see what the future held. The decision to expand their family and adopt a human child came naturally to Zoe and Sarah after settling in with Jason. They were eager to welcome another child into their home and provide Jason with a sibling. Their journey led them to Amira, a 1-year-old baby girl who had been left outside a fire station. The only information about her was a card with her name, age, and birthday. One afternoon, they visited the agency handling Amira's case. The social worker, Miss Henderson, greeted them warmly and led them to a playroom where Amira was playing with colorful blocks. "She's beautiful," Zoe whispered, her heart aching with the desire to bring this little girl into their family. Sarah nodded, her eyes misting over. "She looks so happy. I can't wait to bring her home." Miss Henderson smiled. "Amira is a wonderful child. She's been through a lot, but she's resilient and full of life. Are you ready to meet her?" Zoe and Sarah exchanged a glance, their hearts pounding with anticipation. "Yes," they said in unison. As they entered the playroom, Amira looked up, her big brown eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zoe knelt down beside her, gently taking her hand. "Hi, Amira," she said softly. "I'm Zoe, and this is Sarah. We're so happy to meet you." Amira studied them for a moment before breaking into a shy smile. Sarah sat down on the other side of her, picking up a block and handing it to Amira. "Do you want to build something together?" Sarah asked. Amira nodded, taking the block and stacking it on top of another. They spent the next hour playing together, laughing and enjoying each other's company. By the end of the visit, Zoe and Sarah were even more certain that Amira was meant to be a part of their family. The adoption process was lengthy and filled with paperwork, but Zoe and Sarah were determined. They attended meetings, underwent evaluations, and signed countless documents, all the while thinking about the moment when they could finally bring Amira home. A week later, the day they had been waiting for arrived. They drove to the agency with Jason in tow, eager to introduce him to his new sister. When they arrived, Miss Henderson greeted them with a warm smile and led them to Amira, who was waiting in the playroom. "Are you ready to go home, Amira?" Miss Henderson asked gently. Amira looked up at Zoe and Sarah, her eyes wide with excitement. She nodded, reaching out for Zoe to pick her up. Zoe lifted her into her arms, feeling a rush of love and protectiveness. "Welcome to our family, Amira," she whispered, kissing her forehead. As they drove home, Jason babbled happily in his car seat while Amira clung to Zoe, her tiny fingers wrapped around a lock of Zoe's hair. Sarah reached over and squeezed Zoe's hand, her eyes filled with joy. "We did it," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "Our family is complete." When they arrived home, the pack members gathered to welcome Amira. Dylan and Ryan were there, along with Kamila, who held out a bouquet of flowers for their new family member. "Welcome home, Amira," Kamila said, smiling warmly. "We're so happy you're here." Amira liked Aaron on seeing him and clung to him. "Yes, she likes me. I'm going to be her favorite uncle." He sassed to all of them. Victor only rolled his eyes at his mate. "When are we adopting ours?" he asked, turning to face Victor. The latter only smiled at him, and Aaron smiled back. Victor hardly spoke to anyone else aside from Aaron, Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan sometimes, so he is always quiet when he is around crowds. The pack house was filled with laughter and joy as everyone celebrated Amira's arrival. Jason toddled around, fascinated by the new addition to the family, while Amira clung to Zoe, her eyes wide with wonder. That night, after everyone had left, Zoe and Sarah tucked Jason and Amira into their cribs. They stood together in the nursery, watching their children sleep peacefully. "She's perfect," Sarah whispered, her eyes filled with tears. "I can't believe she's finally home." Zoe nodded, wrapping her arm around Sarah. "She's meant to be with us, just like Jason. Our family is complete now." Over the next few days, Zoe and Sarah settled into a new routine with Amira and Jason. They marveled at Amira's curiosity and resilience, watching as she adapted to her new home with ease. Jason was fascinated by his new sister, often reaching out to touch her hand or babbling happily when she was near. One afternoon, as they sat in the living room, Zoe watched as Amira and Jason played together on the floor. Amira was showing Jason how to stack blocks, her face lighting up with each successful tower. "They're already so close," Zoe said, her heart swelling with love. Sarah smiled, leaning her head on Zoe's shoulder. "They're going to be the best of friends." As the days passed, Amira grew more comfortable in her new home. She loved exploring the house, playing with her new toys, and spending time with her parents and brother. Zoe and Sarah made sure to give both children plenty of love and attention, fostering a strong bond between them. One evening, as they sat on the porch, watching the sunset, Zoe turned to Sarah, her heart full. "I can't believe how lucky we are," she said, her voice filled with emotion. "We have 2 beautiful children and a wonderful family." Sarah nodded, her eyes shining with tears. "I know. I'm so grateful for everything we have. Our family is everything I ever dreamed of." As they sat together, watching the sun dip below the horizon, Zoe and Sarah felt a deep sense of contentment. They had faced challenges and overcome obstacles, but they had built a loving, happy family. And they knew that no matter what the future held, they would face it together as a family. Author's note: just so you know, every bonus chapter is set after Dylan, Ryan, and Kamila's wedding and honeymoon, except it is stated otherwise. Hope you enjoyed. Lots of love. Lisbeth Rose, Kamila's POV. It was early morning and the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow on our bedroom. I rolled out of bed, rubbing my eyes, and headed to the bathroom to freshen up for work. As soon as I stepped inside, a wave of nausea hit me, and I barely made it to the toilet before throwing up. "Kamila, are you okay?" Dylan called from the bedroom, his voice tinged with concern. I flushed the toilet and rinsed my mouth, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling. "Yeah, I'm fine," I replied, attempting to sound casual. "I think I just ate too much last night." Ryan appeared at the bathroom door, his brow furrowed with worry. "You don't look fine." Maybe you should take it easy today. I forced a smile, not wanting to alarm them. I'll be okay. It's probably just something I ate. I'll take it easy, I promise. Despite my assurances, the nausea persisted throughout the week. Every morning, I found myself rushing to the bathroom, and it became harder to brush off their concerns. By the fifth day, Dylan and Ryan insisted on taking me to the PAC hospital. We're not taking no for an answer, Dylan said firmly as he helped me into the car. You've been sick for days. We need to make sure everything's okay. Ryan nodded in agreement, his hand gently squeezing mine. We love you, Kamila. We just want to be sure you're all right. The drive to the PAC hospital was filled with silence, broken only by the occasional reassuring words from my husbands. I could see the worry etched on their faces, and it made my heart ache. We arrived at the hospital, and Dr. Lorna, the PAC doctor, greeted us with a warm smile. Alpha's Luna, she said, her eyes reflecting concern. Let's get you checked out, Kamila. I lay down on the examination table as Dr. Lorna ran a series of tests. Dylan held my hand, and Ryan stood by my side, his hand resting on my shoulder. After what felt like an eternity, Dr. Lorna returned with a small smile playing on her lips. Well, Luna, I have some news, she began, her eyes twinkling. You're pregnant. For a moment, time stood still. I stared at her, my mind struggling to process her words. I'm pregnant, I repeated, my voice barely above a whisper. Dr. Lorna nodded, her smile widening. Yes, you are. Congratulations. Tears welled up in my eyes as I turned to look at Dylan and Ryan. Their faces were a mirror of my own emotions, shock, joy, and overwhelming love. Dylan's eyes were already glistening with tears, and Ryan's smile was so wide it looked like it might split his face in two. Kamila, that's amazing, Dylan exclaimed, pulling me into a tight embrace. We're going to be parents. Ryan joined the hug, his voice thick with emotion. I can't believe it. This is incredible. I let the tears flow freely, overwhelmed by the surge of happiness and love. We're having a baby, I whispered, my heart bursting with joy. The drive home was a blur of laughter, tears, and excited chatter. Dylan and Ryan couldn't stop talking about the future, making plans and dreaming about the new addition to our family. Do you think it'll be a boy or a girl? Dylan asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It doesn't matter, Ryan replied, his voice filled with wonder, as long as the baby is healthy. I placed my hand on my still flat stomach, feeling a sense of awe and responsibility. I can't believe this is happening, I said softly. I'm so happy. Back home, we called an impromptu family meeting, gathering everyone in the living room. Kamila, Dylan, Ryan, and even little Jason and Amira were there, along with our closest friends and PAC members. Everyone, we have some news, Dylan began, his voice filled with emotion. Your Luna is pregnant. The room erupted in cheers and congratulations. Zoe and Sarah rushed forward, hugging me tightly, their faces alight with happiness. Oh my God, Kamila, this is amazing, Zoe exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm so happy for you. Sarah nodded, her smile wide and genuine. You're going to be an amazing mother. This baby is so lucky. My mother, who had recently come to terms with our unconventional family, hugged me gently. I'm so proud of you, Kamila, she said, her voice choked with emotion. You're going to be a wonderful mother. The days that followed were filled with joy and anticipation. The PAC members were eager to help, offering advice, support, and love. Dylan and Ryan pampered me, ensuring I was comfortable and cared for. They took turns cooking my favorite meals, giving me massages, and showering me with affection. One evening, as we sat together on the porch, watching the sunset, I felt a deep sense of contentment. Dylan had his arm around me, and Ryan held my hand, their love surrounding me like a warm embrace. I'm so grateful for you both, I said softly, my heart swelling with emotion. This baby is going to be so loved. Dylan kissed my forehead, his voice tender. We love you, Kamila, and we already love our baby so much. Ryan nodded, his eyes shining with love. We're in this together. Our family is everything to us. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I felt a sense of peace and happiness settle over me. Our journey was just beginning, and I knew that with Dylan and Ryan by my side, we could face anything. Our love had brought us this far, and it would guide us through the new adventure of parenthood. The day of our monthly checkup dawned bright and early. Dylan and Ryan were buzzing with excitement, barely able to contain their enthusiasm. They had been counting down the days to this first ultrasound, eager to catch the first glimpse of our baby. I could feel their excitement rubbing off on me as we made our way to the PAC hospital. As we entered the clinic, Dylan squeezed my hand, his eyes twinkling. "Are you ready to see our little one, Kamila?" I smiled, feeling a mix of nerves and anticipation. "I can't wait. It feels so surreal." Ryan wrapped his arm around my shoulders, his voice warm and reassuring. "This is going to be amazing, our first family photo." We were greeted by Dr. Lorna, who had been taking care of me since the beginning of my pregnancy. Her friendly smile put me at ease as she led us into the ultrasound room. "Ready to see your baby?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I lay down on the examination table, and Dylan and Ryan stood on either side of me, their hands holding mine. Dr. Lorna applied the cool gel to my belly and began the ultrasound, moving the wand around with practiced ease. We watched the screen intently, our eyes fixed on the blurry images that slowly began to take shape. I held my breath, waiting for the first glimpse of our baby. Suddenly, Dr. Lorna's expression shifted from concentration to surprise. "Oh my," she murmured, her eyes widening as she stared at the screen. Dylan's grip on my hand tightened. "What is it? Is something wrong?" Ryan leaned closer, his face etched with worry. "Please tell us what's going on, Dr. Lorna." Dr. Lorna quickly shook her head, a reassuring smile spreading across her face. No, nothing's wrong. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I have some incredible news for you." My heart pounded in my chest as I looked from Dr. Lorna to the screen and back again. "What is it?" She took a deep breath, her smile growing even wider. "You're not expecting just one baby. You're expecting triplets." For a moment, the room was silent as the news sank in. Then Dylan let out a whoop of joy, lifting me off the table in a careful but exuberant hug. "Triplets! Can you believe it?" Ryan's eyes were wide with shock and delight. "3 babies? This is incredible." Tears of happiness streamed down my face as I hugged them both. "I can't believe it. We're going to have 3 babies." Dr. Lorna chuckled, wiping away a tear of her own. "Congratulations, Alphas Luna. This is truly wonderful news." As we left the clinic, our minds were racing with the enormity of the revelation. The drive home was filled with laughter, excited chatter, and plans for the future. "We need to start thinking about names," Dylan said, his eyes shining with excitement. 3 names. Ryan nodded, his smile broad. "And we'll need to prepare the nursery for 3. This is going to be amazing." Back home, we planned to gather our closest family members in the living room to share the news. But as we stood there, ready to make the announcement, I suddenly felt a pang of hesitation. "Maybe we should keep this a secret for now," I suggested, looking at Dylan and Ryan, "until the babies are born." Dylan raised an eyebrow, but then he smiled. "You know, that might be a good idea." "Let's keep it just between us for now," Ryan agreed, his expression thoughtful. "It'll be our special secret, and then, when the time comes, we can surprise everyone." With that decision made, we only told them that the baby is growing well. As the weeks went by, the excitement in our household grew. Dylan and Ryan were incredibly attentive, ensuring I was comfortable and happy. They took turns reading books about pregnancy and parenting, and they pampered me with massages, my favorite foods, and endless affection. One evening, as we sat on the porch watching the sunset, I felt a deep sense of contentment wash over me. Dylan and Ryan were discussing baby names, their voices filled with excitement. "I was thinking about the name Aiden," Dylan said, his eyes bright. "It means little fire, and I think it would be perfect for one of our sons." Ryan nodded thoughtfully. "I like that, and maybe we could name one of our daughters Alara. It's a beautiful name, and it means shining light." I smiled, feeling a warm glow of happiness. Aiden and Alara, I love those names. They're perfect. As the days turned into weeks and then months, our secret grew along with my belly. The anticipation of meeting our 3 little ones filled our hearts with joy. The support and love from Dylan and Ryan made every moment special, and the bond between us grew stronger with each passing day. Finally, the day arrived when our secret would be revealed. As I lay in the hospital bed, holding Dylan and Ryan's hands, I felt a sense of peace and happiness. Our family was about to grow by 3, and I knew that with Dylan and Ryan by my side, we could face anything. The delivery was filled with emotions, joy, tears, and overwhelming love. When Dr. Lorna placed our 3 beautiful babies in our arms, the room was filled with the sound of their cries and our laughter. "Welcome to the world, Aiden, Alara, and Liam," I whispered, my heart bursting with love. "We're so happy to meet you." Dylan and Ryan looked at our babies, their eyes filled with wonder and love. "We're a family," Dylan said softly, his voice choked with emotion. Ryan nodded, tears streaming down his face. "A beautiful family. We love you all so much." As we held our babies close, I knew that our journey was just beginning. The love and support of our pack, our family, and most importantly, each other, would guide us through every step. Our hearts were full, and our future was bright. Third person's POV. As soon as the nurse informed them that Kamila was cleared for visitors, Dylan and Ryan gave each other a knowing look. The moment they had been anticipating had finally arrived. They went to fetch their family and friends, who had been eagerly waiting in the hospital's lounge. Kamila could hear the excited chatter growing louder as they approached. Within moments, the door burst open and everyone poured in. Faces lit up with joy and curiosity, expecting to see one tiny bundle. Instead, they were greeted with 3. "Surprise!" Dylan and Ryan exclaimed in unison, grinning from ear to ear. Kami smiled, her heart swelling with happiness. "Meet Aiden, Alara, and Liam," she said, her voice filled with pride and love. Gasps of astonishment filled the room as everyone moved closer to get a better look at the new additions to our family. Zoe was the first to speak, her eyes wide with wonder. "They're absolutely beautiful," she said, reaching out to gently touch Alara's tiny hand. "She looks so much like her mother." Kamila beamed, tears of joy welling in her eyes. "Thank you, Zoe. They're our little miracles." Sarah, unable to contain her curiosity, leaned in and asked, "So, who is the father of who?" Dylan smiled warmly and replied, "Well, a test is being taken to determine that." Everyone nodded, understanding that the results would soon reveal the answers to their burning questions. Meanwhile, they took turns admiring the babies, marveling at their tiny fingers and toes, their delicate features, and the way they seemed to already have distinct personalities. The wait for the test results felt like an eternity, though in reality, it was only a short while. When the doctor finally returned with the envelope, the room fell silent. Dylan opened it with slightly trembling hands, and as he read the results, a broad smile spread across his face. "Aiden is mine," he announced, his voice thick with emotion. "Liam is Ryan's, and as for Alara," he paused, his eyes shining with tears of happiness. "She seems to have the DNA of both of us." A collective gasp of amazement swept through the room, followed by cheers and congratulations. "3?" Aaron squeaked as he tried to be quiet, and Kamila could only chuckle at his reaction. Sarah hugged Kamila tightly. "Congratulations, Kami. This is beyond incredible." Kamila, her heart full to bursting, looked at Dylan and Ryan with love and gratitude. "I couldn't have asked for a better family," she said softly. Ryan, holding Liam gently in his arms, looked at his parents, Ian and Marie, who were standing close by with tears in their eyes. "Mom, Dad, meet your grandson," he said, his voice filled with pride. Marie took Liam from Ryan, her hands shaking slightly as she cradled the baby. "He's perfect," she whispered, her eyes never leaving Liam's face. "Just perfect." Ian, his voice thick with emotion, added, "You've made us so proud, all of you." Zoe and Sarah exchanged a look, their eyes shining with happiness. "We're going to spoil them so much," Zoe said, laughing through her tears. "Just wait." After a while, everyone realized that the new parents needed some time alone with their babies. They began to say their goodbyes, showering the babies with kisses and hugs before leaving the room. As the door closed behind the last visitor, a peaceful silence settled over the room. Dylan and Ryan sat on either side of Kamila, each holding one of their newborns, while Liam lay in the bassinet beside them. Kamila looked at her husbands, feeling overwhelmed with gratitude. "We did it," she whispered. "We're a family." Dylan leaned in and kissed her gently. "I love you so much, Kami. You've given us the greatest gift imaginable." Ryan nodded, his eyes filled with love. "Thank you for our beautiful children. I can't wait to start this journey with you." Kamila smiled, tears slipping down her cheeks. "I love you both more than words can say. Our babies are perfect, and I know they'll grow up surrounded by so much love." They sat there in contented silence for a while, just watching their babies sleep. The enormity of the moment washed over them, and they knew their lives had changed forever in the best possible way. Finally, Kamila spoke up, breaking the quiet. What do you think their first words will be? Ryan chuckled softly. Well, with parents like us, probably something profound or completely silly. Dylan grinned. Maybe pack or wolf or even moon. Kamila laughed, the sound filled with joy and hope. Whatever their first words are, we'll be there to hear them, to guide them, and to love them with everything we have. Dylan and Ryan nodded in agreement, their hearts full. They knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together as a family. And with that, they settled in for their first night as parents, knowing that their greatest adventure was just beginning. Third person's POV. Aaron had always dreamed of being a father, and now, with Victor by his side, that dream was about to come true. The discovery of the twin boys at the pack borders had been a moment of both concern and hope. The distinct scent of rogues on them had initially raised alarms, but the babies themselves were innocent, pure, and in need of a family. Aaron and Victor had immediately felt a connection with the twins when they first saw them. Their tiny faces, peeking out from beneath the rough blankets they were wrapped in, had tugged at their hearts. The decision to adopt them was instantaneous and unanimous. Now, as they stood in the pack's office, signing the final adoption papers, a sense of excitement and anticipation filled the room. Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan were there for support, their smiles broad and encouraging. Victor glanced at Aaron, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. "Are we really ready for this?" he asked quietly. Aaron reached out and took his hand, squeezing it gently. "We're more than ready," he said firmly. "These boys are meant to be ours." The pack's alpha, Dylan, stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Aaron's shoulder. "You two are going to be amazing parents," he said. "Felix and Kenneth are lucky to have you." Kamila, holding baby Aiden in her arms, smiled warmly. "I can't wait to see them grow up in the pack. They'll be surrounded by so much love." Ryan nodded in agreement, bouncing baby Alara gently. "And they'll have plenty of playmates," he added with a grin, referring to their kids and also the children of Sarah and Zoe. Once the papers were signed, Aaron and Victor were officially the parents of Felix and Kenneth. They made their way to the nursery where the twins were being cared for. The room was softly lit, filled with the gentle sounds of sleeping babies. As they approached the cribs, the sight of their sons brought tears to their eyes. Aaron leaned over and picked up Felix, cradling him carefully in his arms. "Hello, little one," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm your dad, and this is your papa. We've been waiting for you." Victor lifted Kenneth, holding him close and kissing his tiny forehead. "We promise to love you and protect you," he murmured, his voice so low no one would have heard if not for their super hearing. "You're safe now." The twins stirred, their eyes fluttering open. They gazed up at their new parents with wide, curious eyes, as if sensing the love and warmth surrounding them. Kamila, Dylan, and Ryan watched from the doorway, their hearts swelling with happiness for their friends. "They're perfect," Kamila said softly. "Absolutely perfect." Victor looked up, his eyes shining with tears. "Thank you all for being here," he said. "We couldn't have done this without your support." Dylan smiled. "We're family," he said simply. "That's what we do." As they left the nursery, the reality of their new life began to sink in. Aaron and Victor brought the twins home, where a small crib had already been set up in their bedroom. They laid the babies down gently, watching as they quickly fell back asleep. Aaron sat on the edge of the bed, his eyes never leaving the cribs. "I can't believe this is real," he said softly. "We're actually parents." Victor wrapped an arm around his shoulders, pulling him close. "It's real," he said, "and it's amazing." The next few days were a whirlwind of activity as they adjusted to their new roles. Feeding, changing, and comforting the twins became a full-time job, but Aaron and Victor embraced every moment, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. They also had help from friends, especially Kamila and Zoe, who are also mothers themselves. One afternoon, as they were sitting on the couch with Felix and Kenneth in their arms, Aaron looked at Victor, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Do you think they'll remember anything from before?" he asked. Victor shook his head. "No," he said. "They're too young. This is their home now, and we're their family." Aaron smiled, relief washing over him. I'm glad, he said. I want their memories to be filled with love and happiness. As the weeks went by, the pack rallied around the new family, offering help and support. Kamila often came by with her own babies there, providing advice and a listening ear. Zoe and Sarah, with their own adopted children, were frequent visitors, sharing their experiences and offering practical tips. As the twins grew, they flourished under the love and care of their new parents. Felix, with his bright blue eyes and infectious smile, was the more adventurous of the two, always eager to explore. Kenneth, quieter and more contemplative, loved to cuddle and observe the world around him. Aaron and Victor cherished every milestone, from the twins' first smiles to their first steps. Their hearts swelled with pride as they watched their sons grow, knowing that they had given them a second chance at life. And so, surrounded by the love of their pack and the joy of their new family, Aaron, Victor, Felix, and Kenneth embarked on a journey filled with hope, laughter, and endless possibilities. The future was bright, and together, they would face it all with courage and love. The journey to New York was filled with excitement and anticipation. Kamila, Dylan, Ryan, and their children, along with Sarah, Zoe, their kids, Aaron, Victor, and their twin boys, all traveled together. The wedding of Serenity, Kamila's sister, was a highly anticipated event, and the whole group wanted to be there not only to attend, but also to help with the preparations. Arriving in New York a week early gave them ample time to settle in and get to work. The city's vibrant energy was contagious, and even the kids seemed to catch the buzz, their eyes wide with wonder as they looked at the skyscrapers and bustling streets. The group quickly settled into their hotel, a beautiful place near Central Park that offered plenty of space for everyone. The first order of business was to meet up with Serenity and her fiancé Jack to go over the final preparations. The wedding was set to take place at a picturesque venue in the heart of the city with views of the skyline and the Hudson River. Kamila, Sarah, and Zoe, as part of the bridesmaids group, had a lot of work ahead of them. They met with Serenity every day to go over details, ensuring everything was perfect for the big day. Kamila, I can't thank you enough for being here, Serenity said one afternoon as they sat at a cafe sipping on iced lattes. I know you have your own family to take care of, but having you here means the world to me. Serenity, you're my sister, Kamila replied, reaching out to squeeze her hand. There's no way I'd miss this. And besides, Dylan and Ryan are great with the kids. They're having a blast exploring the city. Meanwhile, Dylan and Ryan, along with Aaron and Victor, took charge of looking after all the children. They visited various attractions, from the Central Park Zoo to the American Museum of Natural History, ensuring the kids had a memorable time while the ladies were busy with wedding preparations. One evening, after a particularly hectic day, the group gathered for dinner at a cozy Italian restaurant. The atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter and the clinking of glasses. To Serenity and Jack, Dylan toasted, raising his glass of sparkling water. To Serenity and Jack, everyone echoed, their voices filled with joy and excitement. The day before the wedding, the rehearsal dinner took place at the wedding venue. It was a chance for everyone to familiarize themselves with the layout and run through the ceremony. Kamila, Sarah, and Zoe, dressed in matching rehearsal dresses, stood beside Serenity as the wedding planner went over the details. Everything is going to be perfect, Kamila whispered to Serenity, who looked both nervous and excited. I hope so, Serenity replied, taking a deep breath. I can't believe it's finally happening. The morning of the wedding dawned bright and clear, the city bathed in golden sunlight. The bridal suite was a flurry of activity as Kamila, Sarah, and Zoe helped Serenity get ready. There was laughter and chatter, the air filled with the sweet scent of roses and the soft hum of excitement. You look like a princess, Serenity, Zoe said, stepping back to admire her in her wedding dress. Thank you, Serenity said, her eyes shining with happiness. And thank you all for being here. I couldn't have done this without you. Kamila smiled, adjusting Serenity's veil. You're going to be the most beautiful bride. Meanwhile, Dylan and Ryan were getting ready with the kids. They dressed Aiden, Alara, and Liam in their adorable outfits, making sure everything was perfect. Aaron and Victor were also busy with their twins, Felix and Kenneth. making sure they were dressed and ready for the big event. As the time for the ceremony approached, everyone gathered at the venue. The setting was breathtaking, with flowers lining the aisle and a beautiful arch adorned with roses and ivy. The New York skyline provided a stunning backdrop, making the occasion even more magical. The ceremony began, and Kamila, Sarah, and Zoe took their places beside Serenity. As Serenity walked down the aisle, escorted by their father, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Kamila felt a lump in her throat, overwhelmed by the beauty and emotion of the moment. Dylan and Ryan, standing with the children, watched with pride and joy. The love and happiness radiating from Serenity and Jack were palpable, filling the air with a sense of warmth and togetherness. The vows were heartfelt and sincere, each word spoken with love and commitment. As they exchanged rings, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it the scent of flowers and the promise of a bright future. "I now pronounce you husband and wife," the officiant declared, his voice filled with emotion. "You may kiss the bride." As Serenity and Jack kissed, a cheer erupted from the guests. The sound of applause and joyful laughter filled the air, echoing through the venue and out into the city. After the ceremony, the celebration moved to the reception area, where a beautifully decorated hall awaited. The tables were adorned with elegant centerpieces and fairy lights twinkled overhead, creating a magical ambiance. Kamila, Dylan, Ryan, and the rest of the group joined the festivities, dancing, laughing, and enjoying the delicious food. The children played nearby, their laughter adding to the joyful atmosphere. During the toasts, Kamila stood up to speak, her heart full. "Serenity, you are the best sister anyone could ask for," she began, her voice trembling slightly. "Watching you marry the love of your life has been one of the most beautiful moments I've ever experienced. I wish you and Jack a lifetime of happiness, love, and adventure." Everyone raised their glasses, toasting to the newlyweds. Serenity's eyes glistened with tears of joy as she hugged Kamila tightly. "Thank you, Kami. I love you so much." As the night went on, the dance floor became a lively scene. Kamila danced with Dylan and Ryan, their children joining in, creating a joyful and loving atmosphere. Aaron and Victor danced with their twins, and Zoe and Sarah twirled their kids around, the room filled with laughter and happiness. The evening was a beautiful celebration of love and family, a testament to the bonds that held them all together. As the night drew to a close, Kamila looked around at the smiling faces of her friends and family, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude and joy. She turned to Dylan and Ryan, who were holding their sleepy children. "This has been the best day," she said softly, her heart full. "It has," Dylan agreed, kissing her forehead, "and it's just the beginning of so many more wonderful days." Ryan nodded, his eyes filled with love. "We're a family and we'll always be there for each other, no matter what." As they left the venue, the city lights shining brightly around them, Kamila felt a deep sense of contentment. The journey to New York had been filled with excitement and anticipation, and the wedding had been a beautiful celebration of love and togetherness. The future was bright, and surrounded by the people she loved most, Kamila knew that anything was possible. They were a family, bound by love and commitment, and ready to face whatever adventures life had in store for them. 4 years later, the Silver Moon Pack was more vibrant and bustling than ever, the pack's laughter and chatter echoing through the forest. 4 years had passed since Kamila and her husbands, Dylan and Ryan, welcomed their triplets into the world. Their children, Aiden, Liam, and Alara, were now 4 years old, each one bursting with unique personality traits that made every day an adventure. Aiden was the eldest of the triplets by just a few minutes, but he wore his big brother title with pride. With his tousled brown hair and piercing blue eyes, he was the picture of determination and protectiveness. Aiden had an innate sense of responsibility that often led him to look after his siblings and cousins, ensuring they stayed out of too much trouble. Liam, on the other hand, was the epitome of mischief. His quicksilver eyes sparkled with a playful glint, always on the lookout for the next adventure or prank. Liam's energy was boundless and his laughter infectious. Whether it was sneaking into the kitchen for extra cookies or convincing his cousins to play hide-and-seek in forbidden areas, Liam was the ringleader of their escapades. Alara, with her raven black hair and emerald green eyes, was the heart of the group. She had a calm and nurturing demeanor, often mediating disputes between her brothers and cousins. Alara possessed a quiet strength that belied her age, and her intuitive nature made her a comforting presence for everyone around her. Their cousins, Amira and Jason, were equally delightful. Amira, at 5 years old, was wise beyond her years. Her large brown eyes often seemed to see more than what was on the surface, and she had an uncanny ability to empathize with others. Amira loved to read and often spent her time lost in books, but she never hesitated to join her cousins in their adventures, providing a steadying influence. Jason, also 5, was a whirlwind of activity. With his unruly dark curls and mischievous grin, he was always in the thick of things alongside Liam and Felix. Jason had a knack for finding trouble, whether it was climbing the tallest trees or discovering secret hideouts. He was fiercely loyal to his family, and his bravery often led him to protect his cousins, especially the girls. Felix and Kenneth, the twin boys adopted by Aaron and Victor, were about to turn 4. Despite being twins, their personalities were markedly different. Felix was as mischievous as Liam and Jason, often collaborating with them in their schemes. His bright hazel eyes were always scanning for opportunities to cause playful chaos. Kenneth, however, was more introspective. With his calm demeanor and thoughtful nature, he often observed before acting. His gentle spirit provided a balance to Felix's exuberance. One sunny afternoon, the children gathered in the pack's central clearing, a favorite spot for their games. The adults were nearby, chatting and keeping an eye on their young ones. Kamila watched with a smile as her children and their cousins interacted, their laughter ringing through the air. "Let's play hide and seek," Liam suggested, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Yeah, I'll be the seeker," Jason volunteered, already starting to count with his hands covering his eyes. The children scattered, each finding a hiding spot. Amira and Alara hid together behind a large oak tree, their giggles barely suppressed. Kenneth found a quiet spot behind a boulder, while Felix and Liam squeezed into a nearby bush, their faces barely visible through the leaves. Aiden climbed up into the lower branches of a tree, his favorite hiding place. "Ready or not, here I come," Jason shouted, uncovering his eyes and looking around with a determined expression. He quickly found Kenneth, who wasn't too far from the starting point. Kenneth smiled, accepting his fate gracefully. Next, Jason's sharp eyes spotted the bush where Liam and Felix were hiding. The boys burst out, laughing and running around before Jason could tag them. Amira and Alara, still hidden behind the oak tree, watched the scene unfold. "Do you think he'll find us next?" Amira whispered, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Maybe," Alara whispered back, her hands clasped tightly in excitement. Just as Jason was about to turn towards their direction, Aiden, from his perch in the tree, made a bird call, distracting him. Jason turned towards the sound, giving the girls a few more moments in their hiding spot. "Hey, I heard that," Jason called, running towards the tree where Aiden was hiding. Eventually, Jason found everyone, with Aiden being the last to be tagged. The children gathered again, breathless and full of laughter. "Good job, Jason. You found us all," Aiden praised, giving his cousin a high five. "Yeah, that was fun," Liam added, his cheeks flushed with excitement. As the game ended, the children sat in a circle, planning their next adventure. "Let's build a fort," Felix suggested, his hazel eyes shining with enthusiasm. "Yeah, we can use the fallen branches and leaves," Liam agreed, already imagining their fortress. They set to work, each child contributing to the construction. Amira and Alara gathered leaves and smaller branches while the boys hauled larger sticks and logs. Kenneth, with his careful eye, ensured that everything was placed just right, adding stability to their fort. As they worked, their conversations were filled with laughter and ideas. "This will be our secret base," Jason declared, placing the final branch on the fort. "And we can use it to plan our adventures," Felix added, his imagination running wild. When the fort was finished, they all sat inside, admiring their handiwork. "It's perfect," Alara said, her eyes sparkling with joy. "It's the best fort ever," Kenneth agreed, feeling a sense of accomplishment. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the clearing, the children's laughter continued to fill the air. The boys, despite their mischievous nature, showed their protective side whenever the girls were involved. Liam, Felix, and Jason often stood guard, pretending to fend off imaginary foes, while Aiden and Alara devised strategies to keep everyone safe. Amira, with her nurturing spirit, often took on the role of healer in their games, using her knowledge from books to treat imaginary wounds. Kenneth, always observant, played the role of scout, his quiet nature making him perfect for sneaking around and gathering information. These moments of play and imagination were more than just games. They were the foundation of the deep bonds forming between the children, bonds that would carry them through their lives. The pack's values of loyalty, family, and love were being passed down to the next generation, ensuring the strength and unity of the Silver Moon Pack for years to come. Kamila, watching her children and their cousins, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Despite the challenges they had faced, their family had grown and flourished. The love and connection between them all were evident in every laugh, every shared secret, and every act of kindness. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the adults called the children in for dinner. The kids reluctantly left their fort, promising to return the next day for more adventures. At the dinner table, their stories of the day's exploits filled the air, each child's face glowing with happiness. Liam recounted their hide-and-seek game with dramatic flair, while Felix described their fort building with pride. Amira and Alara shared their plans for the next day's adventures, their eyes bright with excitement. Kenneth, though quieter, chimed in with his own observations and ideas, his thoughtful contributions always valued by the group. As they ate, Dylan and Ryan exchanged a look of contentment. Their family was happy and thriving, their children surrounded by love and friendship. The future was bright, filled with endless possibilities and adventures. Later, as the children were tucked into bed, Kamila whispered to each of them, "Good night, my love. Dream of all the wonderful adventures you'll have tomorrow." Their sleepy responses, filled with warmth and affection, were a testament to the love that filled their home. Kamila kissed each child goodnight, feeling a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. In the quiet of the night, as Kamila lay between Dylan and Ryan, she reflected on the day's events. Their children were growing up surrounded by love, friendship, and the values of their pack. The future, she knew, held many more adventures, challenges, and joys. As she drifted off to sleep, Camila's heart was full, her dreams filled with visions of her children's bright and beautiful future. The bonds they were forming now would last a lifetime, ensuring the strength and unity of the Silver Moon Pack for generations to come. Kamila woke up to the soft glow of dawn filtering through the curtains, her heart skipping a beat as she remembered the significance of the day. It was her 5th wedding anniversary with Dylan and Ryan. She turned to find both of them already awake, smiling at her with a look that melted her heart every time. "Happy anniversary, love," Dylan whispered, leaning in to kiss her softly. "Happy anniversary, Kamila," Ryan added, wrapping his arms around both of them. "We have a special day planned for you." Camila's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? What do you two have up your sleeves?" "You'll see," Dylan said with a wink, getting out of bed. "But first, you need to get dressed. We have a whole day ahead of us." After a quick breakfast with their children, who were already bustling with energy and excitement about their parents' special day, Dylan and Ryan led Kamila to the car. The drive was filled with playful banter and laughter, the kind that came naturally after years of shared experiences and deep love. Their first stop was a luxurious spa. Camila's eyes widened as they pulled up to the elegant building. "You're treating me to a spa day? Only the best for our wife," Ryan said, kissing her hand before they stepped out of the car. Inside, the spa was serene and inviting. Kamila was greeted with warm smiles and led to a private room where she would enjoy a series of treatments. As she sank into the plush chair, she felt the tension in her muscles begin to melt away. Dylan and Ryan watched her with affectionate smiles. "We'll be back to pick you up later, love. Enjoy every moment," Dylan said, kissing her forehead. Kamila closed her eyes as the masseuse began her work, the soothing music and delicate scents creating a perfect cocoon of relaxation. She allowed herself to completely unwind, feeling pampered and cherished. The treatments included a full-body massage, a facial, and a refreshing foot scrub. Each step made her feel more rejuvenated and loved. After what felt like hours of bliss, Kamila was led to the salon next door. Her heart fluttered with anticipation as she wondered what her husbands had planned next. At the salon, she was treated like royalty. Her hair was washed, conditioned, and styled into soft, romantic waves. Her nails were polished to perfection, and her makeup was done subtly, enhancing her natural beauty. When she looked in the mirror, Kamila barely recognized herself. She felt beautiful, radiant, and ready for whatever surprise Dylan and Ryan had in store. "Thank you," she said to the stylist, her voice filled with gratitude. The stylist smiled. "Your husbands really went all out. They wanted today to be perfect for you." Kamila couldn't help but smile at the thoughtfulness of Dylan and Ryan. They always knew how to make her feel special. When she stepped outside, she found them waiting, their eyes lighting up as they saw her. "You look stunning," Ryan said, his voice filled with awe. "Absolutely breathtaking," Dylan agreed, taking her hand. Kamila blushed, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "Thank you. I feel amazing." They escorted her to the car, and after a short drive, they arrived at an elegant restaurant. The entrance was adorned with twinkling fairy lights and fragrant flowers, creating a magical atmosphere. As they were led to a private table, Kamila felt her heart swell with emotion. The table was set beautifully, with candles casting a warm glow and a bouquet of her favorite flowers in the center. Soft music played in the background, adding to the intimate ambiance. "This is perfect," Kamila said, her eyes glistening with happy tears. "You two have outdone yourselves." Dylan and Ryan exchanged a glance, their smiles filled with love. "You deserve nothing less," Dylan said, pulling out her chair. As they settled into their seats, the waiter brought out a bottle of champagne, and they raised their glasses in a toast. "To 5 wonderful years and many more to come," Ryan said, his voice thick with emotion. "To our beautiful wife, who makes every day brighter," Dylan added. Kamila clinked her glass with theirs, feeling overwhelmed with love. "To my amazing husbands, who always know how to make me feel special, I love you both so much." Dinner was a delightful affair, with courses of exquisitely prepared dishes that tantalized their taste buds. They reminisced about the past years, sharing memories of their journey together and the adventures they had with their growing family. "Do you remember our first anniversary?" Kamila asked, laughter in her voice. "We tried to make that elaborate dinner and ended up burning half of it. I still to think of how the food were burnt. I mean, we cook all the time." Ryan chuckled. "How could I forget? We ended up ordering takeout and having a picnic in the living room." Dylan smiled. "And it was perfect, just like today." After dinner, they took a stroll through a nearby park, the night air cool and refreshing. The moon cast a gentle glow over the path, and Kamila felt a sense of peace and contentment wash over her. Hand in hand, they walked, their love for each other evident in every glance and touch. When they returned home, their children were already asleep, leaving the house quiet and still. Dylan and Ryan led Kamila upstairs to their bedroom, where they had one last surprise waiting for her. The room was decorated with more fairy lights and rose petals scattered across the bed. A small table held a beautifully decorated cake and a gift box. Kamila's eyes filled with tears as she looked around, overwhelmed by the thoughtfulness of her husbands. "You two are incredible," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "We just wanted to show you how much we love you," Ryan said, pulling her into a tight embrace. Dylan joined in, wrapping his arms around both of them. "Happy anniversary, Kamila." Kamila opened the gift box to find a stunning piece of jewelry, a delicate bracelet with 3 charms, each one representing one of their children. She held it up, tears streaming down her face. "It's beautiful, thank you." Kamila also gave them presents, a locket that had a family picture of them and their kids. "This is beautiful, darling," Dylan said as he secured it around his neck. "I will cherish it forever," Ryan added. Kamila lay nestled between Dylan and Ryan, the warm glow of the fairy lights casting a soft, intimate light over the room. The bracelet with charms representing their children sparkled on her wrist, a constant reminder of the love and unity that bound them together. She felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude and love for her 2 husbands, who had made the day so incredibly special. Dylan turned towards her, his fingers gently caressing her cheek. "You're so beautiful, Kamila. Every day with you is a gift." Ryan shifted closer, his hand resting on her hip. "We love you more than words can express," he said, his voice husky with emotion. Kamila smiled, her heart swelling with love. "I love you both so much," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you for making today unforgettable." For a long moment, they lay there, their bodies entwined, hearts pounding in unison. The fairy lights above cast a soft glow over them, creating an ethereal atmosphere that felt like a dream. Dylan kissed her forehead, his lips gentle and tender. "Happy anniversary, love," he whispered, his voice filled with warmth and affection. Ryan caressed her cheek, his eyes shining with love. "Here's to many more years." "I am so glad I listened to Zoe and went ahead to adopt 2 dogs," Kamila said with a smile. "Thank you for saving us back then," Dylan said. "We love you," Ryan said. "To the moon and back," Dylan added.